So, Kev,
Yes.
we can't go into a draft without having our yearly, wonderful, awesome dueling mock. We missed out on all the other episodes we typically do going into a draft.
Yeah.
Hell no,
Also,
am
we
I
didn't.
missing out?
Also, we didn't post this last year.
We posted this last year.
No.
There's no way we didn't post a dueling mock last year.
Oh, I was very upset with you, but no, we did not.
Double check that. I'm fact checking you there. I'm pretty sure we definitely did. But if we didn't, well, fuck me. It's about the fun we had, and it's about the fun and the friends we made in the meantime, right?
No, it
No,
was all about that sweet content for me.
it's all about that sweet content. No, there's no such thing. We don't fucking care about content. Let's be honest. We care about making sure that we say stupid shit on in recordings that don't ever get posted. So let's go ahead and start talking about some stupid shit. I'm gonna preface this as some might know, as you know very well. I'm very far. I mean, I'm not into this draft as much as I would typically be in a draft. So the dueling mock this year is going to have a little bit of a team aspect to it. I.e., when I go, I may just be like, Kev, can I phone a friend?
I mean, I always put options out there anyway.
Last year, I think, was the first year where I really had you do some work. I think the last, you know what I've realized? I'm going to be honest with you. Getting off Twitter is really what's fucked me the most. Can I be honest? Because I think what ends up happening is I see a lot of Twitter takes. I don't see. So here's the thing: Blue Sky's been very political. There, I don't see a lot of football as much as I see politics. Even though I get to control my feed, which is a testament to the fact that the Bears fans I do follow tend to care a lot more about what's going on in the world than the algorithm that Twitter feeds me, which sends me a lot of other stuff. I will say what I think drove me the most on a lot of my Bears stuff and a lot of my knowledge, just in football wise, might have been I'm seeing a lot of stuff that I don't know if I fully agree with, and a lot of people disagree with people that I do agree with. Why? And then find myself doing my own thing a lot more often. I think it motivates me. I will say if I can give Twitter RIP pour one out because it's not in this form anymore. If I give the old Twitter a little shout out, it was seeing takes from all over the place does help you keep a beat on what's going on, and also keep you in check and make sure that you do the stuff that you typically would do. I think the last 2 years just being off of Twitter kind of led to me not being as much involved as much as I typically would like, and probably being more involved in stuff that's probably not the best for my own mental health. So with that out the way, today's the day. I didn't want to miss this. I love doing this, even if we didn't post the last one. It is one of my favorite things that I get to do with you on here, and just even if it's just an exercise for us, it's fun. I enjoy this recording the most. So
Ourlads.com slows my computer down so much that I am now frozen, probably. So I need a second here. This is so annoying. I just want to look at. I just want to look at depth charts.
Ourlads.
It's got the good.
Yeah.
Depth
Yeah.
charts.
And you know what? That's a good.
I'll just do ESPN.
It needs me to disable ad blocking. You fuckers.
I don't. It's the only site that like damn near crashes my computer. So what do you look? So we're still gonna want to flip a coin and represent odds and or evens, and
Yep.
like ultimately the final choice lies with the person who has the team, even if we're going to talk them all out.
Yes. So same rules as every year, except I think it's gonna obviously get. I don't know if you're gonna need your veto if you're gonna be helping me out on a good few. Same rules as every year. So what that entails is I'm gonna flip a coin. That's going to decide if you want it. Whoever wins gets to decide if they go first or second. Kev, since I'm flipping it over here and you're not going to be able to see it because I'm doing it on a different screen than the one that I am sharing with you, I'll let you pick, and then I'll hit enter, and I'll be honest about it, of course.
Yeah, I was going to say, I assume you're lying. Let's go with tails.
All right, flipping. Thank you, Google. Tails. I'm obviously not lying. You won.
Wow.
You want to be the one to take Fernando Mendoza first overall? Do you think Fernando Mendoza is going to go first overall?
I think we might be in for a bit of a surprise this year. No, I'm kidding. Let's see. They're kind of the same up top. I'll do evens.
You do evens? All right. Cool.
Yeah.
Let me flip us over to the screen share, and now we should be good. The recording should be able to see everything that we're doing. And I'm going to go ahead and get this started since we are set up to do all 32. So how this is going to work today is we're going to go through every single pick. We're going to work through every single team. And together, essentially, you doing odds, me doing evens, pick each team's pick all the way to the Bears. And then thanks to the wonderful people at Mock Draft Hero, unselect all the teams except for the Bears and continue this draft just as the Bears for the last 7 rounds.
Also, if it doesn't take that long, I might insist we do a few more picks, but we'll see how it goes.
We'll see how it goes. I feel like it usually takes a good bit. And this year, I feel like it's going to take a little bit longer just because of me.
This year has a good bit.
Yeah. Well, the last 2 years, especially when you don't do your homework, people, it takes a while to make choices.
You know, I'm taking the blame
about
how you did the homework and then just not acknowledge it again and kind of do what I said earlier.
Oh no. I have to give myself shit. I have to give myself shit so that next year I don't give myself shit. Ready?
Sure.
All right, let's go. Did you take odds or did I take?
I took evens. So you're taking Mendoza. What?
Yeah.
Do you have any? I mean, if you don't have thoughts on Mendoza, that would be insane. You've watched some Mendoza games.
I've watched a ton of Mendoza. My thoughts on Mendoza is I'm torn. I've told you before he fits the. You've seen my thoughts on Mendoza because I've gone long into this, and I think I've said this.
Yes, don't go that long, but also
he fits the Kirk Cousins trope. I think I was saying this before. Other people were saying this, and I mean this in the sense of there could be better Kirk Cousins, there could be worse Kirk Cousins. I'm not saying he's going to be Kirk Cousins. What I'm saying is you can reliably give him a play and he's going to run it to the ability in which you expect him to run it. I think he's got more athleticism there. I think I put him more towards like a Brock Purdy-esque in the sense that he can create, whereas we've seen Brock Purdy now create a lot more recently than say people talked about Brock Purdy his first couple of years. So with that said, you got any thoughts on Fernando Mendoza? I'll add this: if he was in the Caleb draft, he would not have gotten the top 3.
Well, that's an extremely easy thing to say. The question is whether he would have gone top
5,
8, before? I guess.
Oh, you're talking like overall. I'm talking quarterbacks when I say top 5. Would he have gone before? Hi, Charlie. So I haven't been home, so Charlie's going to. If I'm doing something underneath the desk, guys, I'm petting my dog, who's a beautiful little pup, who's a beautiful little pup. But no, not right now, Bubba. Would he have gone before or after Knicks?
It's actually kind of weird now that I think about it, because Penix and Knicks both going in the first round were surprising to me, and especially that early. So I'm like trying to remember. I would imagine Mendoza would have been considered a better prospect, and I don't know. He's not really the type of guy who turns out well usually, but I think his arm's a little better than people think you say it is, and I don't know. It sucks to have to talk yourself into like a Jared Goff type, but I like to do that because I do feel like I was super early on him, so it's hard for me to be like, I had a good feeling he was going to be first overall, but also like I don't like him that much, which is kind of where I am right now.
Yeah, it's the issue is it's like somebody said it. I can't remember who when I was listening to some stuff, and I was like, yeah, that's about what I said about this draft class. I think in essence, when I was paying a little bit more attention, I was talking to you about the quarterback class. This quarterback class just feels like same's down the row, right? Like you're getting a lot of the same with different traits on each one who's doing about the same, right? And I think back then I could name out quarterbacks a lot better than I can right now, so I'm not going to try to redo that take. Uh, but even like a Ty Simpson who needs, I think, a lot more time to cook, a lot more time to cook. And I've seen some insane takes that not even I would have made more recently on him. These are guys that like they have good enough traits to be in the NFL, but they're not guys that are going to pop and like give you wow. But at this point, the Raiders need a quarterback. I think they're going to go for Nando Mendoza, and I think Mendoza really fits a type that like Brady would appreciate, for instance, to try to get the most out of. So
he definitely fits the Brady type. Yeah, I just think
which I would say if you're going to go Kirk
Brady.
Cousins type, Brady would be the epitome. Help me out here. Epitome of the
Epitome is a word.
of the Cousins type. Am I saying the right word there? The epitome of that Cousins type, right? Like where it's like you're such a damn good processor, you see everything
Oh,
so
you
damn
mean
well.
like the Are we both gonna not be able to think of the word you were trying to think? Epitome is not a good word to use.
Okay,
He's the
the
What
ultimate
is the word?
version of it essentially is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
but
Where it's like,
there's like a word for it. We're both blanking, I think.
yeah, it's okay. Let's not sit on the word for too long. But yeah, that's essentially what, like, if you want to look at
Whatever.
it that way, that is essentially what we're talking about here. Can create a little bit, can think on his feet, right? Obviously, Brady definitely most can definitely think on his feet. Not trying to call him just like you know a field general, and then not trying to compare the two. Let's be very clear here. But if we're talking about the type that can get an offense, run the offense to its max, that is the maximum an offense can be ran to, right? Where it's like, even if my tackles suck and I know I'm going to get pressure in like 2.5 seconds, I'm getting the ball out in 2.2 to the right spot off a break. Because that honestly is what I think helped shielded Brady from a lot of sacks, for instance, towards the end with the Bucks.
Google AI says epitome is the perfect example of a type or quality, but like that's not really what.
Going for like a classification here, right? Where it's a bunch of qualities that
Yeah,
create that.
the epitome of a Kirk Cousins type would be Kirk Cousins because he's the best. He's the best example of a Kirk Cousins type. But I'm like, what is
Yeah, that's
that?
true.
Like that like the pinnacle of.
That pinnacle would probably, I think, you know what? I think that's the word I was looking for. That's why I was almost mixing when I was trying to say epitome, I was trying to find a different end that was more like pinnacle-esque. I think you're right. I think that's the word that I'm looking for here.
Okay, that's all Mendoza. I just I don't like him that. I mean, I don't like him that much, but I have a appreciation for him because I do think it was smart that I kind of saw him when he was playing against Miami last year and thought he looked kind of good.
Yep.
I think Zion's a little better than people say he is, and he kind of looks like like he has a different arm angles, quick
Hey,
release. Got some good stuff. Just such a tiny little needle to thread of like things that need to go right for him to be like super good. So I don't know, whatever.
who better to sit behind too than Kirk Cousins, since the Raiders signed good old Cousins for him to sit behind. So
I'm the Jets right now. I think they're gonna make a pick here because they have plenty of picks in this draft. So like trading down would feel like overkill unless they like somebody was willing to give them a first next year.
yeah, but this is also a class that doesn't have like a lot of blue chips. So I assume that the top
I think Reese and
five,
Bailey people would move up for. Reese is a
right? But do they move down to give up the chance of getting one of the few? Right, that's the question you have to ask
I
yourself.
think well I think the only reason they would do that is to get another first rounder next year,
Which
to
would
help
come in
them
handy.
draft a quarterback next year.
Yeah.
Um, I think the price to get up to 2 is so much more than the price to get up to 3 though. And so the Jets people just say it's Arvell Reese or David Bailey. I'm just going to go with Arvell Reese because he could be just as good as a pass rusher, and also he has another career as an off-ball linebacker to fall back on, which is kind of nice. Um, I can't remember they obviously run Aaron Glenn's defense, but I think they hired a new defensive coordinator. So I can't remember exactly what they do and where they put Arvell Reese, but they signed Joseph Osai, who's just like a worse version of Arvell. So I'm gonna go Arvell Reese here.
All right, give me any thoughts you want to throw out there. Any other thoughts on Arvell Reese outside of the fallback and etc.?
Whenever I watched Ohio State, I thought Sonny Styles and Caleb Downs were better football players, but they don't play as valuable position. So I don't know. We'll see.
Cool. That leaves me with the Cardinals. I feel like the Cardinals are a good trade candidate here. I don't know if you'd agree.
I think the Cardinals really would like to get out. The only thing I think about with that is that Austin Fort could be on the hot seat, but I don't think like staying and drafting, whatever is gonna help that. Like they've already agreed they'll be starting Jacoby Brissett, so like it's not like they're gonna make such a good pick here to make it so that their quarterback's not Jacoby Brissett anymore. So yeah, I think they would want to trade down if they can get an offer. I think the most obvious one that people talk about here would be like Dallas.
Yeah, so just to give you my thoughts, if I'm not trading down, I'm either picking Bailey or I'm going to, and I don't know what the right tackle situation is. I don't know how I feel about
They don't really have a right tackle. They have Elijah Wilkinson.
My next thought would be taking and help me out with pronouncing Francis.
I've never been good at pronouncing things or pronouncing these guys, but I think it's Maviga.
It would be one of those two. So, what are your thoughts on looking at a trade first and not? Let's see what
I think you're right that this is one of those two. I'm gonna throw out the three candidates that I think about when I do Max Alone here.
Shoot.
And we could try to get inside those teams out a little bit here. The teams I think would be Kansas City, Dallas, and Tampa Bay, who all need a superstar edge rusher. Like for all of them, it's all kind of a finishing piece, except maybe Dallas. But Jerry's.
We are going to be going off.
Jerry's a madman.
Are we going off of what they're offering? Because if we're going off of what they're offering,
we can talk it through. But what they're offering is even on the Jimmy chart, and so yeah. I mean,
what I'm trying to say is, if we go off of what they're offering, right? Those three teams right now are not the three teams that are offering to move up.
Oh, well, no, I don't care what the computer says to us.
All right.
The hell do I care? I'll say this. So I have my own thing. What is yours? What are your three? I can't really see yours as well. And I don't feel like enlarging it right now.
All right. So it's the Browns, the Seahawks, and the Bengals.
Okay. Well, let's talk about those for a second. I'll say why not to those, because I have my own thing here and Bengals are also on mine. I'm just keeping track and so I can see the board and stuff. Let's talk about Browns really quick. What the hell would the Browns be doing that for? Like
potential move off of Myles Garrett. I don't know fully.
Right. So they're going to trade up and then
they also need Myles Garrett. They also need a tackle like no other. It could be a move up to go get a tackle. They need offensive line help.
But you don't need to move. You don't need to move up to get a tackle. Like
that's true.
Anybody trading to the spot is doing it either to get
the next.
There's two possibilities: either get David Bailey or to get Jeremiah Love. Maybe.
Let's pause real quick. Jeremiah Love, I understand. Where are the teardrops? Right, the teardrop is at edge, I believe, after Bailey. Right. I think the offensive tackle, you've got a couple that are probably within the same tier, if I'm understanding this class pretty well. Up at the top, a couple, not a lot.
I don't know.
There's no real blue chip.
It's weirdly more in flux than usual, but you're right that the offensive tackles, I think, could be safely lumped in, like a few guys into the same general tier, I guess. Yeah.
And so I don't see anybody really trading up for that reason. So I would agree with you that, okay, if they're going up for two things that they probably don't need.
I'd like to get Carnell Tate maybe.
Colonel
Um,
Tate, possibly. I mean, that's a wide receiver from my understanding, and I like Tate a lot, so I don't want to take this away. Tate is a player that I've watched a ton of because I've watched a ton of OSU. I like Colonel Tate a ton. I thought he really flashed this year, especially with what's his name, kind of not flashing as much as you would think. Their true freshman from the year before, who still a stud, but um
Jeremiah Smith.
Jeremiah Smith, thank you. Was getting a lot more attention, I think, on the defensive end of things.
Yeah,
Um,
I would say so. Actually, thinking this through, if the Browns were to be making this offer, I do think it would probably would be for Carnell Tate, just because the Titans and Giants both could draft Carnell Tate. But again, the Browns wouldn't be making this offer. I just don't.
I
I
don't see
don't
it
think
either.
there's any way they would do that. They traded back last year. They're being kind of smart about all this. They're not doing that.
Yep. Yep. I also think that they know that with their cap crunch, specifically with Deshaun Watson, they know that they need as many rookies as possible because it's going to be the only way to get through this in a competitive way.
Uh,
Um,
let's hit Seahawks and Bengals both really quick.
yeah.
Their general managers would never do anything remotely like this. I don't know if I've ever seen the Bengals trade up in the 23 years I've been watching the NFL draft.
Well, can you see the offer that they're trying to make the Seahawks make here?
I have the same offer, I assume, so it's 10 and 41 for 3, right?
No, it's
Oh,
32-64.
Seahawks, I'm sorry.
Yep. Okay, you can maximize the screen so you're not looking. You know you don't need me as the big face, right? You can just hit the.
I know, but I like it better this way.
Oh,
I also want to see myself and make sure I'm not making a really stupid face.
that's right. That's right.
Also, my hair is very puffy in the front right
Well,
now.
it's so. Well, I guess it doesn't keep you in the screen.
No, I gotta look at the entire thing to do that. I like work meetings whenever I have to like put something over the screen of the Zoom thing because I can't. I'm like sharing a screen on one thing and I'm trying to do something like that. I hate it. I hate it. I need to be able to look at what's going on the screen.
Yeah, I'm lucky. I've got the OBS feed, so I can see us.
Okay, so I could see it's their first, second, then their next year first and second, and then the next year first.
That's an insane trade.
That's completely
That's a
crazy. The Seahawks could miss the playoffs next year, and that would
yeah.
be that. They'd have if Darnold regresses at all, they'd have no way out of Darnold. They would never make that trade. And plus, Schneider likes moving down. He also does not like moving up.
I also don't know how I feel about this Bengals trade. That's absolutely. It's different from yours, so it's 10-41, 110 in next year's first.
Oh, but they're also getting a second.
They're getting a third, 65.
Oh, I didn't do the. I forgot to do the Jimmy Johnson.
What were you doing? The Rich Hill or the?
I was doing the default. I gotta restart here. Change teams. All teams. This website's so nice, but they really make you try to remember shit.
You know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm with you on the Chiefs. I think the Chiefs move up. I think the Chiefs move up aggressively. They just missed the playoffs. What? How long is Mahomes out for? Not the. I assume he's missing some of the games next year.
This is wild. So I redid it, and I have the Chiefs and Tampa Bay both offering to trade up now. So we're weirdly in the same ballpark.
All right. What are the Chiefs? What are the Chiefs offering in yours?
9, 29, 74, and a round 3 pick in 2027. I will say that is really, really rich for a team that I would say the Chiefs need everything almost. They don't need a quarterback. They don't need a left tackle. They don't need a center or a guard.
But they need like the entire
They
right
kind
side
of maybe
the
need a
line.
guard later. I would say every level of defense they need. They have a free safety, but not really a strong safety, if I'm remembering correctly. Like
They
they
need
really
linebacker
don't have
help.
anything.
They need cornerback help. They need now you could just put that all on Spags, and their defense was really good. So expecting a bit of regression just due to players is kind of almost expected. Their offense was not.
But they lost. They did lose both starting corners and Brian Cook at safety. So like their defensive backfield is wildly in flux. So that's also an issue.
They also didn't have a pass rush last year, and they were that good. So
right. So they are in this situation that even if they kind of stink next year in the same general way, they're not going to stink this much ever again. So for once, they're in shouting distance of being able to draft a blue chip player. like that people agree are a blue chip player. Like it's not. There's no projection. Like David Bailey is probably a blue chip player. That would be extremely tempting. They are armed with an extra pick.
Wouldn't they just rather, though? Let me ask you this, because you mentioned they need somebody on every level. I'm a big Caleb Downs fan, right? They do need a safety. Now, I don't know if they need a safety of that style, but they do need a safety. Why not just wait it out, see if Downs falls to you, and then pick somebody like a Caleb Downs once he gets there?
If I'm the Chiefs, I probably would just stay there.
We have to think of how the Chiefs. This is the hard part, though. We have to think about how the Chiefs are going to handle this. The last time the
I
Chiefs
think
were
that
anywhere near this range was so long ago that it wasn't even in this range. It was what they were like in teens, and they moved up to the like what was it 11 for Mahomes, and that
they were
was
like
also for Mahomes.
they were like the late 20s, and they moved
So,
up for Mahomes.
yeah,
So they're not afraid to be aggressive about it. It's just,
because they went to the playoffs that year. But that
oh man,
was though.
I
Who
don't know.
else would trade up?
I'm genuinely trying to think here because I like. I mean, the Cardinals would certainly do this. Okay, so the other one I have here still is Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay would have to go up their 1, their 2, their 3, and their first round pick in 2027. I
One, their
think
two, their
Tampa,
three, and their first round pick in 2027.
yeah,
Jesus Christ.
I feel like pass rush has been such an Achilles heel for them for several years now.
Yeah, ever since the Brady Bucks basically pulled away and they lost a lot of that veteran juice.
Yeah, I feel like they might be a little froggy here. Again, unbelievably rich, like
Yeah, but this
15,
isn't something
46, 77.
Jason Light. This feels like something Jason Light would pull.
I'm
But
trying to think of
that's
a precedent. I guess he doesn't really.
he doesn't move around that much.
He's not especially aggressive.
Keep highlighting the same text. For anybody watching, you'll see me highlighting the same text. The ADHD trigger finger. Just going. I mean, it says it's pretty even.
So what I would say, the other thing about the Bucks, I would say is they don't really have any real need on offense. Like they're pretty much set there. Giving up the next year first would lock them into Baker for another year when they might not want to be. But they're pretty set up. Like the receiver room is pretty stacked with guys that you would be fine using.
I'm gonna give you a little bit of a curveball. Let's do a 2027 third instead of this year's third. That I can see them getting rid of their 2 top 50 picks this year, and then a 2 future draft picks next year, right?
Yeah.
Over getting rid of everything this year because you want to come out of a class with some picks, right? And 77 might be a trade back option for them to recoup some of it, but you need to come out of it with it. You don't want a draft class that is like barren in this sense.
Okay.
Sure.
Well, I'm still not sure. So the last one I want to talk about is the Cowboys. And now I will change my team here and see what the Cowboys would have to offer. The Cowboys would offer probably just 12, 20, and 92. They don't have a second round pick, though, and they do have a lot of needs everywhere. But if we're going to talk about somebody who would get very aggressive, it is often Jerry Jones.
It is, but does Jerry Jones do much of their draft, whereas their player personnel guy, who I always forget the name of, does
I mean,
a lot of this?
they're all
They're all mixed
yeah,
in together on this.
yeah. I mean, they're following marching to the same drummer, and I also forget the guy's name. It's like McRae or something.
All right.
Cowboys could really use the Cowboys could really use a pass rusher, obviously. So they traded for Rashawn Gary, and they have why did it say Otito Ogbonnia? Oh, they're making him a 3,
Thing
4.
is, the Cowboys also have the same issue that it correct me if I'm wrong here. Maybe I've missed out on some stuff in free agency. They have the same issue the Chiefs have, where it's you've got issues on every level of that defense.
Yeah,
Actually, their
that's
defensive
basically the
line is
case.
probably their defensive line is probably their strongest set like of units on that
They're good
defense,
on the
right?
D line. They don't have really anything as far as like a pass rush rotation goes. I guess they have Izaraku and Rashawn Gary and Sam Williams is just I guess going to be there forever, even though I think he's still like only in his like third year. It just feels like he's been
Yep.
there forever.
But they have like
Um,
Quinnen Williams. They have fucking
yeah. So then the interior, they're pretty strong there.
they did try to add Max Crosby though, so they are insane about adding another edge rusher. So if they see it this way, then they see it this way.
Yeah. So what was the offer for Crosby was, Osa.
It was a 1 and 2, and
I can't remember. I can't remember how to say his name. It was a 1-2 and Osa, I guess probably.
yes,
I gotta look up this guy's name. I can never. I think I was forgetting in the last one that we didn't post. Osa Adigazua. So they don't seem especially willing to give up both firsts, and that's probably what it would take to move up to 3.
I don't think you're gonna get this offer done. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is where I'm like, I think the Cardinals would want to trade, but this is why I said I think the Cardinals will want to trade. Who is going to trade up?
It's
You
just
need
so
Tunis to go.
it's just so boring not to. I just think the Cardinals. There's somebody who might be willing to do it, but I don't know if it's any of these teams. Because yeah, the Cowboys. I think the Bucks. I don't. There's not a great argument against the Bucks. They don't have that much that is so pressing that they wouldn't go up and like get aggressive for their guy.
Let me redo the Bucks one real quick.
But I mean, ultimately,
what the fuck? And then an extra first.
Ultimately, you
But
get
you're
the
also
final set here.
yeah. The reason why I don't want to do the Bucks is we are talking 2 first-round picks for a dart throw at an edge, essentially, right? Like, do I think Jason Light doesn't see it as a dart throw and he sees it more as like, let me go get my guy? Yeah. Now I'm thinking in a different kind of GM's head. But I don't think there's enough precedent of him saying, let me go up and get my guy, right?
Yeah. I guess there's one more team that we could think about. The Saints,
Can I just
who should be willing to just stay there. But
yeah, but it's the Saints.
It's the Saints, so
thinking like 242 and then
well, even this is really a lot.
I mean,
like 1 and 2.
Well, yeah, we're talking Jimmy Johnson here. So Jimmy Johnson, you're going to decline like it's a almost quadratic decline, inverse quadratic decline from the first few picks. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, so I think the Cardinals would take 1, 2, and a 27-2. I don't know.
They could throw in.
Because the other thing is, I think the Cardinals, part of the Cardinals' motivation is like to get any additional draft stuff. Maybe lets them sneak back in for Ty Simpson at the end of the round. And if anything is proven to maybe give coaching staffs and especially in this case GMs like a little bit of a leash is if they uncover a decent quarterback prospect.
Yeah,
or one they at least like just let us work with this for a second.
All right, I threw in a little bit of a change up here. Because this would probably be something I think the Cardinals would do. I'm throwing in 104 as well from the Cardinals to get an extra third next year. What are your thoughts?
This sucks. I think the Cardinals actually just have to pick. I don't think any of these teams. It's weird. I think one team probably will be willing to do something. I just can't say confidently what like it's any of these teams that I keep saying. So all of them are pretty well off just staying where they are and making their picks.
That's what I came into that trade with. It,
Yeah. It just sucks
and
because I feel like the Cardinals are extremely motivated to move down. Like I think they'd really like to get a right tackle to start this year. I think they'd
and
like to get ammo to move up for Ty Simpson. But I also think like they do need an edge, and David Bailey's the best player on the board. So
yeah, I actually think I know where I'm going to be sending Ty Simpson. If I won't. Oh, I will have that. I will have that pick. I think I will have that pick. All right, I'm going to go David Bailey then. I'm going to give them an edge, and go from there. Thoughts?
I agree.
Cool. All right, going on to the Titans.
Okay, Tennessee Titties. So they offer, or they did a pretty good amount in the offseason. I got to pull them up every once and just make sure I'm remembering everything correctly. So, see, they brought in John Franklin Myers. They traded for Jermaine Johnson to be an edge. They could still use another edge, but the good one just got drafted. Spent huge on the secondary. Alontae Taylor and Cordell Flott. So this is weird, but usually my rule of thumb with running backs that are considered elite, and especially if there's any smoke at all, is the first team that needs one will just draft him. So
Hey, I'm not gonna go against that. Kuiper's got them going Jeremiah Love. I thought that was crazy, but people love Love. I love Love. So I know you love Love. This Love specific.
I've been thinking a little bit about Jeremiah, just a little bit, and I've been thinking, where do I put him as far as the really high ranked running backs who have gone top 10 in recent history go? And like as a prospect, I think
really
I
quickly
definitely
name
favor
those guys out.
Bijan.
Yeah, so Bijan, it would be Bijan. It would be.
I'm in the process of doing it right now.
Oh, sorry.
I think I like Bijan better, but I think at the time I would take him over. I think over Genti. It's very tough on Genti, and then I think definitely over Jahmyr Gibbs as a prospect. And that's about it, right? Like we'd have to go like kind of far back to Saquon, I think, for the next like top 10-ish type running back.
Is the Beast not a PDF this year? Is it just a?
It's a PDF. Yeah, you really gotta. They did it in a really weird way, and also the thing that you're looking at is like really not very user friendly because every time you try to search for something, it then like you click on it and then you got to like go back to the thing and search it all over, sort it all over, and it sucks.
Yep.
Just pull up the PDF. It's the best way to do it.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how the fuck to get the PDF. Where's the download for it?
I'll just send you the link.
Oh, if downloading a PDF and printing it out yourself is how, we have you covered. Got it. Download the PDF here. Got it. Then I got the password. All right, what are you thinking here?
Yeah, I buy Jeremiah Love. I think I think Saleh would love Sonny Styles, and I wish. So I really want to stop referencing how you haven't watched the draft because it really doesn't matter. But I do wish very much that you had watched more Sonny Styles because I'd really like to know your thoughts. I do think Sonny Styles is probably the best linebacker prospect I've maybe ever seen, at least through the lens of like adult eyes.
Better than both the linebackers I saw last year. Because I've heard a good bit about Sonny Styles recently just going through the little bit that I have done, and it sounds like he is very much so a read, react, instincts, gets in there and sees it and does. Why does it say we got a chat? Oh, you sent me the link. Nice. Oh, we got a little chat. Just so everyone knows, I'm not going to say what we're using, but we use a completely different web client for. We don't use Zoom. We use a different thing that allows me to pipe in our mics and everything separately, which is really nice. And I did not know this thing had a little chat client, but it's got a little chat client. Let's go. I typically just use our Google Chat. I could just be using that this whole time. Anyway, Yeah, no, from everything I've heard about Sonny Styles, he sounds like he's right up my alley. I might
He
just
really
watch him just
he
for the sake of watching him. I've got the
he's
all
up.
22.
It's not. I think he's up your alley, and therefore up my alley because I've learned a lot about linebacking from you. And then also, he also happens to be like one of the most athletic linebackers to ever come out. Like he just seems like perfect to me. I don't
He's got
I
both the best of
I
both already.
really have a hard time seeing any downside. He just is a linebacker. And granted,
Typically,
Jeremiah Love is just a running back, but I do think I'm a little surprised they didn't release Tony Pollard and they still have Tajay Spears. So it's kind of a weird, you know, it's not like a perfect fit, but there's smoke. And I have yet to go wrong saying if a team needs a running back, they will likely take a really highly ranked running back in the top 10 for better or worse. So I don't know what I would do. I don't think I probably wouldn't do either of those two things with the fourth pick, but I think that's
all
what
right.
the Titans will do.
So what are you doing? What's your
Jeremiah
final
Love.
answer? Jeremiah Love. All right. I'm gonna go Cardinal Tate for the Giants. I do think they just need another wide receiver. I mean, one, you've got the injury. What's his name? Wow, I am blanking. Wide receiver that went first before Rome. Help me out here. That draft class.
Oh, you're saying
Uh,
Malik Neighbors?
Malik Neighbors. Thank you. After MHJ, but before Rome. Um, I think they could really use somebody across from him. I know that they've had guys kind of like show up a little bit, but I feel like if you've got Cardinal Tate staring you down in the face, you really want to get that offense going. You had mentioned them as two potentials for taking them, which is actually what's got me wanting to go that direction. I don't think they need as much offensive line help as like I know this says that they need interior DL and all of that before wide
Yeah, they
receiver.
could use a guard, but it would be a really rich use of. I mean,
At this point in the draft, that's really not.
Maui Goa could and maybe should move inside. You know,
And I know there's some good cornerbacks later in the draft that you can look at, so I'm not going to go that direction. And I know the DTs are going to get a little bit better towards the middle of the first round than it is right now. And Ruben Bain, you and I had talked about Ruben Bain specifically, his measurables, as why there's that teardrop there between him and then the next set, T-Rex arms, if I
can
remember
I
correctly.
can I stop you
Mhm.
before you lock it in and just
Shoot.
float out a couple things about the Giants? Because first of all, I wanted you to make this pick because the Giants really I struggle with the Giants a lot, so that's a big reason I chose evens. And Carnell Tate is totally possible.
I know that really quickly before you go, both of the mocks I'm looking at just as like a reference for me, which I typically wouldn't do going into this, but because of where I'm at, I need some reference. Have them going downs. It is
Yeah,
that
I've been saying Caleb Downs for them since like before the season ended because he's Kyle Hamilton ish, and John Harbaugh is John Harbaugh, who coached Kyle Hamilton. His defensive coordinator is Denard Wilson, who you know kind of runs the same style as Mike McDonald. He's a disciple of Mike McDonald at least. So I think a lot about Caleb Downs here, and I also think a lot about uh, Sonny Styles to be like their big upgraded version for Roquan, I guess. If you're comparing the defense, they signed Tremaine Edmonds, who fine signing. But they don't have another. They use 3-4 defense. They like to have two big speedy linebackers. So I mean, those are the three. And the only arguments, I guess I'd have two arguments against Carnell Tate. We watched Hard Knocks, what their thought process was on taking Malik Neighbors. And Tate's personality strikes me a little bit more Rome than Malik Neighbors, which was a legitimate, decision point for them in taking Neighbors over Rome.
true.
The other thing, I don't really know what it means, but their offensive coordinator is Matt Nagy.
I didn't even realize that
Yeah.
until you said I forgot about that. Um
I'm not trying to talk you out of it. I just want to give you all the information
No,
that goes through
you
my head when I
I
make you do these
so
things.
as I was saying that all I needed was a little bit of pushback. Sunny Styles is a good pushback, but I just needed a little bit to push me towards downs. I didn't want to go off of the other mocks
Well,
specifically,
let me. I'm
and
going
I
to
feel
argue
like that's
quickly
a
with downs. I think Tyler Nubbin and Javon Holland are both perfectly fine safeties. I just think that they maybe want their guy,
and
and
I
he
think that's
is.
a yeah. I think and hey, dude, you should be set up in positions when you're taking a guy that you want as a blue chip. You should already have been set up in a way that he's not filling a hole, but he is taken a lot of times it is just filling a hole, right? In reality, but you want it set up so that he's not. So just because they've got those guys doesn't mean that they wouldn't take it downs. I'm
I
gonna
am
go ahead.
genuine. I'm genuinely torn by between the three, to be honest. But
Yeah, no, that's fair. It's also funny that they're all Ohio State.
I, it's funny they're all Ohio State, and Indiana is the one who won the national championship and beat him in the Big Ten game. Like
Yep.
they didn't even beat my. I don't understand what happened to Ohio State. They're so
Well,
talented.
it's coaching, bro. I mean, at a certain point, I'm not trying to shit on what's his name. It's more so giving my boy the Signettis of the world a little bit of love.
Yeah, your boy. I think you might have
Anyway,
been lapped. I think you might have lapped on that, Adam.
um, anyway,
I think that everybody in the world believes him to be the best college football coach in the world has kind of made him kind of everybody's boy.
yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But I was early to the Signetti love, specifically because of research I had done on somebody else who made me find his father in IUPUI history. So,
Ooey
um,
pooey.
Uwe Pui.
Ooey pooey.
Talking about some Indiana coaching lore. I'm gonna go ahead and take downs. I think that you've sold me enough that the other two mocks are gonna send me that way, and I know we're torn on all three, but I'm gonna follow what Kuiper and what Brugler both are saying as two people who are pretty damn connected, and go ahead. This is a predictive mock, hence the reason why I've got those two mocks up specifically. All right.
Okay. I wasn't trying to sway. I just wanted to make sure you had all the stuff you needed there.
Yeah, I know. I honestly, as I said, Cardinal Tate, it was set up that if you gave me pushback towards downs, I would have got downs. So it wasn't a sway. It was more like a, here's my lore, here's my little trap. If you took the bait and sent me that way, I would have gone that way. So it wasn't even a sway. It was me setting up a little trap, and you walked right into it for me. Thank you.
Okay, so this is kind of interesting. I don't think I like it, but when I click trade for the Browns, I don't think the Browns would mind moving off of this here.
You want to see
But
what I'm saying on my side as well?
I'll tell you what I'm seeing. Maybe you're seeing something similar. Do you got Cowboys?
I do not. I've got Dolphins, Steelers, Jets, and Saints. I'm gonna say Steelers are a no. Dolphins potentially.
Dolphins. I don't think the Dolphins would move up. They're Packers. They're Packers South now. That
That's
doesn't.
true. Yeah, you're right. That's a good point. I have to remember GM switch.
Jets, that just I don't know who that would be for, and it seems extremely aggressive. Grant, they have picks, but that's a really aggressive move, and I'm not really sure who it would be for. What else? What else you got there?
Saints
Saints.
going up 2 picks, sending a third.
So I think the Saints were probably hoping that. Oh shit! No. Oh, I forgot Carnell Tate is still here. Oh man. Okay. Interesting.
The Browns need everything on offense.
Yeah. Okay, I think there's a couple good trades here that I don't mind. Whatever the Saints are offering, what is it? Probably a third round pick.
An extra third, yeah, basically swapping the third.
Yeah. Okay, that's a reasonable thing that Loomis would do, and I think he'd be targeting Tate now that he's fallen.
And
I don't think the Browns, unless the Browns really want Tate, which they might, but if the Browns are thinking tackle first, they're not worried about moving down 2 slots. I'm trying to think this through. So now I like the Cowboys one a little bit. Granted, it's the player they'd be trading up for that throws me off a little bit here. But Cowboys receive pick 6 and pick 39. Browns receive 12, 20, and 92. So the Cowboys kind of split the difference where they could still address two needs, but they get to move up for more of a blue chip type player. It's just that in this case, that player would probably be Sonny Styles, which are you trading up to 6 to draft a linebacker?
No, I think you're hoping he falls. You just got to get. You might jump the Bengals, right? But
this might be your chance to do that, though.
You could look at Washington as your chance if Cardinal Tate's off the board. Way to pick.
Well, I think it's good form that we have to agree on a trade. So you don't think the Cowboys would do that?
I think it's more likely the Saints do it. Is I guess what I'm getting at. I guess I'm not trying to say it's one is more or less likely. I'm more so saying, or sorry, I'm not saying one is unlikely to happen. I'm saying one is more likely to happen than the other.
So do you think? Okay, so if the Browns say I'm giving them Carnell Tate, if the Saints trade up, I'm giving them Carnell Tate.
Yep, and then I'm thinking that the next pick is going to be another trade. I don't think Washington sticks and picks. I think Washington will trade back. Once Cardinal Tate's off the board specifically, I think they trade back.
Granted, I mean, I don't know who the hell wants up at this point. It's very hard to find teams that want up. So,
well, that's what I'm trying to say is I think the Cowboys would trade up next to jump the Bengals and go get themselves a linebacker. They want their linebacker.
Yeah, but trading with Washington's a little tough.
That is a little tough. We haven't seen NFC East trades. You know what? That's a good point. We've seen NFC North intra-divisional trades. We haven't. I can't think of many intra-divisional trades with the NFC East. So maybe this is a good point for the Cowboys to come up.
Yeah.
In which case, I think the Browns would probably take the Cowboys trade probably first because it gives them more, and they are probably less concerned on who they get after once their pick is coming up, right? Because the Browns need so many different things, they'll just let the board fall to them and tell them what they want. So are we in agreement then it's probably Cowboys?
I think it's fun. I don't know if it's right.
We're trying to be predictive here.
Yeah. Again, we talked. I mean, they could really use.
Those watching, that was not Zen. That was a ultra caffeine thingy, which I'm trying. If you see me putting in a pouch, that's what that was.
I think the Cowboys trading up for Sonny Styles is kind of fun. It's not. It doesn't really ruin their whole draft plan. So I kind of feel like it's something that they would do.
Realizing I'm doubling up on the caffeine, that might not be smart. Sorry, I'm having a sidebar here. I'm letting you think through this a little bit more because I think I know where I'm leaning, but I'm letting you figure out where you want to lean, and then we'll talk it through.
I'm fine with just the Browns staying and making a pick, honestly. But I also think that both trades are trades that the Browns would accept. I think the Cowboys one is a little more likely to me, weirdly enough. I think the Cowboys.
Oh, can I give you
a difference maker?
So the beauty of this is, I get to look over to my left and I get to see Cowboys trade up for Sonny Styles in both of my mocks that I have up. I don't want to mention that. So
I think I did see the Kuiper draft. I did not see the Brugler draft.
Brugler is also has them trading up, and they both have them trading up for Sonny Styles.
Where to 7?
To 6. To this pick.
Do we have literally the same draft as these guys so far?
No, because there's differences in who we picked. For instance, I think they went Kuiper is different on us on how we went Reese Bailey, and then Cardinals went OT instead for what's it called? So Brugler agrees that we went Reese first, but he went offensive tackle for the Cardinals. We're not the same.
Wait, does Brugler still have David Bailey available at this point? Then
No, Titans went with Bailey.
and
Right
then
now he's got Downs. They both have Downs, so they all both. So
so
he's
then he
got
has Jeremy. He has Love going to the Commanders, I assume.
he has Love going commies, and then Kuiper had Love going early.
Okay. Huh.
So we're different. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to make us the same. That'd be stupid and boring. But that's also why. And to be fair, I pushed back and did not look at these, and then I looked at these, and then that's when I was like, oh, by the way, they have what you're saying. So predictive. They're predictive. You might have been right. I might have been wrong when it comes to being predictive here. I literally just my eyes peeked to the left to the window that I have open for them, and I saw projected Browns Cowboys trade on Kuiper, and I'm like, I wonder what Brugler has. Oh, hey, he has the same thing. Shit, they both went Sunny Styles. So I
feel
think
like I feel so stupid doing the same thing as they're two smart people.
we
I
came
think
to
they're
it.
thinking
You came to it on your
I
own. To be fair, you came to it on your own.
that's true. I do think they're thinking more about what the Browns want to do than what the Cowboys want to do. And I am really fuck it. Let's do the Cowboys trade and give them Sunny Styles. Let me just
We were saying they would trade.
let me figure out exactly what
It was that, and then this. No.
Browns get 1, 1, and 3. Cowboys should get 1, 2, and something to even it out.
So to even it out, it would be 239. So they would basically be swapping their first and their second, and then they'd be sitting a third.
I'm actually going to open up this thing here.
And that still favors the Cowboys more, but considering the Browns would probably be like, hey, yeah, you guys are using the Jimmy Johnson chart and we're using the other chart, we'd probably win in the other charts.
Hang on. No, I think the Browns would give up something else here, is what I'm saying.
They're giving up 239. Look at what I've got.
Draft pick slightly favors Cleveland. Oh. But the Cowboys. Yeah, okay. Let's just do that then.
Oh, it's not accepting. Dallas wants more. Dallas wants more.
You're both teams. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, I could just force it.
Oh, the best thing to do is to change your team and the drop down up there from Browns to Cowboys.
I can't.
Yes, you can.
This one?
Up. There. Yes. So now go to offers. Just go to offers.
Oh, okay. Well, this is what they're offering. I didn't know that was a function. Cowboys received the first and second. They're sending 1-1 and then a fourth.
Oh, okay. I like this more. This feels more like something the Cowboys would be willing to do.
Okay, cool. So
right. And they draft Sunny Styles.
We're at Sunny Styles. Cool. All right. So now it's me on the commies. I had the commies trading out, but as we've discussed, they probably won it. Now I'm wondering if I'm at a Cardinal Tate spot or not. I think I am.
I struggle with the. You know why I struggle with the Commanders is I do think receiver is like clearly their biggest need, but also it seems inevitable that they will have Brandon Ayuk at some point later.
Potentially, but do you rely on that when you could just draft a guy and then have two guys? Because they need wide receiver pretty damn bad.
Yeah, no, I think that's probably right. They're often mocked Sunny Styles, and I think they'd probably take him if he was there. But like they did just sign Leo Chenal, and they already have Frankie Louvu, or it's like, and I think they have another linebacker that I may be forgetting. Oh well, they let Bobby Wagner go, but they signed Chenal, and you don't really sign Chenal to have him not play.
Yep.
Yeah, I think corner is like kind of their clearly the next thing that they would want, but they're pretty much fine there. They signed a bunch of pass rushers. Yeah, I mean, they're also very BPA. Like when they took Josh Connerly, was it 2 years ago? Was Connerly, or was that last year?
Last year, I think. Connor Lee was last year. He was with the Ohio State offensive tackle too. What's his name? The one that
Josh Simmons. Yeah,
was,
that's right. Damn. When they took him, that was kind of surprising. So
see,
like I
that's
could
how
see
well
them.
I knew last year's draft class. I don't think I could pull that with this year's draft class next year. That I can
Yeah,
at least name the dude who had a blown patella coming into it, or at least know the
yeah,
school and the offensive tackle.
yeah. I think the only guy I would think about here is Mauigoa, and they just play him at guard because they clearly want to make sure they have a lot of offensive linemen for what's his face.
Also, could be
Uh,
a eventual replacement.
yeah, like Tunsil.
Council's
Tunsil's
getting
not
up
going to be
there.
around forever, but also Brandon Coleman's a really solid swing tackle already. So I don't know. I think Tate makes a lot of sense. I'm not certainly not opposed to that. That's all.
I'm gonna go with Tate. I'm gonna get them a weapon. I think they're gonna need weapons. This year what they relied on what's his name like crazy. God, other 49er, uh, former 49er. Jeez, my name recall right now. But anyway, yeah, we'll go with Tate. All right. So here's a fun part. Does Ruben Bain match what the Saints would want at? I mean, completely different coaching staff, and it's not DA, so who knows? But we are talking
Right.
about
It's kind of hard to remember. Or
well,
it's
it's
kind of
hard to
hard to.
predict.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Um, but the one thing that I would think is that I really have a feeling Ruben Bain is less enjoyed by NFL teams than by draft analysts, personally.
I would well, considering the measurable part of it, I'd probably agree that that's probably a good instinct to have.
That is like literally taking him off of boards.
Yeah, I mean, it's those arms are tiny.
It only takes one, but that is literally going to remove him completely from draft boards. Like
Charlie's going.
if he fell to the Bears, I think the Bears would forget about him because he would not be on their draft board.
Yep.
He's not going to fall to the Bears, but I'm just saying, like he's just like not. His arms are very very short.
I did see. I wanted to send you it. I totally forgot. There was somebody photoshopped a picture of Ruben Bain on the Bears subreddit, and it was like the tiniest T-Rex arms in the Photoshop, and I'm like, oh god.
Yeah, there's a lot of tiny arms in this draft.
It's not
Spencer
a.
Fano. Huh?
I was gonna say just not a wonderful draft when it comes down to things. It
It's
seems to
not,
have
but
it seems to be, you know what, I'll say this from my understanding, it probably has a good amount of red chips, right? You're just not getting a lot of the high end at the premium positions that you typically would get.
yeah. I mean, it's going to be a hell of a discussion once we finally make it to the Bears, though, because I don't know. There's like not. I've gone back and forth. Like I thought safety, but like
Let's get there. Let's get there.
we'll get there when we get there. Like
Yeah,
it's
let's get there.
I don't know, man. And I've been reading a lot of things lately that saying the Bears should like trade up if opportunity is there, but it's like actually for
For
what
what?
though? There's
Yeah,
not
for
really
what?
anything like. Anyway, I got to look up really quick. I forget who the Saints defensive coordinator is because that's going to inform a little bit for me here.
Take your time.
I'm
Take your
ruling
time.
out. I'm ruling out Bain though. I don't think. Oh, okay. So it's Brandon Staley. That's kind of interesting.
That actually, I think, rules Bane back in, if I'm not mistaken, specifically because Bane can kind of fit multiple roles now, even with those short arms. Kind of like I mean,
So Mock Draft Hero is very helpful if there's an RAS, but he does not have an RAS.
mock draftable would be something that I would look up, right? Look up his mock draftable profile. Look up his spider chart. You want me to get you his measurables? I can get you his measurables off of the what's it called?
I got
Off of the
dual
beast.
monitors today, baby.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I could see his measurements. I just don't know if he has any. He didn't participate in anything Did he not even do a pro day? Like, I don't
I
have
guess.
anything on him as an athlete. He doesn't seem like a good athlete. He seems pretty powerful. Um,
I've got his.
I'll tell
Yeah,
you
he
what.
is, did not
I
participate in any workout.
I'm pretty good with where I'm going here. Let me see if this guy ran a 40 just to be safe. Pro day time 4:35. My goodness. All right, I feel pretty good about Mansour Delane,
All right, talk
local
me through.
boy out of LSU. I think cornerback's a pretty damn big need for the Saints. I like him here.
Also, a good pickup for a Brandon Staley setup. Let me just look at his.
Yeah,
Let's
feisty main corner. I think Staley like that.
go ahead and lock that in. Cool. I got no pushback. A defense like that needs good corners who can at least communicate and pass stuff off, and that can hold their own on the outside.
Can I say really quick? Asante Samuel Jr. re-signing with the Steelers just to kind of back up or whatever, instead of going to the Saints and reuniting with Brandon Staley, where he was so damn good, is really just upsetting to me on a football level.
That's fair. That's fair. I haven't thought about it, so I can't really.
I thought about it for the first time just the second. Like, why didn't the Saints just sign Asante Samuel Jr.? That makes so much sense.
I know that Asante Samuel Jr.'s career has not been up to par with what his draft expectations were. So,
but he's had good.
He's had flashes.
He's had moments where
he's had flashes. I'm not trying to say anything against that. He's had a good stretches, I should say, instead of flashes.
All right, so we got the Chiefs now. I don't know where you lean here. I mean, Bain definitely has to be in the discussion, I guess, but
I was gonna go Bain specifically because I don't know. In my opinion, I don't think that. How do I put this? I don't think Spags has a type as much as he has what he wants to be like wreckers, right? Like I think of like a Leo Chanel at linebacker, right? Like, okay, cool. Not really a type, but he can be a wrecker. So maybe I can move this guy around, move this piece around, and use him in different ways, right? Like Spags will run his defense to his guys. So if he can get a Ruben Bain and say, I can do something with that. Maybe most of the NFL can't, but I can do something with that. He'll do something with that. Does that make sense? So that's kind of where I was leaning Bain. If Bain had fallen to 9, I was gonna go Bain for the Chiefs.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind it.
Cool. Which I'm looking at now. I'm looking at the predictors for the first time, and it looks like they had the Saints. So Kuiper had the Saints go in Bain, and Brugler is in my same camp of having the Chiefs. The Saints ended up going Tate in his, and the Saints went. The Saints with Bain, obviously. I just said that with Kuiper. So they have Jordan Tyson from Arizona for Kuipers. But I'm going to go Bain. And if it's not obvious, I'm staying away from these predictives as much as I can until after we've talked them through. Just to make sure if we do align, it is a wisdom of the crowds, not an echo chamber alignment.
Yeah.
Well, we haven't had an offensive tackle go yet, and that's
that feels wrong. Yeah,
it does. This has happened. This happens in our mocks, though. This happened with the. Didn't this happen with our predictive the year that we went?
I think we did it last year, and it ended up being very not true. Like Calvin Banks went in the top 10. I think we had Banks falling quite a bit.
Yeah,
but I'm not like avoiding them. Like,
well,
I'm giving the Browns an offensive tackle.
We had Membo go early, if I remember correctly, because I was high on Membo and I was low on Banks. Lower than I should have been because Banks ended up being pretty good.
So I think the Bengals here have gotten themselves into some shit. I think the lack of offensive tackles coming here have made all of their most obvious picks not very obvious picks. All
right, so he's trading up for either a wide receiver or for a corner.
That's the thing. The Bengals are just not very active about trading. So So I'm looking at their defensive depth chart a little bit here. Um, the I almost want to do something pretty wild and really go crazy off the board here, but it doesn't really make much sense. I was thinking Thieneman. I really think Thieneman is going to be seen very highly. But that
You know,
it's
it's
just a
funny.
little too rich.
You know, what's
What?
funny is I think Thieneman was my last year's. He was my last year's. What's his name? Jesus, who was the defensive tackle I liked a ton? Oh, uh, he went to the Steelers. Help me out here. Same school out of Oregon.
Oh, Derek Harmon.
Derek Harmon. Thieneman, when I was doing mocks, I shouldn't even say first doing mocks. That year when I was first doing mocks, Harmon was going in like the third, and then he eventually starts going in the first. Thieneman is another one of those guys where I'm like, why was he going so late? But I think more so like second than third. And now I didn't realize that he's already up in like 18.
Yeah, I kept mocking to the Bears like before I think I even discovered mock draft here. I kept mocking to the Bears in the second round, or I'd trade up for him because like I'm not gonna not get Thieneman in the second. Are you crazy?
Yeah.
But like he also like proved to be like super athletic. He's just awesome. He's an awesome player, and in a draft where awesome players are not super easy to come by, it's not a bad idea. But it's like the Bengals would be doing a big disservice to a lot of people if they didn't take a defensive player. So it's like McCoy, it's Thieneman. Akeem Azador, I think might be better than Bane. At least he doesn't have the arm thing. He seems more sudden to me. The Bengals have 3 pass rushers, one they just signed, 2 they have a recent first round pick invested in. They really could have used another linebacker because they have 2 second-year guys at linebacker. I could really use probably an outside corner to maybe let Dax play a little more inside. But like the value on the board is really at offensive line, and it's not like the Bengals have an amazing offensive line.
The other issue is we're looking at a run at offensive line. I think is going to probably come in, right? Who's going to want to trade up for their first offensive tackle off the board would be the question, knowing that you might get a run sooner rather than later at OT.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I'll tell you, I'm between 3 guys, I think.
I'm also looking at the predictives. We're not the only ones. I think Kuiper doesn't have a single OT come off, whereas Brugler has the one that I mentioned earlier. Just a heads up. So we're not, at least this time, we're not against the predictives, whereas previously we've gone well off of what the predictives would have had at offensive tackle.
Well, I guess I'll also say it is good to be off the predictives in many ways because if it was as easy as just following the predictives, then
who watches the draft?
We wouldn't do anything. Right. So I'm trying to look for the curveball. I don't think the curveball is going to be that the Bengals are up with absolutely nothing they can do in terms of fitting a need. I think Orlando Brown probably doesn't have a lot left on his contract, but left tackle doesn't make a ton of sense.
I'm not against the Thieneman pick. And remember, the Bengals reach. They will reach. They've reached before. They reached last year, didn't they?
They just took Shamar Stewart. That was in his range.
That's fair.
That's kind of the thing about the Bengals. The Bengals are the ones that's like
they're boring.
It seems like they're using the same board that everybody else is using. It doesn't seem like they really have their own board a lot of the time.
They might, I mean, to be fair, they might not have the resources to have their own board. I mean, obviously they do. I'm not trying to say they don't, but they're going to have a thinner scouting.
It's a lack of pens and papers. They literally don't have the pens and papers and the ability to write down the names of the players. Which they just use the ones that already exist.
Yeah, and it's also a lack of money. They are the second poorest franchise outside the Raiders. And now Raiders have had an influx of cash because of it selling to different owners now. So They
I'm
might
just looking
actually
at
be the force.
I'm looking at the offers on the trade offers that are here. I don't like that. I don't like that.
They got one from KC. I guess I don't know if I realized that KC had another first round pick at number 29.
That's for McDuffie, yeah.
Oh,
No,
right.
that's too much.
Charlie, not right now, Bubba. Sophia is at dinner with her boss, talking budget stuff for this year. Fun stuff. If anybody wants to know what my wife does.
Super
And
boring.
so Charlie is like, hey, pay attention to me. I've got no one to pay attention to as we do this. I've got no one to pay attention to me for. And I'm sure he's also like, it's past 7 o'clock. This is my time to go out. Where it's like, Bubba, I just took you out like an hour and a half ago for this reason. But he's like, no, this is my schedule.
I'm gonna
They've also
go.
got Cleveland as an option. What are you thinking?
Cleveland's fine. I'm just like, there's no reason for me to move up for an offensive tackle at this pick, unless somebody really has a preferred offensive tackle, which I
Well,
just
they
don't.
might also just want to get ahead of the run, right? You'll see that, right? Somebody trades up to start the run.
Yeah, so would the Lions maybe do that?
But possibly. I mean, the Lions need help at OL at this point. Shoot, if it ends up being a guard too, I think they'd be fine with that at this point.
Let's see what the Lions do here as far as what they'd offer.
And the Lions aren't afraid of moving around on the board, so that's not a bad mention.
Lions give a 1 and a 2 for a 1 and a 4. Well, you're the Lions. I could see that happening. I don't mind that.
So the way that this has it is a 1 and a 2 for a 1 is what it's giving me. Which I could see. They're going up 7 picks, but they're also jumping up into the top 10, right? From 17, which is outside the top 16. My shirt is dirtier than I thought it was, and it shows on the camera. Hi guys. Charlie. No.
Let's see. I think the Lions 1 and a 2. But I'm just going to say the Bengals draft Francis Mauigoa.
All right. Talk to me about them getting an offensive tackle here.
Because Mauigoa could play guard. I don't. Well, do I like Mauigoa more than I like?
I already locked it in.
Huh?
I already locked it in.
Well, there's an undo button right there. But
Oh shit. Oh. Hey, more features on this thing that I like.
that you'd ever want, this damn site has. It's amazing.
Yeah, Charlie, not right now, Bubby. Sorry. He is really wanting my attention right now.
I just think the board fell really poorly. It probably won't fall like this in real life. I just don't know what else they would do. Like I said, there's like, I mean, Thieneman works as like a curveball, but usually the Bengals just kind of stick to the board.
They could have gone corner. I mean, that would be the other thing that I would say.
I mean, he's got the injury issue, and not that it really matters, but like he didn't play last year. He had a torn ACL. So yeah, they could go there, but also a part of it is if we screwed up and didn't put Mauigoa when we probably should have, I'm fixing the issue. But also the Bengals really just seem like they sit there and pick the best player available the majority of the time. And in this case, like he's probably an upgrade, could probably start over Fairchild or Risner in year one. And, you know, some kind of succession plan with Orlando Brown. So I'm gonna go for it. I feel weird about it, but it feels like what would happen here.
That's fair. Well, you took my my offensive tackle for the Dolphins, which I believe they have these. They have the Dolphins looking at corner, interior offensive line, wide receiver. I agree with, right? And corner, I would agree with. I still think they need a tackle more than they need interior offensive line. No, they need their
Well,
whole line.
let's let's say this about the Dolphins. Let's get this straight. Their left tackle is Patrick Paul. He's very surprisingly good.
Okay. Right
Um,
tackle though.
their center, Aaron Brewer, is one of the only guys who had an argument over Drew Dalman as best center in the league last year. Left guard, Jonas Savaiinaia, or whatever the hell. They just took him in the second round last year.
Yep, I remember. So
you're looking at the right side of the line. And Spencer Fano is a right tackle.
Yeah.
Maybe his arms are too short to actually do it, but like he is
32
one
and
of
an
those.
eighth. Could always move him into guard if you need another guard. If he doesn't work out, I was leaning
like
Spencer.
Salyer's not much of anything there, so like that's a possibility.
So
receivers, they literally don't have a receiver. That is strange.
Yeah, so I was leaning one of two things. The thing is, I don't have 40 times up. I was leaning towards who's my fast wide receiver that's so good, right? Because fast doesn't always mean good. So who's my fast wide receiver that's so good that's on the board? Which I don't know because I haven't looked at either Mekhi Lemon or Jordan Tyson as closely. And I was gonna go Spencer Fano, if not one of those two. So that's where I'm at. What are we thinking?
Fano's another one where I think he could drop because his arms are so short. And actually, they must have gone to the pro day arm length. Hang on a second here. Spencer,
would Monroe Freeling be more up their alley?
No, because he's really kind of just more of a left tackle only,
left tackle,
kind of project-y type guy.
Could they move their left tackle over to right tackle?
That would be pretty silly of them.
That's fair.
I mean, they could, but
I mean, I agree. I don't like moving when you don't have to.
Yeah. I mean, they need everything. They're the rebuilding assess team. Like, unless Malik Willis is way better than we think he is, like this is a pretty disastrous team. So I think just best player available makes the most sense here. And yeah, I mean, building an infrastructure for whoever your next quarterback is, because God bless Malik Willis, I don't think it's going to work out. It'd be kind of fun if it did, but I just don't think it's going to.
See, this is where you and I disagree. Malik Willis was QB1 on that team last year.
You don't actually believe that. That's I would even say like Willis just like he gave a lot of problems in games where Matt LaFleur was doing a very good job calling plays for him, and that's not going to ever be the case again until he flames out and goes back to Green Bay. I'm probably going to bet against Malik Willis. I like taking a shot, but I'm going to bet against it. And I think the Dolphins are preparing for who their next quarterback is as well, most likely.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, receiver or Fano are probably the things to do here. I mean, you can get cute and go Kenyon Sadiq, but that feels a little cute, I guess.
Give me a second. Let me look at the wide receivers real fast. I want to look at times if I can before I make one. 4 or 5 on Lemon, so no. Jordan Tyson did not on either. So I have no 40 time for him, only a bench press.
Can I say this? I think the Dolphins are a lot more willing to trade down than the Bengals are. And I do think the Lions are probably curious about this pick as well.
So I've got the Rams proposing, which I can see, specifically because wide receiver. So like I could see them going Lemon. They're gonna need a little bit more help for Puka, especially because if you consider like when Puka was out, that offense did take a little bit of a hit. You said who? Lions? If I was the Lions, I still think it's too rich for the Lions. I mean, if they want to go up, you're doing a first, and then you're doing a first swap. You're doing a second and third swap, and then you're doing a
I
fourth.
think the Dolphins would be pretty open to 2027 picks for the same reason the Jets would be, like just in case they need more on their war chest for a quarterback. And I think they have a lot of picks that the Dolphins do. Oh, the Dolphins have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 top 100 picks, and then 8, 9, 10, 11 overall. So I guess trading down doesn't make a ton of sense. But if they're getting like future, like they'd be willing to settle for future picks, which I think the Lions would be more open to.
Here's my question for you. So 111 for 117, as well as so 111, 375. So 75th pick for 117 and a future one with the Lions.
Just to trade up 6 spots?
Yeah, but they're also they're throwing in 75 for this year. They've got so many third round picks. They're basically saying, take one of our thirds, take our best third, right? Get those 6 spots, give us a first. Value wise on the Jimmy Johnson, it comes out. Do the Dolphins follow that same value? I don't know. I don't think so, but let's
What
come
if
out with because remember, the team trading up should send a surplus, right?
Yeah, I'm surprised that works out closely on the trade value chart. To be honest, that seems like a lot.
Because you're devaluing future picks a lot on a Jimmy Johnson chart. Well, real quick.
No, the Lions have a way of getting up here without giving up a future one. No team would do something like that. I don't.
But then a future 2 for 117 and a future 2 for
and then throw in their second, 4th round pick. That feels better to me. If that's what if you like that, I mean,
I'm down to do it. Because I'm with you. I don't think the Dolphins stick and pick here. It just doesn't make sense for what they need unless they go offensive tackle. And right now the tackles are falling in a way that does not make sense. So we're gonna go ahead and do it. And now the Lions are going to end up going with. Now they're gonna go tackle.
Yeah, I think Freeling's probably the guy here.
Yeah, I was gonna go Freeling for them. Go more of a left tackle. They need to replace what's his name? Who just left? Wow,
Decker.
Names are
Taylor Decker.
Yep, Taylor Decker. Gonna go ahead and lock that in. We are to you with the Brownies.
That's kind of fun. Let me get that trade put through on my end so I can follow along. There we go. Let me take Monroe Freeling. Okay, Browns. I'm going to give them Caden Proctor.
All right. You got any thoughts on Proctor?
I don't really. I think I like him more than I like. I think he's going to be. I think he's going to be good. That's what I got.
All right.
I think he'll be a pretty good pass. I think it's counterintuitive. I think he's a better pass protector than he is a run blocker, even though he's so massive. I think he's pretty good. Once he gets a hold of a guy, he does not let them go. But that's, I'm not watching all that closely to left tackles right now.
But, all right. Well, we're gonna go with Blitnikoff winner, Makai Lemon. With the Rams, I am gonna go ahead and get them another wide receiver, somebody younger that they can pair up with Puka, to keep that offense rolling on the amount of times that Puka ends up getting into car crashes and finding himself out. I just think you need more weapons, the better. Any vetoes or anything against that? Any other thoughts before I lock it in?
With how it's falling, It's probably fine. I consider Lemon more of like a slot god kind of, which the Rams don't really need right now. Like the Rams like lean so heavily into 13, and they have Devontae and Puka. So like in my head, I'm thinking
Would
like
you
if they
go
put the
Jordan
receiver,
Tyson over?
I don't know. I'm kind of, I'm I
I'm
don't know.
going Jordan
But
Tyson over him. I'm.
let me look up Makai Lemon's 40 time that he just
He
ran.
doesn't.
I don't think it was
He doesn't
great.
have one. Oh, a 4.5. He has a 4.5. Sorry. Uh,
Yeah, so he's
Jordan
not like.
Tyson doesn't have one.
Granted, they don't. The Rams
They're more
they
about
don't,
raw finesse than they are about.
or just in general they don't tend to care too much about measurables. Like I don't think they even attend the combine. So like it's not a huge deal.
They're like
But
football players.
he's not super fast, I guess. Um, yeah, I don't know. I would say either a reach on another tackle or Lemon or Tyson. I don't really care. Like either one is fine with me. I feel like.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and actually, you know what? I'm gonna pivot it. I'm gonna go ahead and give him Jordan Tyson.
Really? No, it's his 40 time. 4.49.
Did he measure? I've got no measurables from.
They're not. They don't have pro day stuff at the on the site. You got to Google it.
No, I'm on the. Sorry, I'm on the. What's it called? The Beast. The Beast has no measurables. Pro Day. Did
Really?
not participate. Yeah.
Huh. Oh, I'm just looking at Google's AI, so that thing
Yeah,
must be wrong.
I'm more so the reason why I'm going Jordan Tyson is over Makai Lemon. And granted, there's a height difference here. Oh, is the height difference more so than so this is the thing. The way that I see them is they're gonna want thicker boys, right? Which is why I was leading Makai Lemon specifically earlier, because at 5'11, 192 is a pretty thick boy, right? For a wide receiver. You get him up
Sure.
to 200, you're pretty thick. 6'2, 203 is honestly kind of lanky. Bless you. So I'm leaning almost back to Makai Lemon in the sense that you've got that strength to him. And I think so, but also Jordan Tyson did the bench press. The only thing he did at the combine was the bench, and 26 reps for wide receiver on the bench is pretty good. So
Ooh,
bless
geez.
you.
Thank you.
I could no, I mean I like Cooper a lot. But that's me and also Concepcion. Would they reach for a guy? Any
I
thoughts?
could
Help me out here. What do you
see
think?
them. The Rams are weird. We don't really know what the Rams do in the first round because they never have a first round pick until recently. So we don't have like a ton of like kind of.
Well, they pick the guys we like. That's the issue.
Sure.
Like think about it. The Rams on defensive line have picked guys that I have absolutely loved going into the draft, including Jared Verse when they did have the first round pick. So,
But then, so last year they had a later pick in the first round. They traded completely out of it and took Terrence Ferguson, who we liked.
we liked, yeah.
Um,
They pick
but
guys
so
we like. The
I
issue
remember
here is
that
I don't have guys I like this year because I haven't done this fucking research to
But
be like,
so
so if they're thinking like me, they would go with this guy.
I think so. We've done a lot of trades. I think they'd probably not mind trading down.
Who's going to be
But-
trading up?
I don't know.
Somebody for a tackle? Who's going to want Fano?
Yeah, I don't think it works. I would say none of your instincts are wrong here. I have some like suggestions for some like fun weird ones, but
Give me some fun weird ones. Let me think it through.
well, who's a guy we both like? Dylan Thieneman.
Tiedemann, yeah.
Do
they need a safety?
But also I like Makai Lemon. I don't know how much they're actually thinking receiver. they found Puka in the 6th round.
That's fair.
Their shots at receivers under McVay have included like Tutu Atwell in the 2nd round, just like a fast little guy. I don't know. But then also like they could use a right tackle. And that would just be Fano if they don't mind his measurables.
Lomu, what are your thoughts? I know we both like Lomu.
I think he's a good run blocker. That's all I really know. And he definitely has the feet to be a good pass blocker. That's all I really got.
He's a left though, mostly, isn't he?
Yeah.
Does he have right versatility? Do they need a left? I'm trying to think of who they've got at left.
Alert Jackson. He's fine.
So would they reach on a Lomu?
Personally, I think if they take a tackle, they would probably just take Fano.
Okay. They do like versatility on the line. I'm pretty sure they're very much like.
But again, I didn't mean to talk you out of any receiver. Like the receivers are fine. I'm not sure if they would. I don't know. I'm really confused by the Rams.
All right, let me do the Rams take Jordan Tyson according to Brugler. I'm gonna now look at what they've got on these, and Mekhi Lemon. So I was at least my inklings were right on the wide receiver side of things. According to the predictive mocks that I pulled up, the two that I trust as predictives.
I'll say between the two, Lemon is a better route runner, and I think
that would fit them
they
more.
Would care a lot more about that.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take Lemon. I'm gonna go ahead and do it.
Tyson is more of like a Puka light almost. Like he's a pretty good like rack type guy.
Okay. All right, we're on to the Ravens.
You did Lemon there?
Yep. Now that I see that they both basically had him going wide receiver, I'm just gonna go with my gut. And since one of them had them going Lemon, specifically Kuiper, we'll go with it. Which I don't even know if Lemon was still available at this point. He might have been. Yeah, he was.
Okay. Ravens, I would say Vega, Ione, they just need a guard, and the Ravens typically are just kind of sit and wait for something good to happen to them.
Would they take Fano instead and push him inside?
Could be Fano instead, yeah. Anything else? Probably overthinking it a little bit. But Jordan Tyson and Kenyon Sadiq both make sense. They still have the same. Actually, they got worse weapons wise because they lost Isaiah Likely.
What happened to the USC guy? I think Voorhees, right? What happened to him? I know he towards.
He's penciled in as a starter right now, but I don't think he played very well last year.
Okay. He was a bit of a draft darling because of his measurables, if I remember correctly. Then ended up.
I think it's more about how he played in college, actually.
Because I think you're right. Because I think he tore his ACL while he was doing bench press before he even got any of the other measurables in.
Yeah. I'm between Fano, Tyson, and Ione.
I'm not against any of those. I'll let you go for it. Can I throw out a recommendation? This one just based off of, and again, trying my best not to use these unless they get used for as like wisdom of the crowd.
I'll listen to it.
Kenyon Sadiq.
Yeah, I already said that. I was thinking about it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Sadiq, I mean, with the measurables is another one that would go higher than you'd think. I don't like him. That's an opinion I have. I don't think I like Kenyon Sadiq, but I've also been wrong about tight ends so often recently that I don't want to broadcast it too much. But he really does not have any good indicators at all.
Sure.
For a tight end.
The way that I've been seeing tight end is if people are already putting them in the first round, don't be too strong on your own eval as much as taking into the
Oh yeah,
fact
that's
that you
got
can
nothing to
run.
do with it. I think it's
Yeah.
right. Like same reason that for running backs being mocked highly, just mock him highly. He's going
Yep.
to go high.
Yep.
I think Sadiq makes a lot of sense too. I'll be honest, I don't know that much about Jordan Tyson. I watched him play. I remember the bowl game against Texas pretty well 2 years ago. Um, I just know that he's kind of a rack or a Z type with more of the body of an X.
Was he
So I'm just
injured?
like,
Why did he not measure? Was he injured going into this?
I don't know. I mean, I just think Brugler might be wrong. Yeah, it says he did stuff at his pro day.
All right, never mind.
Um, hang on.
Yeah, I forget how long these can go. We're already at an hour 40.
Yeah.
And I mean, I know how long they could go. That's why I was like, I don't think we're gonna get past 32, right?
I mean, I was ready for a marathon.
I know I was too.
Yeah, he did pro day. Tyson did do pro day stuff just now. I think maybe today actually.
Oh, that would explain.
He ran a 4.49. It's kind of a weird fit next to Flowers because I don't think either one is really much of an X.
No,
Flowers is not.
you're getting more size, but you're getting about the same amount of speed. Probably has better press. Probably has better winning against the press. Specifically, I'm only mentioning that because if he can bench press that much, you probably should be able to push a guy off him. Arm length wise, 30 and a quarter at wide receiver.
The fact that Declan Doyle is now their offensive coordinator does not talk me out of a single one of these four candidates either. Like Tyson has some, Luther Burden to him. Kenyon Sadiq is just sure we'll do two tight end stuff.
Oh, I think Luther
We'd
Burden
love to
might
do
have
two
been
tight end stuff.
faster than that. 4.49 for Burden would be.
No, just the kind of explosiveness after the catch. I'm saying,
Gotcha.
Just try to get on the ball type of deal. And then he certainly would like to have a very strong interior offensive line. And also he has a brain of his own, and also he's not in charge. So just trying to think.
I'm leaning Pinot, but that's for versatility. And here's the thing: you bring up Declan Doyle. We'll miss you, Declan. The other Doyle, the Doyle cousin.
Cousin Declan.
And cousin Declan. The thing that I will say is I mean, from what we saw with our offensive line, it was less about the versatility and more. I mean, we used it a little bit, but they did want to lock in guys into their position and run it from there once they figured out what the best fits were. But it also does come in versatility when it comes to like finding out the best fits and being able to rotate guys around a little bit to find that best fit. So
I think they are pretty good on the outside, though. So it's just like that's a lot.
You'd be getting him to bring him.
I'm gonna go for no. I agree. Let's go for no here.
Cool.
I think they probably pencil him at center actually.
So now this is where I'm fucking lost.
I'm a little lost myself.
I'm thinking tight end
For the Bucks.
What else? I mean, what else are you going to get on the board right now? Am I dropping that far down to Keldrick Falk to give him an edge? Is that? I mean, that probably fits the kind of edge that they might want. Who's the? It would be Bowles.
I would say maybe like Mesidor makes more sense at edge. We can also give him a corner. You can go McCoy here. I think is okay spot for him.
You know what? No, corner's a good call. I might go McCoy. That's a
like they just lost Jamel Dean, so they're down to some bunch of young guys at corner. And
All right, here's what I'm thinking right now. Let me give you what I'm thinking. I like the idea of McCoy. I also like the idea of having them reach up for Thieneman, specifically because I like Thieneman. I think 18 is probably reasonable for where they've got him, but 15 isn't much of a, that's not a reach, like three spots down. They still have Winfield, but would that be conflicting with Winfield? Because if I remember correctly, Thieneman is much more of a ball hawk than he is a downhill winner. Yep.
Yeah, I'd consider Thieneman. I mean, if he falls to the Bears, I'll put him wherever. But I would consider him a little more of a free safety type.
That's I think McNeil Warren is more of my strong safety type, but I have to remember because it's been so long. Because I also like McNeil Warren when I was doing stuff, and that's a bit more of a reach for them at the 23. They could do it. I think I'm gonna go McCoy. Give me 1 second though. Let me just double check something on. So Kuiper's got them going tight end. Now that I'm looking at it.
Yeah,
they don't have many real needs.
I think you're looking at this stuff a little much, if I'm being honest.
Well, I'm double checking after I've made a decision. I think I'm gonna go McCoy, but I wanted to see what they also had. And then Sadiq's already off the board to the Ravens. To what's it called? He has them going Big Ion, who is still technically on the board. I think I'm gonna go McCoy.
I'm sorry, he had them going with who?
Ole Vega. So they has a shorthanded as Vega Ion. Here. So that's Brugler.
Brugler gave him to the Bucks?
Brugler gave, Tampa Bay Bucks, Vega Ion.
That's a little square peg to me.
Yeah. So that's why I think I'm gonna go McCoy here. I don't even know if McCoy is still on the board for either of them. Yeah, it looks like he would be. But I'm gonna go McCoy. I'm with you on that. I think they're gonna go corner. And I do think that they need some defensive help. So it makes more sense for me to go defense here. And I mean, that's why we had them trading back earlier when it felt very offensive heavy. Because they knew that they can get somebody on the defense when it fell down to them. So this actually ends up working out decently well. Cool.
Okay, Jets, I want to... Jets, I want to get a little... I might want to go a little crazy here. But I'm not going to.
So they have, I love how it blanks out linebacker for Everett Reese when, I mean, technically he's a little bit of a tweener, right? But he's an edge. So, yay.
Yeah, I know. It's actually annoyed me quite a bit when I do these trades. Or when I do these mocks, because I'll do every team and I'll go like 3 rounds before I just like, all right, let's go to the Bears now. It's like I'm almost positive giving them an edge, and yeah, whatever. Let me, I'm gonna make this decision based on the Jets' top 30 visits. Give me 1 second, because I'm between certainly weapons here. I know they like Omar Cooper, or at least they're said to like Omar Cooper. Jordan Tyson's definitely fallen a little bit, but not like a crazy amount, I don't think.
Not enough where I'm not already considering. Like, is Jordan Tyson really that much better than Omar? I really liked Cooper, watching Cooper. But I haven't watched Jordan Tyson.
Cooper seems pretty legit to me. I was hoping I would see a certain name on this list. Let me try something else here.
Like, according to how these are ranked, they have Tyson, it looks like almost a tier above what like Concepcion and Cooper both are. And I really like Concepcion and Cooper both as wide receivers. So, and considering this is supposed to be a weaker wide receiver class up at the top, it makes me wonder, are they really that much of a teardrop with how these are ranked, or is it just that there are other players in other positions that are just in between them, and it's not that much? Yeah, do you understand what I'm trying to say here?
Yeah, I
Long-winded way of saying what I guess I'm saying.
Yeah, the thing is, what I was really hoping that I would see is that they brought in a guy that we're not even thinking about, or that you're not even talking about right now.
Is
But
there?
they didn't bring him in, and it was already kind of a. It's not that weird though. I'm trying to. So they have Garrett Wilson, who's a good. He could be an X or a Z, but he's an outside receiver. You can kind of move him around a little bit. And then they have Edney Mitchell, who actually produced pretty well considering Brady Cook was his quarterback after they traded for him. So I think they'd like to keep him on the field a little bit. They drafted Mason Taylor, a tight end, in the second round last year, I believe. But what I really want to talk myself into is Kenyon Sadiq here. Like I could see a team saying, like, we need a weapon, but we kind of like Mitchell and Wilson. And if we're taking a receiver, we're not totally sold on Tyson or Cooper this high, but like Sadiq, you could absolutely get away with. And this is a pretty good range for Sadiq, I feel like. So I want to do it. Let me see if anybody has brought Sadiq in for like. I'm wondering why I don't. I really thought they would have brought him in. Sadiq, Broncos. That's stupid. Why bother? Browns, stupid. Buccaneers, I guess. What is this? Chiefs, sure. Eagles, sure. Sorry, I'm very focused on Kenyon Sadiq all of a sudden. Texans, Titans, waste of time. Vikings. That I could actually see. Okay, I'm going to go with. I'm going to go. Man, I'm going to go Jordan Tyson. I'm going to be a pussy.
Give me 1 second. 3:30 and 6. Sorry, texting Sophia. Jordan Tyson. All right. I got no pushback. I would have understood the Sadiq move.
I want to do Sadiq, and I want to do Cooper, but I wish I had. Undo. We're using the undo.
Is it not letting me draft now?
Oh, come on, man. Really? Did I ruin everything? Okay, that's what you got to do. Make a small trade. Just trade 16 for 17, force it through, and then make it go back through.
Letting me force. Oh, because it can accept. Okay.
Just like force something to happen, and then have to go back. Then the drafting will be back.
All right, we're back. Now it's going to show those trades.
I'm not going to be as brave and do the Kenyon Sadiq thing.
Are we doing Sadiq?
Yes, I am. I'm doing Sadiq. I am going to do Sadiq. I think that's fun.
Damn, you messed up my next pick. I was about to.
I know. I was thinking if I didn't do Sadiq, I was going to be like, the Dolphins should take Sadiq though.
Right, but I guess now I'm going to go Dylan Thieneman. I think now at this point for the Dolphins, right? Unless you're seeing a reason why they wouldn't go free safety.
There's not a great reason. I do think Tyson makes sense here too, but I mean you could easily pass on it. It's fine. I mean, I do think I think Thieneman works. They need a safety for sure. and I do think
Yeah,
Thieneman could go higher.
and let's just say Tyson just slides a little bit more than someone's gonna slide. We haven't had enough guys slide,
It happens, yeah.
so go Thieneman.
That's kind of fun. Okay.
Which might just screw up the Vikings because I bet they would have gone Thieneman,
Yeah, now I'm
considering
wondering
their defense.
what the Vikings would do here.
I think I know. A run on safeties would be weird, but I could totally see them doing a run on safeties. Or, you know, I have one other pick, and it would be somebody we've talked about already with Vega.
Let me think about the Vikings here. I think the Vikings are low key. If Sadiq falls to 18, I think the Vikings might take Sadiq. I think O'Connell has so much. He's got so much power that he's gonna like force some like force some offensive picks basically. Because they don't have a real GM right now. So I think that could lead to O'Connell really forcing some stuff if it happens, but it didn't really happen here. I mean, they could definitely use a third receiver, but that's not really how O'Connell does things. So what I'm thinking is God, our draft is weird, man. I don't
It always is when we do it dueling because something I decide. And it's funny because this year I think we've done a good job of like bouncing back and forth, not making it an actual dueling and being more of like a
But
one
ultimately,
person has a
when
final
the
say.
final say goes to, because like when you said Ruben Bain to the Chiefs, I couldn't argue with you, but I just I don't agree. But then when that
Yeah.
happened, it's like, well, shit. Now what are the Bengals like? Everything like falls weirdly.
Yep, and that's what happens typically with our mocks because when we do a dueling mock, what ends up happening typically, because it is typically more dueling, is I throw a wrench in it in something you wanted to do later, and you throw a wrench into something I want to do. We have talked this one out a little bit more, which has made it I think less of an impact, but it still has, cost some of that
And that also is what happens to
in an actual
NFL
draft.
teams.
Yeah.
Like they think it's gonna go one way, and some weird shit happens. And now they got to figure out what they're doing. So the Vikings, I think here. It would be pretty irresponsible not to look toward the secondary a little bit. Urbana, there is a big part of me that thinks like O'Connell just looks at toward Jordan Tyson and is like, all right, like
Why
not totally sure if we're picking up Jordan Addison's 5th-year option. Tyson's there.
They have
wait, I guess they maybe they already did pick up Jordan. I don't know. How old's Jordan Addison? Jordan Addison
would be on his 4th year by now. He'd be going into his
option. He'd be going to his 4th. So
yeah.
Okay, they do plan to pick it up. Yeah, they already said they'll pick it up. Okay. That moves me off Tyson a little bit. I mean, that's the right call. I think Addison's awesome. They just don't really. He just gets kind of buried sometimes when.
I think a lot of it also has to do with
play.
some of the off-field shit that happened with him that I can't speak to right now because I can't even remember it.
I think he's done a lot of bad stuff, or a couple of bad things, but whatever. I think they'd like to trade down. I think there are candidates that would like to trade up. I just don't really think they have a front office to like really handle that. I think they're just picking a player.
Can I give you a sell on this?
Sure.
The Pittsburgh Steelers, if they stick at 21, I was going to have them stuck at 21. I was going to have them take Ty Simpson. So, no, I'm not saying that the Browns would take Ty, considering they might still, think that they've got a quarterback and one of their quarterbacks. And I could see why you might say that. What's his name?
I'm sorry. Hang on. Hang on 1 sec. I'm sorry. Who said you could? Who said you could leave the room?
I got paranoid about my NSYNC dolls not being there, and like Bob accidentally taking them.
You're going to the garage to check on your NSYNC puppets.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's something that's going to be on the internet now. Okay.
That and the misogyny.
Well,
obviously done for play. Obviously done for as a joke.
Oh no, I keep her locked away. So the only thing I don't mind that idea. Assuming that we would agree that the Steelers want Ty Simpson, which
they are the ones that took Kenny Pickett. I'm just saying.
Sure, which almost makes me think they won't want to do that again.
Somehow I don't see the Steelers as an organization that learns from their mistakes.
And also,
they're pretty rigid about their process being the right process.
Listen, I have strong opinions on Ty Simpson, but can you explain to me what Ty Simpson is? Like what is the good scenario of Ty Simpson in your mind?
He is
you definitely have watched more of him than me because your wife is a Bama fan and I am not.
Yes, I've watched a lot of Ty Simpson. You came on to watching him around the time that a lot of things I think collapsed around him. More specifically, their interior offensive line, just offensive line in general, gave in a lot more pressure. He is a quarterback that is unafraid to hit. So it goes back to the Kirk Cousins type. He's unafraid to hit the center, middle of the field. He will throw. He has the ability to layer balls over the middle. He has the ability to play on time, play in structure, and he has better measurables than I think people want to give him credit for. He has a better arm than I think people give him credit for. All that said, he falls apart significantly, and this is why I really wish he took another year. He falls apart significantly under pressure. What ends up happening a lot is he can't play with a muddier pocket. He can't play with pressure in his face. He kind of reverts to, I hate to put it as this, but the more extreme version I'll say is, Jesus, what the hell is the BYU quarterback that came out a couple years ago with Fields? The mom loved
I don't know why I was blanking out, not really listening to you. Zach Wilson.
Zach Wilson. He has he has a little bit of that Zach Wilson in the sense of will rely more on athletic traits that he doesn't have, right? Like he's perfectly fine of an athlete, but once pressure starts getting in his face, it kind of just falls apart. Not because Zach Wilson is not in the same way as Zach Wilson, where Zach Wilson just liked to freelance all the time, right? Because he will play in structure, but in the same sense of I've got these athletic traits I want to rely on that probably aren't as good of athletic traits as I think I have, right? Is what I'm trying to get there. Very different reasons, very different styles.
He was very scrambly in the
towards the end of the year
in the Indiana game, and I was like, and I to say that I started watching him is slightly incorrect because I watched him against Florida State, and I thought he played like crap in that game, and then I think I missed one or two of his best games that were like immediately after that, and then I picked him back up, and I was like, this guy, and like I saw a guy who preferred to attack the sideline, which was maybe him getting in his head for a period of time. So I didn't see the good stuff in him. Now that being said, I am just going to pick. Really, sorry, just to move on with it for a second, we'll get right back to it. I'm just going to pick Emmanuel McNeil-Warren here.
All right.
I don't mind if you want to do the little trade here between your two teams. That's fine, but I'm going to do Emmanuel McNeil-Warren for the Vikings. My thing, and we can continue talking about it. I just McNeil-Warren. I think the Vikings. I just don't think the Vikings really have much of a. Again, they don't have a front office really. Like. It's a weird interim arrangement, and I think they're just going to take the guys that they
the last time they took a safety, they took a safety that I really liked that ended up really sucking. So there's another safety that I also really like, who will hope. Well, actually, no, because it's going to the Vikings, who will hopefully also really suck because it's going to a team that I do not like.
If he goes to the Vikings, now there's a good chance he goes to the Bears in real life. So in that case, I hope he's awesome.
I hope he's absolutely fantastic in everything that I think he is.
I was just so when the reason I decided to just take him is I decided that's who they want, and if they trade below the Panthers might just take him. So
Yep, that's right.
Not risking that. We continue on with Simpson. I get the feeling Simpson is not that highly regarded and is more of a guy who falls, but I also thought that about Jackson Dart, and I was completely wrong. So
I am correcting myself. So here's my thing. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Simpson needed another year to cook, in my opinion. Because of the flaws that he has, those take reps, and those take reps at a college level more than at an NFL level, specifically because those are reps that you need things to slow down a little bit in front of you in a game that's a lot slower than it is at the NFL level. The NFL level jumps up the speed so fast that if you try to fix those ad hoc as they come in the NFL game, you're going to find yourself needing time on the sideline instead. And that's what you've seen from a lot of guys who have issues when it comes to dealing with pressure, muddy pockets, et cetera, where, a couple years on the sidelines fixes a Sam Darnold, right? Fixes I don't freaking know, Malik Willis, for instance, fixes him on how to handle it. And that's why I'm like, Ty Simpson, if you're better off getting more reps in the college game to handle that at a slower pace and fix it now rather than probably not look that great when it becomes a bigger issue in the NFL and it's unfixable without just time on the sideline, which is why I'm not like I don't know, what's his name, who loves every quarterback on ESPN, Jesus. Yeah, I'm not like Orlovsky where I'm like, oh, he's better than Mendoza. I can see how some of his flashes would get you there. I hate agreed with that.
I hate Orlovsky. I gotta say, I think he committed to that take, and now he realizes it's bad. This is not an original. This is from somebody from Blues Guy said this. He committed to the Ty Simpson thing, and now he just, because of the nature of ESPN, he has to double down, even though he cannot possibly believe that.
Yeah,
I think it's okay to say that maybe Ty Simpson has a better ceiling, which I think that misunderstands a lot of what goes into quarterbacking. But physically, he's certainly got a lot more going for him.
Yep.
But
I also, and then with the Steelers, and we'll get to it when we get to the pick. Let's continue the Ty Simpson stuff off of once we get to the pick itself, because I'm gonna want to debate that once we get.
Also, you have two teams here, and
I don't know if the Browns will go Simpson. It depends on once we get to 2021.
Well, that's up to me, and the answer will be no. I'm not going to take Ty Simpson.
Yeah, I don't think the Browns will either. So I think the Steelers are going to stick and pick. I was trying to come up with a fun scenario, if they do pick that. So we'll talk about that when we get there. These two teams here now because I honestly think if the Browns pick a quarterback, they'll just take another one later. There's a lot of quarterbacks that I think you can go to, and we've talked about this when we talked about quarterbacks months ago, that you can find fit and have fun with, I think, in the second round, etc. Second and third round. So now I've got the Panthers. Didn't the Panthers pick already? No, am I blanking?
It feels like they would have because their team is so bad. But
that's right. But they made the playoffs.
It's true. They made the playoffs.
All right. Safety's off the board for them. Offensive tackles, pretty much.
They kept getting mocked safeties, and I'm looking at they signed Nick Scott. I don't know why the hell they would take a safety.
They go Vega.
They have you forget, but a calendar year ago, you were talking so much about how they signed so many interior linemen, and those guys are still there.
Yeah, so I'm confused why IOL is a need.
Looks like their center. I forget who their center was, but it's a different center than it is now. Looks like center is.
Can Vega play center? Has he shown that he can use center?
No.
Okay. So then we're sticking away from that. We're looking at edge then. Keldrick Falk and Akeem Mazador. Help me out here. Who do you think is more their flavor? So I'll probably go that because either that or Omar Cooper. I mean, they could actually, you know what? They could really use somebody across from. I mean, at this point,
So they've got Coker in the slot, who's pretty good. Then Leggett is
the Jet they
seeming
need
like
to.
the bust
Yeah,
that everybody probably thought he was. Now
you need to just cut ties there. I think at that point.
let me throw this out there. Do you think the Eagles will trade AJ Brown after June 1st? Like, that's a big rumor. I don't know if you're aware of that. Obviously,
I'm aware of that.
why they would do it after June 1st.
Yeah.
And it seems like the Patriots feel like they might be able to get something done with 2027 draft picks.
So I think it's going to go to the Patriots. Is whatever. I mean, well, unless I made this joke with Andrew. So one of my good friends is a Patriots fan. I said, "Oh, looks like because he doesn't want the AJ Brown trade, for his own reasons." And I was like, "Do you think they're going to take on all those distractions now that Vrabel's a distraction in the locker room?" But I had the AJB trade going there and not to like the Panthers. Could be. I mean, I don't know who else has been rumored for the trade outside of the Patriots.
So I like the idea. Just my 2 cents here is that the God damn it, the Panthers could use they like getting Bryce big receiver targets. Jalen Coker is a pretty big slot. McMillan's obviously a gigantic X, and personally, Jordan Tyson I think would slot in as a nice big Z. I also think the Eagles are always trying to jump people. Actually, I semi regret not maybe pointing this out when the Vikings were picking. But the Eagles are probably looking at a lot of teams in a row here that would like to take a receiver and might want to make an offer with the assumption that they might lose AJ Brown or
Yeah,
are already planning on losing AJ Brown.
The Eagles though feel like one of those teams that just lets the board fall to them, right? Like
that is not. So that is interesting you say that. It does feel that way. But what actually they've done is traded up one spot with us to secure Jalen Carter.
well, that was
several years ago, traded up a few spots strategically, just a little bit to get ahead of runs, to get Andre Dillard, a left tackle who was a bust. And I believe they also traded up a couple spots for Jordan Davis. So they do trade up. It's counterintuitive, but Roseman will trade up in ahead of runs and into like to grab a guy within a tier. You definitely don't have to listen to me here, but it's not out of the question that they would trade up for it. But that feels like a very Roseman thing to me, actually.
trading up to get ahead of a run would be a Roseman thing, specifically.
Yeah. Now, granted, do they
He
like
would have
Jordan
to
Tyson or Omar Cooper? They've already signed Hollywood Brown. They traded for Dontavian Wicks. They signed, I think, Elijah Moore. And they don't necessarily know that they're losing AJ Brown. So they're going to do all this for a receiver. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there as a thing that feels like something.
I think if it's so to them, if it's trenches, I would agree. I think that's specifically a trench thing because they know
Okay.
that once you get outside, the other thing that he would know is I can get wide receivers later. Whereas trench guys, you typically need to go early, right? I would think that would be something that he would know. So I'm going to say no to that. So I think I'm going to stick and pick, and I think Omar Cooper is actually. Do we have numbers on Concepcion?
If we do, I assume they're very fast.
That's what I would assume too. That's why I wanted to ask because
why are you overlooking Tyson here though? I'm curious.
I'm trying to think of who they would want to pair up with. Rick, why am I blanking on their wide receiver? That's a stud that we both liked last year that you made sure that I didn't overlook.
That McMillan, I did God's work making sure you liked him.
Yeah, you did. I came in with a so T Mac. Since I know he doesn't like Tet, I'm trying to figure out who they would pair with.
I don't give a shit. Don't be named Tataroa if you don't want to be called Tet.
That's not his choice, bro.
That's on your parents, buddy. That's on your parents.
All right. I am trying to think of who they would pair up with Tet. I don't think Cooper they would pair up with Tet. I think that Concepcion would probably pair up better with Tet. Tyson might pair up well with Tet too, though.
Let me give you my argument for Tyson here.
Yep.
Just really quick. Tyson is probably a Z. He's not very physical, but he's tall.
Hey man, 26 at 225 on bench. I'm just saying.
He just doesn't play very physically. He's physical with the ball in his hands, but he's not a press guy. That's what I know of Jordan Tyson. He can go up and get it. Yeah, but he's not. That's not totally his game. He's considered a Z. Yeah, most likely. McMillan is of course an X, like the Axiest X there is.
Yep.
And then Coker is a gigantic slot. It seems to me, I could be wrong. It seems to me that the Panthers, and even with Leggett, what they tried with Leggett is tall as well. It seems like the Panthers want to make up for the fact that Bryce Young is short by getting guys who are quite tall.
That's fair. That is a fair
move. Cooper is kind of a big slot. I'm surprised he's only listed at 6 foot. He plays taller than me too.
He plays taller,
but he seems kind of redundant with Coker a little bit in that they're both physical slots.
Yeah, no, I was passing up on Cooper because I do think there's redundancy there, and I think both spots.
The fact that Concepcion and Cooper are basically the same size is wild to me. I consider Concepcion a little Zay Flowers, and I consider Cooper like a
better Leggett.
I'm bad at I'm not Leggett. I'm bad at comparisons. I consider him like a 6'2" guy who like runs
like an AJ. And he's like an AJB or like
Sure, if we go like super high end of what the comparison would be, like something like that.
He's more.
There's better ones, but yeah, like that.
How do I put this? Because AJB would be like a super high end, almost comical, trying to fit. To be honest with you, he's more like a He's what people think.
DJ Moore.
DJ's more of a yak guy, though, an underneath yak guy when you use him correctly.
Cooper's pretty yacky as well, though.
That's true.
And that's what I like is Moore has been considered a yak guy his entire career, but he doesn't have to be. He can do a lot more.
That's true. I was gonna say what people think Rome is what I was gonna go with, but let's go Tyson here.
I don't want to talk you into it. I just really like the idea. I don't think Tyson's going to fall to the Panthers necessarily, but
no, I think
that would be a lot of fun.
To be fair, the reason why I'm also skipping over Tyson is because I don't know much about Tyson, whereas I know quite a damn good bit about Cooper and Concepcion from watching both of them a good bit. Yeah. Which, by the way, we're seeing a name here that I think is funny is Peter Woods. I heard a lot about Peter Woods coming off of positions completely, but I'm just seeing the name on the board. It sounds like he's somebody who's fallen a lot in ports recently. But I just think the name Peter Woods is a great name.
It is funny. He is he's followed the Brian Brace trajectory. Same thing with Clemson. There's a guy in Blue Sky right now. He's a writer. He enjoys football. He's by no means a scout, but he's trying to think about who he wants his Vikings to pick. And so he's for fun doing, okay, I'm going to do some YouTube scouting. I'm going to give you my thoughts on each guy. And at one point he goes, I like Peter Woods a little bit. He seems strong as hell, but he doesn't have any acceleration. And I wanted to reply to him and be like, no, don't get tricked by Clemson defensive tackles. They all do that. You can't tell if they have acceleration. They don't accelerate. They don't try to accelerate.
Yeah. Well,
I stayed away from it, but like, that's the thing with him. So it's like, I don't know what to think of Peter Woods because he's going to be possibly staring the Bears in the face. And we're going to really have to reckon with that.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and lock in Tyson. And I'm going to say, let's take a quick pause real quick. I don't know if you need another beer. But I need a moment just to let my brain kind of like simmer, and that
Can
way
you
we can
literally pause
continue.
the recording for a sec?
Yeah, I can pause the recording. So I'm gonna move us over to title and give me 1 sec. We'll be right. All right, we're
All right,
back
we're
after
back.
a quick bathroom break. You were saying something about how this mock, and it's something that happens, I think, every single time. And again, I made a comment, a little bit less so with this one, but it happens every time we do a dueling mock.
Yeah, it's fun. So I was just saying that I felt a little icky that I just pushed you into Tyson. But not that much. You had your own free will. But
And
I was really excited about the Jordan Tyson possibility to the Panthers. But like a lot of stuff's happening here that like is not being mocked. Like I go back to my Bengals taking Maui Goa, and I'm like, that sucks. But then I think like, do you even remember when the Raiders picked Brock Bowers? How completely crazy, and nobody did that. Like that was not on anybody's radar whatsoever, and that was just like totally normal. They had Brock Bowers, of course, he's on the Raiders. The Raiders did
yeah,
not
no,
need a tight end. They had Mayer. I can't even remember his first name. I love him. He's a Notre Dame guy. I can't remember Mike Mayer. I think. The Raiders were not going to take a tight end.
Michael Mayer. Yep.
Yeah. So that's the position the Bengals were just in our draft, and it keeps happening where it's like, shit, the guy that I usually put here, it's like, now what do I do? And now I'm with the Browns right now, and I think I know what I'm going to do, and I'm actually kind of excited to do it. But, yeah, I don't know. We keep like, no, that's what's fun about a dual mock. Even if you think I know more than you, you're keeping us on our toes, and there's nothing egregious happening here. I don't think.
And here's the thing: is like, the beauty about using a draft tool like this one, a mock draft tool like this one, is even if I couldn't come up with say a player's name right off the top, one, they do a really this. I love this site specifically, and let's get this site a shout out versus like PFFs. I love this site because it gives you a really nice little snippet, right? A snippet that honestly I typically wouldn't have gotten until like the beast comes out, that gives me a good enough snippet like that on some guys from places that I trust. Or like if I had to go to, I typically would have to look up Zerline and have to look up Daniel Jeremiah's stuff. Specifically talking, just for anybody listening, I don't trust a lot of different sites. Like I know a lot of people, I don't know if the Draft Network is still around, but like TDN, I don't go to a lot. I have my guys that I trust that I typically would hit when I do draft stuff. And what ends up happening is I end up having, when I do a mock myself, is going between the sites and figuring out who I'd like and like using them to figure out who I would pick for the Bears. And I do that over and over and over again until I've gotten really comfortable with the board to an extent where with the podcasts that I listen to, I know the board basically 0 to 100 really well. And then I also know day 3 guys decently well that I can talk about them in a way that makes me comfortable. This site at least gives you a good high level stuff that when you're doing mocks, you've got this. And I think the site does help in that sense. But going back to your Tyson point, because I've seen and watched some of the guys, I'm more likely to skip over a Tyson for somebody that I've watched because I'm more comfortable there. And coming to your broader point, which is very true, and this happens every time we do a dueling mock, is the draft, exactly like you said with the Raiders. The draft ends up throwing a fucking wrench where the guys that you've had pegged to a certain team aren't going to happen because they went somewhere else earlier, and now the whole board kind of gets shooken up because you're like, oh wait, that's going to affect, because now that doesn't just affect where the team that you had picking Brock Bowers was going to go, but also that affects the team that now might want the player that the Raiders didn't take, and then how the board falls because of that, as well as the team that wanted Bowers, who they're going to take, and how the board affects on that. It's a trickle. It's like a wave, almost like multiple waves happen at once, and it ripples down the board in ways that make it more fun because I feel like when you do a mock on your own or I do a mock on my own, right, we find ourselves getting into like a momentum thing where it's like I've got these teams that I really like the fit for. So you eventually, after you've done a few mocks of like the all 32, you gain this momentum of like, I really want that team to pick this guy, and I think that's how it's going to fall, right? And you don't always look at every scenario that could happen.
You try not to, but you get into a mode where like you have the other team ahead of them pick something else, so you could have that fit happen afterward, which is not how the draft works.
Yeah, and
Um,
you're right. You try not to, but you do get into. That's why the word momentum I think fits there the best. Is like you just gain a lot of momentum in that direction, and having something like this just like punch that momentum in the face and stop it. As you have two people try to come through and figure it out together instead. I really like the idea of doing mocks with multiple people. Like if one day we could have like four people doing this and really throw things off and like take on like a division each from each side, right? So like somebody takes the North on AFC and NFC. That would be fun, right? We're like
yeah.
you have just enough people to be able to control 8 teams each, and they make calls like, "Hey, stop! Let's do this." That would be a fun way to do it too. I think things like this help us see the draft in different ways. And granted, it might lead to results that don't make a lot of sense. Like for instance, last year's draft, where 2 years ago, we had tackles sliding like crazy. I don't think we had a tackle going until 19 when the first tackle went in fourth. Um, well, we had Darnell Wright going 19. I don't remember if we had JPP going earlier. We were right about like Broderick Jones and them probably not being
Wait,
worth the
no,
pick.
we correctly gave Darnell Wright to the Bears.
At 19, we traded back.
Did we?
I believe so.
Oh, I guess we did. We're being homers doing that too.
Yeah. Hey, they did technically trade back. It's, they did the Jalen Carter
but
trade.
I can't imagine being honest with myself and thinking Darnell Wright was going to last.
We were lower. We liked Wright, and I think we liked JPP, and then we were lower on the rest of the class.
I loved Wright. I felt so smart being early on him, and I wish I'd watched more offensive tackle film this year because who knows, maybe the Bears will draft one. But I got very smart about offensive tackles that year, and I was really on Darnell, and I felt to this day I feel very smart about it. That said, a lot of couple things. First. That is why if you're watching this, you say, wow, this sucks. Actually, we just explained why it's good. So you're wrong. We're right. This is actually very good.
Good exercise. It's not going to be, let's not say it's predictive.
Nope.
Trying to be predictive.
This is actually very good. Second, I feel badly because as you were talking, I started perusing the Panthers visits list, and they have had almost every receiver visit them but Jordan Tyson. But still, I like the fit.
We're not going to
sometimes you have guys visit you to learn more about them, not to signal that you like them.
And sometimes you also throw in a wrench and maybe not have the person visit that you already have enough information on. Sometimes you don't have them visit because you don't expect them to fall. But
I'm excited to do this here. Every time I do a mock draft, I don't have the Browns having the 20th pick, and I always just give them a tackle and a receiver in whichever order. That's what they're probably going to do. But there's an extra pick right here. They're right ahead of the Steelers and Chargers and even Eagles, who might want this man, and they're going to say no. And they themselves will be taking Vega Ione.
All right.
So now they've added Caden Proctor and Vega Ione to an offensive line that desperately needs help. And I think that is very fun.
All right. I said we would revisit Ty Simpson on the Steelers pick. Here's my thing. Quarterbacks typically always go ahead of where you would want them to, right? I mean, at least ahead of where you and I would want them to, not where maybe the consensus board might.
It's really kind of an A and B. It's either they go way ahead or way below.
That's true, and I think once you slip past a certain point, they tend to go below. But once you get to a certain point, in my mind, it's if you're in the first round, they go ahead, and then once you're out of the first round, except for that 2022 class. The 2022 class definitely went well below, but then they went where we would have probably had them going. I think most.
Which one is 2022?
Pickett going at 21, and
is that Pickett? Okay.
Yeah, Malik Willis and them going in the third round.
Yeah. Yeah, but I would say in general, you're either a Jackson Dart or you're a Shedeur Sanders, and there's really no in between. Shedeur was obviously a very strange case, but basically that. There's not much.
Shedeur, I think, ended up screwing himself with the "I don't want these teams drafting me," which rubbed the NFL the wrong way when you're not an absolute number one pick, if that makes sense. When you're not at Caleb Williams.
So I see that. The Steelers specifically,
who even Caleb eventually came around to the pick, right?
This is my read on the Steelers, I guess I'll say.
You think they're going to go Rodgers?
Yeah.
Is Rodgers settled?
Huh?
Has Rodgers settled? I don't know if he's settled yet.
If he doesn't, I mean, he hasn't said anything, but if that's not what happens, I'd be really, really surprised, honestly. So their depth chart at the moment is Mason Rudolph and Will Howard. I think they like Will Howard, but to the extent that anybody could like Will Howard. But they do still have Mason Rudolph, and we can assume they're going to have Aaron Rodgers. So you're not going to Will Howard and Mason Rudolph are not going to stop you from drafting a first-round quarterback that you like.
I don't think Rodgers is going to stop you either if you decide, hey, Ty Simpson can sit behind Rodgers.
Yeah, and that might be a good thing. I mean, it worked for Jordan Love.
Yep.
I mean, to a frustrating extent, Jordan Love clearly picked up a lot from Rodgers in the 1 year.
And I don't think Rodgers is going to sit there and say this time around, like, oh, I've got so many years on my left in my career. I think at this point he's like, yeah, I've got like a year or two left. If you want to have somebody sit behind me, he's going to be less upset by something like this, knowing
now,
that he's going to be the starter.
What I would say is that even without Rodgers, but definitely with Rodgers, the Steelers are the oldest team in football. Like quarterback's not the only position when they need to get younger. But it's also true that they are clearly not going to tank. Like Mike McCarthy was the wrong coach to hire. If you're like, we're sick of Tomlin keeping us in the middle, because
And
McCarthy will also keep you right in the middle, or worse because he's a worse coach than Tomlin. But he's not that much worse. He's a pretty good coach.
I think. All right, I think the way that I phrased it was they went from chocolate to vanilla, essentially, right? Like. I'm just saying.
Maybe just to be safe, we put it the other way around because it doesn't make a difference. And
sure, but
let's say they went from vanilla to chocolate, so
sure.
We can't make any
okay.
assumptions about what you mean by that.
I'm just saying, not just
Did you seriously not know what I was picking up on there?
Yeah, I understand what you're picking up on. They can make the assumptions. I don't care at this point. I'm saying, yes, they went from the black version of a coach to the white version of the same coach, essentially, in my mind, where it's like you're going to get the same amount of wins, but for different reasons. And, fairly similar. Now, I will say this, where one coach was really good at coaching up the defense as well. Maybe I say you go in from the defensive version to the offensive version, right? Because the other thing, too, with McCarthy is you did also hire a coach who's really good at developing a quarterback. No, would you not agree with me there? Who's at least shown that they've got.
Yeah, no, I think that's totally fair to say.
Right. Whereas I would absolutely, you give me any defensive player, Tomlin's going to take that defensive player and make them a fantastic defensive player at whatever position that they're playing at. Right. So I guess I could also go that way. Still going to end around the same results. Maybe, 10 wins. It's just so funny when it comes to we need to be able to win now with this aging roster, and you go for the guy who's probably going to get you into the playoffs with 10 and 11 wins, the same way that Tomlin would, and not probably worse than Tomlin in the playoffs, in my opinion, but we'll find out. Tomlin was the better coach. So
yeah,
in my opinion, I think
they're both their biggest successes were making a Super Bowl against one another. So, or Tomlin actually won a Super Bowl before that, but whatever.
But so yeah, better coach.
I'll say this about the Steelers: it is also hard to separate the way they've operated for 15 plus years. It's hard to separate what was the Steelers front office philosophy versus what was what they were doing because they knew that's what Tomlin wanted. How does Mike McCarthy shift it? Doesn't really have much to do with Simpson so much as anything else that they might do, I guess.
I do think that going McCarthy is a tell that they might, at least as a hint, they might go quarterback here and want to develop somebody behind the scenes. Kind of let
me give you maybe the strongest argument against Simpson that I have.
Yep.
It's twofold. So they want to win this year. For better or worse, they shouldn't be trying that hard, but they're clearly, their team is built in such a way that they would like to win this year. They traded a mid-round pick for Michael Pittman, pretty good receiver. That's not really something a team that wants to, just see what they have, develop some guys. If they bottom out, they bottom out. They're trying to win. they were also trying to win last year. They knew they were going to sign Aaron Rodgers eventually, or they had a strong suspicion they were going to sign Aaron Rodgers eventually. And in pretty much the same exact spot, they had a chance to take either Jackson Dart or Tyler Shuck or Shadur Sanders, if that's the flavor you want. And they instead took a defensive lineman, a relatively boring defensive lineman, even if he ends up quite a good. We like Derek Harmon just fine. But the fact of the matter is, I think with this very same pick, they took Derek Harmon rather than 2 or 3 quarterbacks who went in the same general range. So that is why I personally would not mock it myself, but I also will not be mad if you decide that you want to give him Ty Simpson, because it is also true that if you like the quarterback, it is a pretty solid move to have him sit behind Aaron Rodgers. And I doubt it's going to piss Aaron Rodgers off to the point where he's going to say, no, I'm not signing with you. And also in next year's good quarterback class, the Steelers will not be expecting to be picking highly because they never do, even though they might.
Yeah, I'm going to hear all of that and let it go in one ear and out the other and pick Ty Simpson, because this has been a pick that I've had. I agree with you. I agree with the win now mentality. I don't think the Steelers draft with that mentality, though. In the same way that the Ravens typically don't draft with that mentality, right?
I'm gonna say the reason I brought up the Tomlin versus whatever else thing is that I think kind of an argument for Ty Simpson is the Steelers do not do this. When they took Kenny Pickett, they did it because Kenny Pickett was going to be their starter that season. Not right away, but he was like,
they had like Mitch Trubisky and
yeah. This year they're going to have Aaron Rodgers, and they're not going to bench Aaron Rodgers. This is like a developmental play plus probably starts over Mason Rudolph if Rodgers gets hurt, which he might. He's very old.
Going off of my Ty Simpson stuff that I said earlier, that would be the perfect setup for Ty Simpson, right? A place where he gets to go sit, since he already declared for the draft. The perfect setup would have been to go back. Granted, he would have had to transfer because I don't think Bama would have kept him another year. They've got quarterbacks waiting, 5 stars waiting in the wing. So I think that this is the best landing spot for him to be able to sit behind an Aaron Rodgers for up to 2 years, right? Because I don't think Rodgers is looking to stay past this year, to be honest with you, let alone the next year. So I'm going to go with it. You do have a veto. You're more than welcome to veto this.
No, I don't. You know, the vetoes, especially the vetoes, made some sense when we're in a
more of a
less of a collaborative mood. But no, I'm fine with it. I would have talked you out of. I would have said no if I would have said no ahead of time if I really felt strongly. I wouldn't mock it. I like the idea of the Cardinals moving up a little bit later and grabbing Ty Simpson, but.
Which is why I actually think
that goes kind of into what we talk about. The Steelers' plans have nothing to do with the Cardinals' plans. If the Steelers want Ty Simpson, they're going to take Ty Simpson.
It kind of does, right? Because they wouldn't wait to take him to the second round, which is where you want to, and then trade up from there. They'd just take him here because if they want Ty Simpson, they know that if they wait a little bit, the Cardinals might move up and grab him in the first.
Oh yeah, sure. I don't.
Yeah.
I personally. Prediction is Steelers don't want Ty Simpson, but I could be wrong.
That's fair. All right, I'm gonna lock it in.
Yeah. Okay. So we have a spot that I think the Bears might be interested in here. I think the Chargers would love to trade back. We got to talk about. We're at least at a spot where we got to talk about the Bears a little bit here. Keldrick Falk and Akeem Mesidor are both still sitting there, and we could certainly agree Keldrick Falk is a Dennis Allen defensive end. You don't need to know anything about him but his size.
I already got it.
Yeah. That could be the case.
I'm highlighting it. 276 and 334 and 3/8 arms. Yes. Keldrick Falk would be somebody they would be interested in if they want to trade up.
So what do you think the Bears want? Like what is Ryan Poles' ideal world that like falling to 25 that realistically could fall to 25? I don't know. And I'll tell you, I've not said this to I've said a little bit to you. But but also the last episode didn't get published, and it wasn't really that coherent, and neither is this going to be. But
this is much more coherent than last. But
well, I only had 2 beers on the last one. And I'm on beer 4, so
there we go.
So Falk, see, I already confused myself and got incoherent. So the Bears built their defensive line in the offseason in a way that I find a little odd. And a big hinge point to me is what Shamar Turner is. So they have 3 edges that will be making the team this year: Booker, Sweat, and Odangbo, and Daniel Hardy. But he's not, whatever. We don't care about Daniel Hardy as a defensive player. He's a special teamer who could maybe contribute a little bit on defense if injuries strike. On defensive interior, assuming no kind of weird late round trade, Gervon Dexter, even though I'm not ruling that out. Grady Jarrett will be on the team for sure. Neville Gallimore will be on the team for sure. And then they made 2 signings that seem insignificant, but I don't think are, just because of what it kind of signals to me, in Kentavious Street and James Lynch. They didn't make those same types of signings anywhere else. They only did a defensive tackle. That makes me think they specifically wanted to have a lot of depth going into this draft at defensive tackle. It's just a little odd to me.
Push back on Gallimore. I don't believe his contract is a sign that he'll be on the team.
You do not sign Neville Gallimore in the first 2 hours of free agency for some real money. If it's not, he'll be on the team.
The thing is it real money? Okay,
why would you waste your mental capacity making sure you get Neville Gallimore 2 hours into free agency if you're not?
You're right. No, you're right. You're right. He's guaranteed his money this year. He's going to be on the team.
He's not guaranteed a ton of playing time, but he's going to be on the team.
Yeah, you're right. I just wanted to double check the contract because the contract could have said otherwise, but you're right. Okay, continue.
Even if it's not otherwise, though, I just feel like
they signed him so early.
Find that early in free agency and then not make the team.
Yeah.
But the hinge point for me is, what do they think Shamar Turner is? He was just a 2nd round pick. He mostly played edge. I find it hard to believe when they drafted him, it was with the intent to put I think 6'3", 300-pounder at edge. But somewhere along the lines in training camp or thereabouts, they decided Turner was helping them more at edge.
So if I understand,
is he just like a versatile piece who will always be a backup but can help out in both ways? Is like an old school Von Holiday type guy? Like what do they see there? Because that really informs to me what they might be looking at on the defensive line right now.
To give the history behind Shamar Turner, I'm pretty sure they drafted him thinking of him as a DT, and then they realized during practice he might be a pretty decent edge in certain cases. In my mind, what they ended up doing is they drafted a guy for one fit and then realized during practice he's another fit, and maybe not a fit for what their defense has, but a fit that their defense can move around. Like the way that I see them talking about him is it sounds like a 5 tech, right? Or like a 4 over, like overhead, which is not the front that we run at all. That said, DA is known to shift his fronts a lot more, and DA does have a more, how do I put this? From what we saw as Bears fans, we shouldn't take what DA ran his defense as last year as any indication outside of I had a lot of injuries, so I had to run some things more vanilla because of those injuries, right?
Sure.
So that's kind of my other tell there is like, do I know how DA is going to use him? No, because I say tell, I guess less of a tell, more of like a let's be a little bit more flexible here. Because I don't know DA with the Bears as defensive coordinator, what's going to carry over now that he would probably have a healthier team, especially a healthier secondary throughout the season to allow him to do more fun things that we saw in the playoffs, for instance. But on your note, what is he for the Bears? I don't think the Bears know, right? Because they are pivoting as they see their players practice and see their they didn't take him in the same sense of what they're seeing him as now is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I do think it's true that I think it's probably true that
Now,
they
let me add,
took him with the.
let me add something really quickly. To
Okay.
your point on what they think that they need, I think that they know that they need DT and edge help. I don't think that they're coming into this with like what we have is enough. And I do think that that means that they might end up having to move a player for less than what they're worth in a trade if that is how it comes down to it. Like a Jervon Dexter going to a team that could better utilize Jervon Dexter's talent. Does that make sense? So I
Yeah.
wouldn't pigeonhole.
I
What I'm trying to
think
say is I wouldn't pigeonhole this pick.
I'm absolutely on day 3 watch of possibly moving on from Jervon Dexter and like grabbing a 4th or 5th round pick. I'm looking at the Bears visits really quick to see if that helps me at all. Kamara, Lomu, Prunty, Orange, Scott, Brockermeyer, Thompson, Iheanacho, Zion Young, Brian Parker. Something that keeps sticking with me is Caden McDonald has publicly said, I think I'm the Bears guy. I would like that. I like Caden McDonald. No public interaction with Keldrick Falk, but there is one with Mesidor, interestingly enough, who does not strike me as a DA guy, really. How long are them arms? 32 and an eighth.
Falk feels more in line
Yeah.
with that. Now that could be, again, 30 visits. You don't have people visit all the time, especially in the early rounds. You specifically will not have some people visit to ensure that you're not giving a tell.
Sure. So what I propose here is that Poles does not have Ian Cunningham to hold him back from trading up. That's one thing here.
I'm not against the trade. I'll be honest with you. I'm not.
Yeah.
If we want to trade up for Falk, I'll do a trade up for Falk. I just
but I just want to think this through. It's interesting that they would even bring in Mesidor, who I think has a much better chance of being a pure pass rusher. But again, not really DA style. Like, why even bring in a guy that you know what I mean? Like, is not in the mold. But I do think that unless DA like really dislikes Falk, like for just scouting reasons, this is DA's guy. And now only 3 picks away, and I think the Chargers are very open to trading back because they don't really have anything they want here, I don't think. I think they would maybe take Mesidor here. Yeah. I mean, what's the trade? Probably the 3rd, right?
Bears receive one round, so 22 and 123. We would send 25 and 89 is what they're proposing. So we'd be swapping back our 3rd for their 4th on top of the swap for the 1st.
That feels reasonable to me. And Falk really, so if we don't take, the only thing that sticks out to me again is, I think Cade McDonald is not an exciting 3-down defensive interior player, but he is a 3-down defensive interior guy.
Here's my pushback. My one piece of pushback. Do you see us trading up in the 2nd instead to get a DT?
Well, not if they do this. I have my workflow has often been stay at 25 or maybe trade back from 25. Then often look out and see who might be falling in the 2nd round and trade up from 57, and then usually trade back from 60.
Trade back from 60 is typically my workflow. Trading up from 25 has not been, but I've also not done as many as you or anywhere near as many as I typically do. And then
there's always like Zion Young or Caleb Banks or someone falling that makes me want to like jump up to like 42.
I was going to say like 39. My idea with the Bears would be like trade up to 39 and go grab like and I don't know.
But that's also that's also my ideal world, and
you don't want to fit your ideal world into our predictive. I know. I hear you.
Yeah. What I think actually might happen in this situation is that the Bears are very interested in this pick, that the Chargers probably do want to trade. That's
Okay.
that's kind of where I'm coming in here. Leaping the Eagles for Falk makes a lot of sense to me.
I'm down to lock it in.
Do the Chargers?
I wanted to throw out the. What are the chances he falls to 25? The Bears will take that into consideration, even without Ian Cunningham. They would have done all their simulations that they do every year. They would have decided what are the chances he falls to 25, maybe risk it, and then in the second round, probably trade up because they know they can't get shit at 57.
It's tough. I don't want to trade up for Falk. I think we could probably get him at 25, to be honest. But and also I don't really care about Falk that much. But it just really feels like something that they might collectively put their heads together on and say, we got to make sure we get this guy.
All right, then let me give you one other piece of pushback. Let me give you one other piece of pushback. They've already had Mesidor in, so they're at least interested in Mesidor. So they, within these 3 picks, they need either Mesidor, Falk, or even Lomu, who they might be interested in, to fall.
Yeah.
Would they really trade up right now, considering how the board is falling for them? I honestly think the trade up, if I'm being predictive here, I'm not trying to fit in our own. The Bears, if they're trading up this draft, they're not trading up in the first, they're trading up in the second.
I think you're probably right.
You want me to be honest?
Who else might trade up?
If Caden McDonald falls to the second round somehow, I think they're trading up early in the second. You know those trades that happen after day 1, in between day 1 and day 2, that happen right after the round ends? The Bears are going to be a name that gets brought up as one of those teams that traded up substantially.
I think if we stay at 25 and Falk's not there, I might say that that McDonald's the guy.
It depends on if we go Lomu or not.
I think there's a lot of teams that want this pick, and I'm gonna find somebody. That's what I'm gonna do. And I think the team that I'm about to find here is the New York Jets.
Who are they trading up for?
Omar Cooper.
$22 for 33.44, and then so the Jets received 22, 86, 123. They're setting 33 and 44. They're setting their first and their second for a third and fourth in that first.
I like that.
All right,
let's do that.
And they're taking Cooper.
Yeah.
You just fuck the Eagles.
It kind of makes a little more sense than what the Bears were trying to do, but I'm on the lookout for the Bears to maybe do something like that. What was the trade again? Sorry, I'm trying to follow along on my own thing.
22.86, 123 for 33.44.
22.86, 33.44, and what else?
123 to the Jets as well. The Jets got a first, third, and fourth for a second and a 2 seconds.
Okay. Got it. And Cooper. All right. Eagles up. I think this one's kind of easy for me, but now I'm really into these top 30 visits. So you go ahead and talk.
Well, I mean, Eagles are probably going Mesidor. They need more.
I think they're more likely to go with the smaller guy.
Yep, they're gonna go Mesidor. They go smaller guys all the time. They just want those pass. They like those pass rush numbers. 12.5 sacks, 55 pressures. They're cheering on the fact that they fell. The only other thing that I could think of, and it goes back to what we had mentioned earlier, I could see Concepcion being somebody that they like more as like a more into the tone of, man, this sucks because does he fit Jalen Hurts? He fits Jalen Hurts maybe more if you do more RPOs, right? And Jalen Hurts is a pretty good RPO QB, but not in the sense of
who are we talking about?
Concepcion. If you're doing RPOs, okay. But not on like a sideline boundary kind of guy where they would have wanted Omar Cooper more there for that kind of wide receiver. So I'm gonna run in Mesidor for the Eagles.
Makes sense. It stinks because my favorite tackle in this class has actually not been taken yet.
Homo, isn't it?
No, it's Maxi Nachor is my favorite. And I think
you haven't
him
even.
being down at 36 is silly. I think there's a chance he goes like if the Cardinals had traded down to like 12 in this mock, I would have considered Iheanacho at 12
Oh,
for them.
okay. Oh, that's fair.
He's a right tackle with left tackle possibility, and like I've watched enough of him, weirdly enough, that I'm just like, this guy's awesome. I really like Iheanacho. And I think the Eagles would love to take Iheanacho, but it's just really hard it's hard to see them passing on Mesidor there.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm gonna go ahead and lock this one in.
Yeah. Okay. So Browns, I think we're gonna have a pretty easy time here, and
They've already taken Proctor.
The fall of Casey Concepcion.
Not technically not falling on this board, but I would say falling in what either of us would consider it.
Yeah, I guess, and the process of him end as well. That's the way I want to put it.
All right, so it has fallen the way that
feels like we've considered him many times, and
yeah,
he's going to go there.
So it's fallen in the way that I think. If I'm the Bears, this is how I think it falls. It was dependent. So the reason why I asked you who the Jets were trading up for before that is I'm pretty sure the Bears would be on the phone calling and trying to get a feel for who's trading up for what, right? Oh, you got a deal from the Jets, and then they'd be talking in the background like, okay, who are the Jets going up for? Okay, let's not give a counter there, right?
Yeah.
Bears do pretty good homework on the teams and just getting from inside their own draft process. They do so many damn simulations, and I'm happy that they do, where they try to get a feel kind of like how we're trying to get a feel here, right?
I mean, we have like video evidence that they do that. I will say, I assume most teams also do that.
I would assume so too. It's homework that they should do. But I also think most teams outside of maybe like the few that tend to fall for the trap, like the Saints, typically do a pretty good job of like not trading up when they don't need to, right?
Yeah.
So are we going?
Right, so I think I can't imagine DA not loving Keldrick Falk and standing on the table for him.
All right. I'm gonna lock that one in.
I certainly lock it in, but I certainly think I have room in my heart for Caden McDonald for sure here. I would love them to trade down. I just don't think they would do that. I
don't think they're going to.
McDonald on the board.
They haven't shown a.
It's more of a second round, more of a later round thing for them. But the first round, they haven't done it yet. Doesn't seem like they're ever very interested in it. But they've also never.
They've done it the one big time, right? Like, and then also technically the
Well, sure, like way ahead of time when they
didn't need a quarterback, and it would make sense too.
Greatest fucking trade, I swear to God.
We're still getting shit off that.
Saved our city.
Yes, it did.
Or possibly somebody else's city soon.
Hey man, the Lions hopefully not. The Lions also did the same, right? Like you have to trade when you're rebuilding. You have to find trades that get you a lot of draft capital to start the rebuild. And the Lions didn't do it the exact same way, but you know what I'm saying. All right, so Keldrick Falk, I will lock that one in. We've already talked about it. Fits DA. DA likes big, lengthy edges that can get into the chest of a offensive tackle.
It's the best case scenario. It's the best case scenario of something boring that the Bears would do.
Yep.
Like it still bores me, but he is really talented. The fuck is my wife talking? Whatever. He's really talented. I think a part of like what DA likes about these types of guys is on the the 1 to 5% chance these guys hit and are like absolute two-way monsters run and pass versus just like a specialist, and then with the floor of at least he'll be really good against the run. So it's boring, but like Falk is like super talented. So like it would be boring to me. It's not my favorite, but like this fell in a way that actually kind of is. I wouldn't have a hard time accepting it. It would be him or McDonald here, and other things here would kind of maybe upset me a little bit, but whatever. I digress.
I'm with you. I was gonna also say you might get some fans wanting Lomu. I can see it. I do think the Bears are trying to say, hey, we've got enough left tackle until and this comes back to my name recall today is absolute ass. My God, who's our guy who just tore his patellar?
Ozzy Trapillo.
Yeah, Ozzy. My God, I can't recall shit today. I do think that they've said we've got enough left tackle to hopefully find something till Trapillo comes back, and then that is next year's problem if Trapillo comes back not at 100%, but we've got enough to make it through this season, right? I also think that they're going to draft probably a center and a left tackle in the later rounds, just to add to both that and so like center, I could see us going in the third round and then doing some day 3 picks at left tackle and hoping that, we could patchwork something together with everybody that we've got.
I really want to trade the Cardinals up here and take my guy. I really get the feeling the Cardinals would like to draft the local boy, Maxi Iheanacho. I think the 49ers would be 49ers and Texans and Chiefs and Dolphins and literally every single team from here to 31 would be looking to draft Iheanacho.
Bills aren't a team that is against trading out of the first round if they've got to. They've traded all the way back.
No, not at all.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Personally can't really imagine. I don't even really know who I want the Bills to take here, and I think the Bills are down, they're obviously down the DJ Moore pick that they traded us, so they're probably very open to trading down. I think that is a very natural fit here.
But they would be getting, so right now the way that it's looking out is 26-34 swap, right? 65-91 swap. So the Bills would be moving up to the early third instead of back to like, I think that's close to comp pick. It's not comp pick quite yet, but it's close, 91.
And then,
yep.
That's what I got too.
So 65-91 swap, and then 143 is what they'd be getting. We good with that?
Yeah. Do you like the idea here? I like the idea.
I like the idea. I think the Bills are a good candidate too. So, yeah. And okay. You are going Iheanacho.
Yes.
Arizona State offensive tackle to help out the Cardinals on the right side.
They absolutely need a right tackle. Elijah Wilkinson is a stopgap there, but if they can't, and also I think the Cardinals will be thinking all draft day long about what they want to do to get back into the first round, because they'll be looking at Ty Simpson, so they'll already have the trade package put together and just take Iheanacho instead.
Got it. I'll agree with you there. And they've probably already done some phone calls too to figure out what teams that they'd be targeting. And again, I think the Bills are a good team to target. So that brings us to the Niners, who do need they need offensive line help like crazy. They've always need offensive line help. They just tend to coach out and scheme out the offensive line help that they typically need. But I think it's come to a point where they can't do that completely.
I'm genuinely forgetting. What were the 49ers bad at last year? Like, what kept them from? I guess they couldn't stop Kenneth Walker in the playoffs.
It was their defense, because their defense got so injured. They lost their edge rushers. Yeah. They lost. It was less their offense was able to do everything that they wanted to. I think that it depends, right? What's his name didn't get hurt last year? Jesus, their running back. My God, I can't freaking remember a single name today. Literally a name.
Now I've been helping you out, but if you can't remember the name of the running back from the 49ers, then
this is just when my name recall's gone. My name recall's just gone, dude. Running back.
Ed McCaffrey.
Ed McCaffrey. Yes, we're gonna go with Ed. Christian McCaffrey.
Ed McCaffrey is the name of his father.
His father. Yep.
Yes.
So remember, I've had days where I can't remember Harbaugh. And I'll literally name out the entire career path, everything about him, and not remember Harbaugh, just the name.
Listen, man, I'll have, my memory is good, and as a result, when I forget something, I will have a week-long panic attack. I'm not kidding. So
it's less memory, it's recall. It's because, like, of course I know Harbaugh as a name. It is just my name recall sometimes it's in and out. There are days where I can recall things like this, and like have names for stuff. And then there are days where it's like, oh, there's no way I'm blanking on the name of this. It could be like a name of a concept, right? And I can explain the entire concept, but I can't recall the name of that damn concept. Cool. I think that they're going to go ahead and pick a tackle. Now, here's the thing. There were talks of them trading.
Trent Williams, yeah, there was some weirdness there.
Do you think that they're actually going to do that? Do you think they go left tackle here? Do you think that they find the Trent Williams and then trade the Trent Williams of the future and then trade Trent Williams?
As a pure yes or no prediction, so first of all, no, they're not going to trade Trent Williams.
Okay.
They're going to let it. I think he's going to retire as a 49er, and wear a 49ers hat into the Hall of Fame.
Nice.
That said, I don't know that I would mock them a tackle just because devaluing offensive line early just seems like it's their style.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's wrong.
Sorry,
and also, I don't really know what else it would be. Like
they need a right tackle. I know that much, right?
McKivitz has kind of been holding it down since McGlinchey left. Like he's probably not doing it all that well, but he's been doing it.
Who did they let walk? Hold on, let me look at their roster real fast.
I'm not against it. I'm not trying to talk you out of anything. I think I know who I would mock here if it were me, but I'm not. Huh?
Shoot, who would you mock?
I'd probably give him Caden McDonald. I'm looking at this depth chart. The D line looks pretty barren. I'm thinking back to Kenneth Walker running all over them. It just seems like the kind of win now thing that they'd favor. But I truly do not. I'm not, trying to like. I think Caleb Lomu and Blake Miller both make all the sense in the world too. I just don't. If they don't have an immediate spot in the starting lineup, it doesn't seem totally their style.
No, they're gonna their style is less like the Steelers and the Ravens, who will just draft based off of like. I mean, don't get me wrong, both of them draft based off of needs, but they also draft with like future looking, right? Niners tend to draft with win now mentality attached to it.
Yeah, like even when they drafted Pearsall, even though they had Debo and Ayuk, they seem to be expecting that they might trade Debo and Ayuk. And maybe that's the argument as to why they might take Lomu here. They're still not close to the idea of trading Trent Williams, whatever the hell that is.
Which is why I was trying to get which is why I was trying to get an idea. So here's my thing. I don't know if is Miller a right or a left. So
Miller's a right tackle and Lomu's a left tackle.
Yeah, because I was gonna go Lomu automatically if you said high chance they trade, right? Because that just makes sense. Miller if you didn't, but now I think I'm leaning where you're going, because I do think they need help in the middle of that defense. Because so when Fred Warner went out, that's when a lot of things fell apart, and then I believe they lost what's it called? They lost Bosa as well to injuries, as well as
yeah. Michael Williams, their rookie, they lost him. Yeah. They were down pretty bad. They traded for Keanu White. Hell, even an edge here would make sense. I mean, Bosa's hurt. Bosa's not hurt or injury prone and old-ish.
Yeah, but I don't know would you take an edge over Caden McDonald based off how the board's fallen? Like I don't know shit about TJ Parker as an edge. I think we're hitting
Parker. Well, Parker's do I know a lot about him? Not really, but he
Cassius Howell.
What is that?
Or Cassius Howell.
So Howell and RJ or not are not my name recognition's getting bad. R. Mason Thomas and even Malachi Lawrence are all kind of cut from a similar undersized speed rusher cloth that
fits their.
Yeah, I don't know how well it fits. I forget. Did they hire Gus Bradley? Am I remembering that correctly?
I believe so.
49ers defensive coordinator. Oh, they had Raheem Morris. That's interesting. So Raheem Morris, we're thinking kind of Brandon Staley style a little bit, like
Little
Vic
bit,
Fangio,
little bit. Falcons
that
were
type of stuff. More
a touch
coverage
different.
than fronts.
Yeah. Not as
I really got to hand it to Kyle Shanahan. That guy really works hard to get good assistants. Like
well.
that's not in his immediate circle, really.
Well, okay,
I
but
guess the Rams.
I think that goes to all of the Shanny tree, right? Outside of uh, maybe LaFleur, where they do a good job of making sure, hey, the whole coaching tree needs to be like your assistants matter just as much. Your coordinators matter. Whereas I think a lot of other teams will be like, oh, hey, let's hire friends. And I think like Ben Johnson does a good job of also doing the same thing, just off of another tree, right? I think good coaches know you don't hire friends, you hire good other coaches if you want to succeed as a head coach.
Yeah. I mean, I'll certainly always hand that to Sean McVay, like obviously, but
Yeah,
Shanny
Sean McVay.
Loke does a good job of that too.
Yeah, he does. He very much so does. LaFleur is the only one I could think of off that tree that doesn't do a good job with it. And the only reason I'm giving him shit, he has recently
hired Hafley. I mean, got to give him that.
I'm only giving him shit specifically because they stuck with their one DC for so long, and they've stuck with their special teams coach for so long that I'm a little bit more questionable there versus
No. They fired the dude 3-ish years ago and hired Rick Bisaccia, the interim coach that brought the Raiders, I think, to the playoffs.
right.
Like 3
I
years
think
ago.
a lot of people want Bisaccia fired now.
Oh well, maybe, but
Special team, yeah.
that guy was an okay head coach for a second, so it seems weird
Yeah.
to fire him, but whatever.
No, they've had some special teams mishaps. That's why. A lot of special teams mishaps, I think, since hiring Bisaccia. And then you could look at like the Bears game and that they were really calling for it after the onside kick.
They certainly did a bad job recovering an onside kick.
Yes.
But that gave me an involuntary smile.
You know what? I'm gonna go Caden McDonald specifically because the only reason I don't want to go Caden McDonald is because I want him to fall enough for me to be like, let's trade up. And that needs to just happen now before I pull a move like that. And you're right. They need help in the interior of that defense, a lot of help in the interior of that defense. And I'm looking at their tackle situation right now. And
CJ West starting, that seems a little, I don't know.
Yep.
He might have
I'm with
been
you.
good last year, but that seems a little iffy.
So on to the Texans.
All right, so the Texans
they need offensive
forever
line
and ever will need offensive linemen.
I don't
so they
think
signed Braden Smith. I think they still have Trent Brown. It's weird. They have a lot of guys. Like they have like 7 or 8 guys I don't really mind. But none of them are good, and it all fits together weirdly. How do they have Trent? I'm sorry, this is a really bizarre depth chart to me. I didn't realize how weird this was. So they have Ariante Grande at left tackle. He was okay last year. I don't think they're going to try to replace him.
Wait, Texans?
Yeah.
So the depth chart I've got has Irsay.
Ariante Grande.
Oh, Ariante. Didn't look at the first name. That's funny.
Who do you have a left guard?
Evan Brown.
And then Jake Andrews, Wyatt Teller, Braden Smith, backed up by Ed Ingram, who was really good last year, and Trent Brown, who was pretty good last year.
Yeah, their interior looks, Evan Brown might be something that they go off of, but I feel like with Jake Andrews and Wyatt Teller's an injury issue, right? If anything, it's more like have a backup with
Ed Ingram. That Ed Ingram isn't even projected to start is pretty bizarre to me. He was really good last year. Like he was their only good lineman last year.
I didn't realize how much work they've done over this past.
Yeah, I'm looking at it kind of for the first time, taking it all in. I mean, Ed Ingram was the 18th ranked guard on PFF last year. Trent Brown, I think they traded for. I want to say, yeah, I know we're at the end of the thing here, but I'm surprised by what I'm seeing. Trent Brown trade. I don't know. Texans just signed him for $7 million, but that's a good swing tackle. Braden Smith, they probably signed for something kind of similar. I don't know. I feel like they can kind of do whatever they want here.
They could probably, now that I'm looking at it, they could go defensive line too. I mean, they've got what, Tommy Toge, Sheldon Rankins, and
those two are pretty good, but there's not much behind it.
No, Logan Hall. I mean, Logan Hall behind it's fine.
But
yeah,
it's fine.
Logan Hall's fine. But then you get to like Naquan Jones and Keontae Hamilton. I don't.
Boy, they kind of low key need an edge rusher, huh?
They could use an edge rush rotation.
Daniel Hunter, but we're looking at the same depth chart where Dominique Robinson is a second string edge rusher. That's not very good at all.
Hey, he's a fine edge 4. He's not a fine edge 3, and I don't know Dylan Horton for shit. So
Dylan Horton had cancer for a year. I liked him as a prospect. I don't think there's any way he's had any opportunity to do anything as a pro, but let me take a quick look. I really doubt he's done anything. Dylan Horton.
I'm thinking about what edge rusher they would want.
His only snaps, he had a 53 last year. I don't know. That's surprising. I think they're going to be very open to just BPA here. And also, they have neglected the offensive line to a pretty large extent, to be honest. So,
but it's not a bad offensive line with what they've done, to be fair, with the retooling. If they go edge, what I would argue is I don't know if TJ Parker is the edge that they go. Right?
I would almost say TJ Parker is very Will Anderson light in that he's a speed to power 260-ish pounder, which is why I kind of was thinking a bit about him.
What about Zion Young?
So I guess D'Amico Ryans in an ideal world does kind of want a bigger kind of base end. Yeah, I kind of like that.
Both, actually, you know what? TJ Parker and Zion Young probably fit it. I'm looking at wing. Where the fuck is their arms? Yeah, actually, TJ Parker might 6'3", 263 versus 6'6", 262. You're losing 3 inches of height for the same arm length and basically a thicker boy.
I don't think anybody in the world is mocking this right now, but as I am looking at this depth chart, I really kind of like TJ Parker here.
All right, let's go TJ Parker. I'm not against it, actually.
Let's do it. Let's get a little crazy.
All right. Now we are back to the Chiefs.
I'm not going to say it because I don't want to influence you again, but I'm feeling a little slam dunkish right here.
Well, I'm going tackle. What tackle, I don't know. Specifically because I don't know the Chiefs' depth chart as well as I probably should, even though we already talked it.
Perhaps looking up their depth chart might slightly change your mind as to what position you're going.
Yeah. Blake Miller?
Huh?
Blake Miller? Was that your slam dunk? Or
I don't think it's a bad. I don't think it's a bad pick. That's not who I'm thinking.
Or was your slam dunk Avian Terrell?
Avian Terrell, I think, projects pretty favorably to Trent McDuffie, who they just traded for this very pick. And to get another 4 or 5 cheap years out of that type would be pretty fun for them.
So the slam dunk's Avian Terrell. I'm going to go Avian Terrell.
That's what I think.
Yep. I mean,
If I'm a Chiefs fan, I really want Avian Terrell there.
To be fair, I already knew they needed corners. I didn't need to look at their depth chart for that part, so I only looked at their tackles real quick to figure out which tackle it would be. But I was leaning between one of these three, right?
Yeah.
And I just wanted to know which one of these two when I was looking at that. But I'm gonna go Avian Terrell because I agree with you, and that is a wise. Let's trade them, get a pick, and see if we can find another one on cheap years and get some surplus there. That might be exactly what their play is there, and they definitely need corners because they are sorely lacking at corner. Although they are sorely lacking at every level of that defense at the moment. So let's go. Let's go with Terrell.
Okay, now I picked for Miami. You already picked for Miami. You gave him Thieneman. They could use everything, but holy hell, these cornerbacks are looking rough. But so are the receivers. Trying to get inside their heads a little bit here. They could use everything. It's not Lomu because he's really only played left tackle, and Blake Miller's just as good.
Crazy to think that they don't need edge, even though edge is like they're listing a lot of positions for each team, and I'm like,
I think literally everything is on the table. I think Chop Robinson's the only edge.
What happened to so they got Josh Uche, and then but that, I mean, I'd rather have him as a third, and also David Ojabo, who's a fine 3. You've got 2 3s essentially. Who am I thinking of? They had what's his name from the Broncos for a little bit after trading for him, but that was a couple of years ago.
Yeah, Bradley Chubb. No, he's on I think they just cut him, and he's on the Bills now. Let me see if the visits help me get there a little quicker than just puttering around for a while.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't see, and I know we've got it going that way, and the next pick I think is going to fix that, but I don't see both Miller and Lomu falling out of the first.
Yeah, but they're not taking Lomu. And
no, I'm not saying them. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but I just don't really think they're taking Miller either. I mean, it's on the table. But I think a corner or an edge. I think it's tough because at 11, if I had let Maui Goa fall to 11, I would have been fine with Maui Goa going to them. And Fano also would have made some sense. But I'm looking at it. I just think they're going to go with the board. I mean, I think Denzel Boston makes sense. He's a big ol' X receiver. And I think Malik Willis would appreciate a little bit if they got him like any receiver at all. Like right now, Malik Washington is still their best receiver. But there's not anybody on this list besides kind of Lomu because they already have a solid left tackle that I would not strongly consider.
Go Denzel Boston.
I think I'm going to go Denzel Boston. I could see Denzel Boston maybe falling, but I think I'm going Denzel Boston here.
I mean, I think Denzel Boston's going to end up going in day 2, not first round. But considering how the board's fallen,
I'm not close to that line of thinking. What would you do? There's any pretty much every position's on the table here. Like, what do you think a team that needs everything? Like, what do they value in a position like the Dolphins?
The Dolphins have historically not valued OT, but they've also changed. They've changed GMs, so I have to get into the mindset of what the Packers would value, and the Packers would value OT. The Packers would value trenches in day one, right? Very much so. So I would almost lean either OT or defensive line. They would also value linebacker in day one because the Packers have valued linebacker in day one. So if CJ Allen is somebody you could see jumping up, or what's his name from UGA? Where the hell is not UGA? Texas Tech, like a Jacob Rodriguez, who I know has gotten a lot of hype.
Yeah.
Jump up. Would they take him, right? And I believe Rodriguez probably fits more that mold because if I'm not mistaken, he's more of a traitsy guy. And the Packers have gone traitsy linebacker in the first round a lot. They'd also go. They'd probably consider cornerback. I mean, we've seen the Packers take cornerback in the first round within recent years. Just not picked well at it always. So, like, you have to think about what the Packers would do here, right? And what the Packers would typically do is like an offensive tackle and so like Boston's off the board in that sense, right? Because how often have they gone wide receiver in the first round?
That's true. Well, then I kind of, okay. Getting the Packers, getting into Jeff Hafley specifically.
Yeah, consider Jeff Hafley's.
These are not super versatile offensive linemen, which is something that they would probably be looking at.
They would absolutely be looking at versatility. That's a good call out. I don't know anything about. So I know Lomu we've talked about is a left tackle, right? Like you're not doing much else with him. I don't know much about Blake Miller and that's really it. If you're going off the board here. Also, remember that they're not always going to be picking off of the consensus. They might go well off the consensus and take somebody.
I think you've inspired me to go with. Let me just check the visits one more time. It somehow gets longer and harder. Wish I hadn't said that. It somehow gets longer and more difficult. The further you get into it.
Yep, and that's what happens every time, which I think we're gonna go through the 32 and then just do Bear stuff. I think after 32 we'll take a quick break, and then we'll set up for the Bears picks, talk about potential trade up, and do the trade up.
I might push for just a few into the second round. I just kind of want to.
That's fair.
I'm gonna go with. Zion Young.
All right.
Big traitsy edge.
Not against the pick. I think that fits them all. Now
Young's got a home somewhere in the first round. I like it there.
For me, considering the Patriots I feel like the Patriots gave up a ton of sacks in the playoffs, if I'm not mistaken. I also feel like they've learned a lot of what they've got at left tackle and left guard and might want to reshuffle that. I don't know if they're against going Lomu here and pushing what's his name into left guard.
I think they're certainly looking at Miller or Lomu here.
Yes,
it's going to be one of the two. They want to really do something weird with Will Campbell or with the 32nd pick, or just kind of take the plug and play right tackle.
Well, let's talk a little bit about Will Campbell. Will Campbell was playing a little injured, I know, towards the end. He was playing well early in the season, but he also faced like no real competition when it came to
Yeah. I would say Campbell could probably survive a little better at left tackle than I thought he could. If we take the early season performance into account, and then somehow even worse at left tackle than I thought he could when he had a little injury in the playoffs.
Yep.
That is still adding up to, I think I was right. I don't think it's a tackle. I don't know if the Patriots would be ready to move on so quickly from him at left tackle when they have a built-in excuse as to why he was so bad in the playoffs.
Fair. They do need to solidify the right side of the line. However, the left side, I think, was the real big issue in the playoffs, right? So I
think they traded Trent Brown, I think, was their right tackle. I'm not sure if they did much to replace him. What do they got there?
look up that.
No, they had Morgan Moses. I'm tripping. I don't know who that. Yeah, Morgan Moses is already there. He's old though.
They now have Elijah Vera. I didn't realize they had ABT. I left.
Yeah, they've upgraded the inside by dumping Bradbury on some stupid assholes who wanted Bradbury, and moved Wilson into center, Vera Tucker left guard. No depth at all. I don't know any of these guys besides James Hudson. And then I guess I know Caden Wallace. Yeah, I guess the move could be if you. So Miller is kind of plug and play. Moses is fine, but you could put Miller. You could have Miller compete for that spot and be the quick heir apparent, or you could take Lomu, try to make him a swing tackle, and maybe eventually he could play right tackle if you like his upside better, I guess.
I'm gonna go with Miller. I'm specifically gonna go with that as a. Let's not think of what they're gonna do with Campbell and just assume that they're gonna go with Campbell the way that they're already going with it, and then they'll solve that in the future if Campbell doesn't work out.
Yeah, that seems more realistic to me.
All right.
Feels like Lomo could really actually fall a little while there. I like him, but it's hard to just like shoehorn in a left tackle who's like considered a little smallish.
It's I think the issue is he's at a point in the board where you're typically going to find teams with left tackles already, right? Like you don't have as many teams that need left tackles that have made the playoffs as it is more so right tackles.
Yeah, that's a part of it.
And you'll see those teams, don't get me wrong, but it just seems like there's just better value in other spots. Especially in a class that it is weird though, because it is a class that does not have a lot of left tackles. So I'll be honest with you, this is not how it's going to work out in my mind. Like if I'm just,
I feel like Proctor and Freeling have both kind of leaped over him as left tackle prospects.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm thinking more so like if I'm thinking about this draft high level, the left tackles are all going to be gone by the end of the first round. Specifically because there aren't a lot of left tackles in this draft. So people who need it will just find a way to go and get it.
Okay, Seahawks, I think they would love to trade down. I'm trying to find a spot where somebody's like trying to get in to secure the 5th-year option. It's not really jumping out to me.
Remember that the 5th-year option is less of a thing for non-premium positions.
Right. So. Yeah, because like to get ahead of the Chargers, you maybe want a guard or maybe you want Peter Woods. Like does somebody here want Peter Woods? I don't think so.
It's just his name reminds me of Family Guy, specifically because Woods and then also Peter Griffin.
Peter Griffin plus James Woods, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna be much help here. This is we've reached the point in the mock where I think a lot of any work that I would need to do is has gone.
Sure. Yeah, probably gets boring for you. That's I'd love to. Honest to God, I would love to continue doing this because we go a little quicker. I'd love to continue doing this through the second round. I know that is not happening, but
second round not going to happen. If you want to talk me into, and we're going to take a pause after this pick, since we're through another. 16.
I'm going to insist on a few more picks. That's all I'm going to do.
All right, we're going to take a
Seahawks. Well, let me make the Seahawks pick.
Yeah.
They're good at safety, corner. Usually another corner. I think they want to trade down. I think they probably will trade down. in real life, but I just don't think that they're going to find a partner in this situation. So I'm just going to give them Colton Hood, the cornerback.
I got no notes. Outside of we've made it to the first round. And I think at this point, let's take a quick pause. And offline after the pause, let's go like do our things. Offline after the pause, let's talk about how we want to attack round 2, like where we want to stop at, and also maybe talk about where we want the Bears to trade up to.
Well, wouldn't this make more sense just to do during the pause?
Yeah, fair. Okay, cool. Anyway, so gonna take a quick pause. Gonna use the little boys' room, and we'll be right back. All right, so we're back. Kev, I think you and I decided we were just gonna go as far until we decide, okay, it's enough. Let's just keep going. You said you had a thought on the Chargers off air. So
yeah, I traded them down for a reason because Vega got taken right ahead of them, but they really just got to take a guard. They just need to make sure their offensive line is good for Herbert so they can just have a good offense, especially with McDaniels as a very good offensive coordinator. I overqualified and weirdly with Harbaugh. So I'm just going to give them the best guard on the board here, Chase Basantis. If you're good at that.
And I forgot that McDaniels went over there.
It's a lot of fun, man. I think this is maybe the best I've ever felt about the Chargers at this point in the year, like ever.
That's fair. Just coaching staff wise, it's really nice to have. Let's see here. So 34 is technically you with the Bills. One thing that we're going to be shifting to is less back and forth and more now. I'll throw in some insight as I've got it, but I think I'm going to let you run with some of these now that we're towards the end and we're at a point where honestly, my own insight's probably not as valuable as it could be. Just coming off of what I've said earlier in the stuff. I'll have mine and I'll throw out some recommendations as we go. But let's keep going.
I know something that sucks.
What?
I just grabbed a beer from the fridge. I've been kind of cycling in some beers that have been sitting out, and they're plenty of cold beers. Just make sure that the other ones get cold as I'm cycling them in. There are at least like 5 cold beers in there. I grabbed this one, opened it. It is one of the warm beers. Like I just put it in there. I assume that's good podcast content.
Just chug it and go grab the other one.
I did leave myself room for another.
There we go.
Okay, Bills, we traded them down because we just didn't really have anything to do there.
They're a good trade. They're also a good trade partner for when somebody wants to go up, and I think that was specifically a team definitely wanted to go up.
Sure. What do you think about Boston here, Denzel Boston? Because they definitely enjoy the idea of a big X receiver. They've tried it many times. They've just failed several times. But why not give another whack here?
Isn't he being like compared to Coleman too?
Probably. I watched Boston plenty. I liked him. I think he probably is a borderline first round talent. It's just it is that like weird like X thing where you're trying to figure out if it's if there's another gear or if he's just like a sideline winner. And I don't know.
All right. I will say that the best I can give you on insight here is the Bills fucking suck when it comes to wide receiver. Sure. When it comes to so if you want to go Denzel Boston and that's not a great pick for him, I would absolutely excuse that with that side. I don't know much about Denzel Boston. You said you've liked what you've seen, but it's also again one of those things. It's you have to project to the next level, and if he's got enough to win,
does he have a 40 time on here? Of course not. Let's see if I can get a 40 time on him really quick. I feel like he has more juice than the guys that they've tried in the past. Nah, I skipped it. Good agility though. 420 short shuttle.
That is something that I wanted to bring up because he's also, didn't you do a 3-cone? He did do a 6'8" 3-cone. Is really good for a guy his size. It's not just juice, it's agility. So the one thing that I know about Denzel Boston for 6'2" or 6'4", that's really good times for his short shuttle and 3-cone.
Yeah, let's go Boston here. He just feels like a Bill to me. It just looks like the kind of guy who the Bills would really like.
All right, let's go with that. So Denzel Boston. Titans can go anywhere here. Have they built out their offensive line, the right side of it? Because I know they built out the left side.
Well, so Latham has moved to the right side. I can't remember who the right guard is. Let me pull it up here really quick.
The right guard is that tackle from Northwestern. Their left guard, I should say, is the tackle from Northwestern.
Yeah, so Dan Moore, Peter Skoronski, then Cordell Volson, who I think started for the Bengals at one point, but I don't know if they signed him on purpose or if they signed him to start him or if he's just like a cast off. I kind of forget. He was okay on the Bengal. I think he started for the Bengals Super Bowl team.
He's what's it called? NDSU, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I've not kept track of him since he left the Bengals. I don't know why he left the Bengals. I assume they signed him on purpose because they thought he was good.
I can tell you in a little bit on how he did. Grade wise, 50s, high 50s. So he's like replacement level.
Cordell Volson contract just now 4.2. So no, not.
Yeah, and really, I forgot that they signed Dan Moore out of Pittsburgh last year.
Yeah.
So then they also have J.C. Latham. They're good at tackle. They're probably, if they're looking for anything, they're looking in the interior.
Yeah, so I think maybe they'd look to replace Volson if they could.
It also says they got an edge need. Let me look at their edges. They've got Franklin Myers, who I think is fine. Jermaine Johnson also.
But Franklin Myers, I consider more of an interior kind of guy. There's not really like a speed rusher here. So there's really not any at all, actually.
Yeah, no. Yeah, they could use edge. They could definitely use edge help.
I think this is doing too much work. I'm just gonna check something really quick here. I think I know who I want the Titans to take because there is an edge with a lot of heat. And yep, Malachi Lawrence has visited. I'm gonna go Malachi Lawrence.
Got it.
I like Cassius Howell, but Malachi Lawrence has more size, but not that much size, and he's really rising up draft boards right now. So I kind of like him here.
All right, so we're gonna go with the Raiders now. Raiders, they could go anywhere. I think their offensive line is pretty set, if I'm not mistaken.
It's like bad, but they drafted like a couple like late day 2, early day 3 guys last year that like didn't really play.
Well, if I remember, Colton Miller did a decent job at left tackle, if I'm not mistaken.
Miller's good. I think he was hurt for a lot of last year, so that's another one. Like it sucked, but like he's still there. Yeah, the offensive line's not that bad, and then like Linderbaum is going to patch over some deficiencies. So
and you've got Powers Johnson, I think at right guard is perfectly fine. I don't know shit about DJ Glaze or Spencer Burford.
I think Glaze has had at least one decent year. I'm feeling.
So you can look to go DL here too. I mean,
yeah, I'm feeling. I think I'm feeling Peter Woods.
All right, we're gonna go with Peter Woods.
I'm not giving this too much thought. I just kind of get through it.
Sure.
Until I feel like stopping.
All right.
Giants took a corner. Or sorry, a safety. Looking
at the Giants depth chart. They're good at center and guard. I mean, they've got Falele, Runyon. They've got obviously Andrew Thomas at left tackle, which is great, and then Illuminor at right tackle. So their offensive line is set. I remember it being set. They could definitely. We've already given them wide receiver help, right?
I think Falele is bad.
Yeah, we can
I believe.
Falele, I can't. I might be going off a name here, so let me just look. Falele. Yeah, overall grades last year was in 56.8, and Again, don't like using PFF as a crutch, but for offensive line grades are typically pretty good. So 56.8. He's been, yeah, not good. That might be just me going off a name. So
Yeah,
interior
no, he
offensive
was like
line
a big
picking.
6'9", 360-pound tackle prospect. So you kind
Yep,
of
who
would have
ended up
thought he
getting
would
pushed.
have been a decent guard, but I guess not.
And then they're good on DL. I mean, unless you want to get them some kind of like edge rotational shit.
I would say that they're not. I would say DL is actually a pretty good spot to be looking at here because Darius Alexander, I think, was an early third-round pick last year. Roy Robertson Harris, we know that man. And then Dexter Lawrence, we don't know how that's going to resolve itself.
True. Actually, that's a good point. I forgot that they were planning on sending him. And I also forgot that they let what's his name walk. Thibodeau.
Yeah. Oh, Tibbetts is still
No,
there.
Tip's still there. Tip's still there.
Yeah, he's there.
Yeah. Sorry, I was looking at they're a 3-4, so they're lined up differently. So
They
DL help.
It is weird how they present this sometimes. Like I don't really consider them whatever. I think DL is the move here.
They really are doing this one differently with the right inside line. RILB is their edge. Or no.
No, Edmonds and McFadden are the middle linebackers.
Sorry,
and Burns and
SLB. Yeah,
Thibodeau
sorry.
flanking them.
So their strong linebacker is an edge, whereas they have the LDE as another edge, which is weird. So yeah, no, you'd still have Abdul Carter,
Yeah.
you'd still have Thibodeau. So yeah, no, they're good on line except for the Dexter Lawrence trade part of it, and then yeah, Darius Alexander. But that's your one tech, zero tech.
I want to go. I'm between a couple things here. So I'm between D line and linebacker. I think Jake Golday. I don't know if you remember looking at him in any mocks. He's pretty interesting. He's like a good blitzer. He's 6'4", 239. So pretty good size behind a 3-man line and base, and then good blitzer in a blitzing defense.
I did look at him. I remember really liking the traitsy aspects of him and being like a DA fit in the sense that DA likes having a wild card linebacker that just does a bunch of random shit and it's like a
like a Caden. I bet if I looked up Jake Golday comp, they would give me Caden Ellis, which is like exactly kind of what I'm thinking about.
Yep.
I'm thinking Golday, and then D line Caleb Banks, but he's got like big injury red flags. A lot of teams will have him off the board. Lee Hunter is more of like a stout, just kind of boring nose tackle type, but a little undersized. So I'm between all those guys. I don't know. Golday kind of speaks to me here a little bit, if I'm being honest.
We haven't taken a lot of linebackers. I could see that. It kind of speaks to me too. Lee Hunter, bringing him up as like a nose tackle, considering they need that a little bit, hopefully an upgrade. Also, I'm not against. I'm seeing names here that I do remember now that I'm like, just from the few mocks. I remember I was sending you quite a bit of mocks back in January.
You really were. You're not that out of practice.
In comparison to what I typically do in a year, I'm probably not that out of practice in comparison to like a typical fan, but out of practice in comparison to what I would consider out of practice. Yeah, still definitely.
Sure.
I hold myself to my own standards, right?
The standard's the standard.
Yeah, the standard is the standard, exactly. I have no pushback on any of those. I'm gonna be honest with you. Just going through it. Did we go wide receiver for them earlier? No, we went safety. Who did we go for the Giants?
Giants, we Caleb Downs, you gave him.
Right, and that would have been earlier. Yep.
So we could also go receiver. So I don't think I realized this at the time. They have Darnell Mooney and Matt Nagy as their offensive coordinator. So
I do love me Mooney.
I think Nagy probably thinks receivers doing just fine for them right now, to be honest.
Which it's definitely not.
Feels like more of a mid-round target for them though.
Yeah. It's definitely not. I mean, if you were to like give me a little bit of Jermaine Bernard,
I like Golday or Hunter, but just pick at random. Just do one of the two. I don't know. I'm torn.
We're gonna go Golday. Somebody's gonna reach on a linebacker, and by reach I mean that's probably still not a reach in my
I like
book.
Golday. I like Golday there. That was speaking to me. Okay, Texans. They just took friggin' edge.
Wait, always had Bernard's first name wrong, or did they switch it up on me?
German.
I might have always had. I've always had it as like Jermaine. Watching Bama.
Could be his. Maybe that's his real name, but I've only ever seen Jeremy.
No, I'm pretty sure it is Jeremy. I'm looking at his wiki page. It's Jeremy. Yeah. Wow, I'm an asshole. Go
on. Okay, Texans. I kind of like Jacob Rodriguez here. They already went edge. They really have done a lot. I don't know what their overall offensive tackle strategy is, or offensive line strategy is. But like
they seem to have patched it decently well, just from what we looked at earlier.
They're patching with guys, and then their depth is just more guys. Like there's a lot of actual guys here in a weird way, where it's like, but you just add like one more guy, you can go Emmanuel.
They're trying to regress to the mean instead of trying to shoot for the top like we did, for instance. That's what it feels like.
I kind of like that as a strategy. I don't mind that at all.
It depends on what your team is looking to do. I think for what they're looking to do, yes, because they're less of a run heavy team and more of a.
I would say, given how bad CJ Stroud is, has proved to be against pressure, that maybe you should be trying a little harder to build it up.
No, specifically, here's my pushback there. I'm going to push back really fast, specifically because he has seen a lot of pressure. So regressing to the mean typically helps your passing game more than it helps your running game. Your running game is going to be linear, right? Whereas your passing game, you typically hit a point where it's like once you get to the mean, there's not much help that you're getting as you get to the higher end of things.
Sure.
Right. So regressing.
But also I would say the running game has been the running game has actually been quite bad too for quite some time.
Yeah, but I don't think they care as much about running the ball beyond. And they had ran the ball specifically under what's his name as their offensive coordinator. Jesus.
Definitely when Slowick was there. Yeah.
Slowick
now
was
it's Nick Haley, who also I think ideally would love to be able to run the ball.
Yeah, but I don't think he's looking to run the ball, like make that the identity, if that makes sense. Like a Ben Johnson is trying to make that our identity, right? And shape an offense around the run while still having a drop back game. Whereas I think I look at one of the faults I will give LaFleur and Shanny, where McVay has absolutely leveled up, is the drop back game is not as creative as it needs to be once they get into true passing situations.
All right, how do you like this? Jadarian Price, RB2 off the board right now.
I kind of like that. And there's a teardrop after the Notre Dame running backs. There's a teardrop.
Imagine as a Notre Dame fan, imagine my ass watching these beautiful men every week and then knowing that they were the second best team in the country behind Indiana and we never got a chance to prove it.
I mean, I'm not going to say shit because I don't fuck you, Golden Domers.
You better not say shit.
But
in fact, take back that last thing you said.
I'll say it's good enough to lock down if you want to.
Yeah, let's do that. Jadarian Price. Okay. Cowboys on the clock here. I'm only
there were corners that I really liked at this spot too.
Yes, they took a linebacker already, so I think Cassius Howell is a really good pick here, or Brandon Cease or Chris Johnson. I think a corner or an edge is a pretty easy.
Yeah, I was leaning towards corners. I could see edge. Where did we go? It says linebacker. Did we go linebacker? Oh man, this wasn't that long ago.
Cowboys?
Yeah.
They've only had one pick and it was Sonny Styles.
So we went linebacker. Okay. So I asked that because I didn't know if we went edge or not, and it has linebacker grayed out. I am fine with either. I probably lean. You're saying Cassius Howell for the edge versus I'd probably lean that way. They do need corner help pretty bad, more than they probably need edge help, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they do. They do spam edge a little bit more. I feel like they tend to wait on corner a little bit, but also, I mean, this could be a
Corner
good
is going to
trade
die
back spot.
down. I mean, edge and corner are both going to die down pretty hard
You
coming
know,
out of
I
this.
think they'd probably like another pick. So if there's a team that wants to actually move up for Lomu here, I mean, could this be a Bears spot that we trade up for Lomu?
I did suggest 39 is probably the spot where we start talking about it. Do we talk about Lomu as the pick, or is there someone like, do we want Caleb Banks? I think there's a lot here that they would. So let's talk about the Bears.
It's pretty tough to trade up for Lomu. Lomu's a good tackle prospect. Like that's a legit. He will be our left tackle next year, most likely. So that's not nothing. And he's a good run blocker. It just depresses me to think that we would spend, in this case, it looks like 57, 89, and 129 to get a left tackle when we already think we have one as long as he gets back healthy.
Which is why my thought is, and I'll be honest with you, I would probably still go left tackle, specifically because patellar tendons are a bitch to come back from. However, modern medicine has made it less so much, and we just don't have a lot of examples. So it's hard to say if he would come back fine or not. Here's my issue. Wow, we would be sending 57, 89, and 129.
If I'm being honest, I think if the Bears are in this situation running their low simulations, they think Lomu is going to drop a lot more because I'm not really seeing.
I don't think it's for Lomu. I was about to argue against that. I was going to say it's for Banks. So
yeah,
my argument would be if I was doing what I think the Bears would do, they would still try to get their offensive tackle of the future because it's hard to say. However, with the way the Bears have set themselves up and the way that they've been talking, I don't think that they're thinking that outside of day 3 Flyers, right? So in my mind, what's gonna end up happening is we will probably go safety in like round 2 or 3, depending on how the board falls. If we trade up, though, we're trading up for defensive lineman. We're getting a DT. And then day 3 picks are going to be focused on offensive tackle, right? Potentially center if we don't go center in third round, because I think most of the centers are third round picks, prospects. If we go safety in that round, for instance, we're going that way. Does that make sense? So like, I don't think that they're trading up here. They're not looking at tackle in the first 2 rounds. They're looking at tackle round 3 and later. Is how I'm reading things. I might be reading the tea leaves wrong.
sure.
So I'm saying like what I would do, I'd probably go tackle because I'm scared shitless about how that knee injury actually is going to shake out. But with what they've set up and how I'm reading the tea leaves, they're not seeing it the same. They're probably going to take a flyer and hope that they get somebody who's Braxton Jones, asked before Braxton Jones' injury, and have him fill the hole until next year tells them what to do with Ozzy.
Well, to be honest, if they're not moving up for Lomu, which I don't think they should, I don't think they're moving up for anything right now. Because again,
they're not moving up for like a Caleb Banks.
They want a safety. They'll move up for Banks if they need to, but Banks has only dropped Banks has only dropped this far because of injury concerns.
That's fair.
Like Banks could give you nothing or a lot.
True. All right. I mean, if you disagree with my reasoning for trading up, then I think we both disagree for trading up.
I mean, I'm watching the board and seeing if Caleb Banks is a possibility. I'm thinking it's not. I just don't. I think it's too rich to move up for Caleb Banks right now.
All right. And then I don't think they'd be trading up for Caleb Lomo, if I'm going to be honest. And I already hear any of the like 1 or 2 Bears fans that decided to watch this far or even watch it all yelling at me for saying that. It's just how I'm reading the tea leaves.
Certainly, if they trade up, it is for a man named Caleb. And the Bears already have a good man named Caleb.
Could always use more Calebs, though. Could always use more Calebs. Sure. Shoot, if we could have both Calebs.
In the meantime, have discovered a trade I like.
Shoot.
Colts, 2nd and 4th for this pick. And they're going to take Jacob Rodriguez.
All right. You know what? I actually like that. I like that move. Colts trading up. What's his name? Their GM that used to be a Bears scout.
Ballard.
Ballard. Chris Ballard trading up for a linebacker. That makes sense. And a linebacker with traits. Yeah, that makes
Yeah,
a lot of sense.
they love linebackers. They love athletic linebackers.
They're
They're
more
very
RAS than
yeah.
Bears fans would say like Poles is RAS.
9.61 res on Jacob Rodriguez.
Yep.
CJ Allen.
He
Looking for
loves his
CJ Allen.
res.
Yeah. All right. I've already made that trade. Second and fourth for 39 and Jacob Rodriguez to the Colts.
So now we are to the Chiefs.
Hefes. You know, my favorite tight end in this class is Eli Stowers. And I know the
you know what's
Chiefs have a lot
funny?
of things they got to do here.
I know Stowers. You say Stowers. I had to scroll down to find him on here, but I already knew who Stowers was. I like Stowers too. Look at that. We found a tight end we both agree on, which I feel like happens a lot. I feel like tight ends is one position where, like, if I like a tight end, and I've done very little in this, but I did look at Stowers before. Tight end is a position you and I tend to see eye to eye on.
Absolutely, yes. We both like Terrence Ferguson last year. We both kind of, relatively speaking, threw Tyler Warren in the trash.
Yes.
We're
And we both liked.
We're both a little agnostic on Loveland, but we considered him better than Warren.
Yeah, we had him as the better of the first round picks, is what we had. And
I'm gonna give him Eli Stowers here.
All right, cool. I don't mind that move.
Bengals have not taken any. Bengals are taking Caleb Banks there.
Cool.
It's kind of fallen right into their laps, and they've already taken offensive tackle.
And they're a team that has needed to shore up the middle of their defense for multiple years now. So
yeah,
I'm understand that
one. Saints next. I think this is a good spot for a receiver. I'm trying to. Oh, Tyler Shuck has been lobbying for the top receiver on the board here to be a Saint because he threw to him in college. And I think they're going to listen to Tyler Shuck. So I feel strongly about Chris Bell right here.
All right, Chris Bell to the Saints, and I have no way of arguing that. So
just a little fact I'm aware of. I know I feel like receiver kind of goes off the board quickly, and I do feel like Jeremy Bernard is the type of guy who gets drafted right around this point. So I'm kind of feeling Dolphins go Jeremy Bernard.
All right, we're going to go Bernard if I could find him.
59.
Boom. Love Bernard.
Okay.
Even
All
though
right, Ravens.
Not enough to get his name right, but love Bernard though.
Jeremy. Ravens. Okay, I want to see what it would take for the Bears to peak up here.
What are they looking to move up for now?
Oh, it costs $57.89 to get up to take Lomu. I don't know. I understand what you're saying about Lomu, but if Lomu falls to 57, they're taking him, right?
If Lomu falls to 57, yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't trade up to go get him. I think at that point you're looking BPA more so than you're looking like your future. Like you're looking at it like, okay, this is a player who's fallen way too far for what he should be, and we might not see it as an immediate need, but why the not, right?
Oh wait, sorry, we're on the Chargers. I was thinking about the Ravens pick.
Right.
I think the Chargers want to go edge here, so I'm going to give them catch us out.
Now we're at the Ravens. Ravens would definitely trade back. Have the Ravens not picked?
The Ravens took Spencer Fano, I think.
Yeah, they did. I guess that's not a need according to this.
Well, we're putting him at center, I think.
Yeah, right. We're moving him.
So Bears, I assume the same thing.
Bears are looking to send a third round pick and a second for a second. I kind of want to see what we can do that's different from that.
So there's actually a few teams that might want to trade up for Lomo right around here. I think the Steelers, having already taken Simpson, might be interested in the left tackle because Broderick Jones sucks and has not been particularly healthy. I think the Eagles, for the future, might be interested in Lomo. The Panthers could have some interest in Lomu. I kind of like Pittsburgh's offer of 53.99 for 45 and taking Lomu.
I'm gonna lean with that over the Bears, just specifically because I just don't see them. Considering the fact that they still need to fit safety in, right?
Yeah.
And hopefully find themselves another DT and hopefully find themselves a tackle and a center. I don't see them trading up unless it's for one of those, like the DT or safety. And I don't think either of those are there because they at least have enough to fill the hole.
Actually, to be honest, I kind of like the Ravens staying here and taking Lomu as a developmental tackle behind Ronnie Stanley. They already took his teammate. Just take both bookends.
I'm not against that. I actually like that idea, especially how old is Ronnie Stanley's like? He's
got to be like 30, 31, 32-ish.
He's got to be older than that, no?
And he gets hurt a lot.
He's 32.
I don't think this is how the Ravens fans would draw it up, but if I really think about how the Ravens usually operate,
they would have a backup plan.
Yeah, they tend to do things like this.
Yeah, they'd have a backup plan, and somebody like that fall into them here, they'd pick it.
Oh, let's see what the Ravens want here.
All right, cool.
And then I think slam dunk for the Bucks is CJ Allen right here.
So they got their linebacker fit.
Yeah.
Cowboys now, who have just picked, they traded back, but they picked a linebacker earlier.
Yeah.
So
I think in the interest of moving things along, Chris Johnson is the number one person on the board. They need a cornerback, and I think that's a good fit here. I'm getting pretty close to being able to get down to 57 and 60, and then we can sim to the end of the draft with after we do 57 and 60.
All right, we can honestly, if we get to 60, let's try to get to 64. We'll do 2 rounds, and then we'll do the sim for the end.
Sure. All right, Chris Johnson with the Cowboys. Falcons just had a right tackle retire. Oh, fuck yeah, Ranger Suarez. This is the Ravens' first pick of the draft, so I want to take a quick look at what they got going on there.
Wait, did you say Ravens? You mean Falcons?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Falcons. This is their first pick of the draft. The right tackle just unexpectedly retired. It's a nice theme this year, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. Offensive lineman retiring early.
Yeah.
It's been a
it's like he's right tackle, but there's not a great fit there, I don't think.
They'd probably go corner in my mind. They need somebody. They need somebody better across from Terrell.
Corner actually better than Mike Hughes. And I'm also looking. I mean, receiver is their number 2 is Jahan Dotson. Their number 3 is Olamide Zach. Yes.
Fair. I think when you've got Bates and you've got Watts and you've got Terrell, but you've got 2 massive holes at right corner and at nickel, right? Like getting another corner is going to help that secondary so damn much.
Okay. Let me Falcons defensive.
And they could probably throw wide receivers at it in day 3. I know wide receiver class isn't that great. It's not that big or deep.
Okay. So they still got Ulbrich, so they like a little size. So I'm gonna go with Brandon Cease.
All right, cool.
Vikings, they added a safety. They could really use a defensive tackle, but I
was looking at like Keelan Rutledge, and there's another IOL I really liked in this tier. Might be an OT convert.
They really need a center.
Center's gonna be 3rd round, dude. I think a lot of the centers start to appear in the 3rd.
I feel like it's gonna pop a little earlier because I think a lot of teams need a center.
Well, in which case, then I would be looking at, and I'm scrolling down here because it's probably where all of them are. Where the hell is he? Isn't it UGA as a center, if I'm not mistaken?
Auburn. So Lou from Auburn, Slaughter from Florida, Jones from Iowa,
Slaughter,
and
Florida is who I was thinking.
Hecht from Kansas State are the big four here.
Yeah, I was thinking Slaughter, from Florida. I don't know why I was thinking UJ. I can't even find him. I gotta go. It's got to be.
It doesn't have to be.
Slaughter.
I mean, this is like a really obvious spot to take a defensive. I mean, just take Lee Hunter or Kristen Miller because their D line is in shambles, honestly.
Yeah, I would. I was gonna lean. So when I was looking at this, I was leaning like Rutledge, or but you're right. They need a center. They don't need guards, do they?
I mean, Freeze is not great, but they just signed him to a big contract. Donovan Jackson,
Yeah, they're
is
not
first
gonna.
round, just went first round, ended his rookie year. He was fine.
He was fine. Yeah. So no, never mind what I said earlier. I wish this was more specific on center. DL. Yeah. I'd probably then go Lee. You could also look at like, I don't know. Do they need edge help? They don't need edge help because they should have really good edges, if I remember correctly. Yeah, they have Grenard and Dallas Turner still from last year. Ivan Pace. I don't know shit about Cashman.
Cashman's good.
Yeah, but they're more. Ivan Pace Jr. is interesting because you can move him around a little bit.
Yeah.
Cashman's more inside, isn't he? He's not a edge.
Yeah.
All right. I was looking at him because Ivan Pace is listed behind him.
Van Ginkel, Grenard, and Dallas Turner are their edges, which
why is Van Ginkel? Oh, there he is. Okay, yeah. See, they're listed more like a 3-4, an actual 3-4 on here.
Yeah.
With Will and Strong.
But honestly, I don't know either of their two like four techs here. I don't know who these people are.
Redmond's okay. So they're four techs, not so.
Yeah.
Ingram Dawkins, I don't know shit about, or Levi Drake Rodriguez. So yeah.
And I would say Redmond is quite out of place at nose tackle, so I would say they should take either Lee Hunter or Dominic Orange.
I was gonna say Redmond sounds like, isn't he more of a DT?
He's a penetrator.
Yeah.
So I would say take kind of a true nose here would be a good idea.
So that would be like Lee Hunter.
I would say Lee Hunter. Yeah, let's go Lee Hunter. Lions. So Pregnola is the top interior offensive lineman, but Keelan Rutledge just kind of resembles Dan Campbell, so I feel like I just want to give him Keelan Rutledge.
Go ahead and give him Keelan Rutledge.
Done deal. Panthers. Already went with receiver. I'm feeling Yakis from my Illini. Or, I mean, Traden Stukes is listed as a corner here, but he's more of a safety. He's kind of, honestly, Kobe Bryant is kind of a decent comp for Traden Stukes.
Fun fact with Yakis is when I've done some drafts with the Bears, if I've gone DT early, I've looked at Yakis at least in the second round as an edge.
I wouldn't hate it. I kind of actually just want to give him Yakis, to be honest.
Want to lock that in?
Yeah, let's give him Yakis. Okay, Packers first pick. If you Google picture Jennings Dunker, I believe you're looking at a Packer.
Oh God. Yeah, you
just
are.
Lock that in, right?
Yeah, no.
Also, they definitely need a sixth offensive lineman because the five they have are about as weak as they've looked in years. So I think they're going to be looking that way anyway.
Yeah, I assume he gives you the versatility that you assume.
Yes.
I know you thought that through.
All that Packers type shit, yeah.
Yep.
The Steelers absolutely taking Emmanuel Pregnon here.
Do you have the Steelers typically going in the first round? I think we talked about this earlier, but I want to double check.
I feel like I have Iona always usually falling down there, honestly.
Okay.
But when I don't, I think I usually receiver, or maybe in like a rare case, give him like a DI or something like that. I think Simpson's interesting. I don't think they should be against it, but
We'll see.
no. Okay, Eagles already took an edge. No, we haven't really had enough receivers going round two as usually go.
There's not a lot. There's just not a lot that are listed.
I feel like they always kind of come up the board here a little bit, though.
They do. Round 2 is usually a very receiver-heavy round. But holy cow, I did not realize how little there is in round 2, like on the consensus board for them.
I feel like maybe Zachariah Branch works. He's only 5'9", 177. So like he could coexist with Antonio Brown or AJ Brown, or replace him in some shape or form. I don't know if like traditional X. Like I don't know. Like Jalen Hurts is not the type to just like throw a jump ball or like a contested ball. I feel like he needs to see it to deliver it.
Give me a second. I want to make sure I've got enough space.
Oh yeah, we're going so long.
Yeah, I just thought about the fact. So I've been trying to do some local models, and so my hard drive has filled up with a bunch of local models because they're so massive. And I want to make sure that that's not going to jack shit up because we've got so long that I now have that clearing out my recycling bin just cleared out a lot of space all on its own, so we're good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't want this to like finish recording and all of a sudden I get like, oh, you're out of space. I'm like, ah, shit. But it should also
That'd
be
be extremely unfortunate.
Yeah, it writes it should be writing to hard drive as we're going. So what I'm seeing right now should be good. Yeah, it is.
God, the Eagles is hard. Because actually, I really don't like the receivers here.
Yeah, this recording's at 5.38 gigs right now.
Help me out with the Eagles here. We give them an edge. What do you think? Like what?
Give them an edge. Let me look at the receivers that are on here because I don't know as much as you would off the top. Breakout 2025 season. Semifinals for
it's a lot of kind of shifty slot guys, or a lot of like obvious big X guys, and none of them really feel very Eagles to me. Skylar Bell feels the most Eagles to me on this list.
So I was gonna say, if you're looking for an AJB replacement, right, and you're not gonna get an AJB replacement, but a contested catch ability and height, because remember why AJB works out decently well with the Eagles. It's not just because that's AJB's talent set, but it's also because Jalen Hurts likes throwing go balls, likes throwing contested go balls, likes to just put it up in the air and throw it up. So you got to think about like what they're going to be picking a wide receiver that's going to fit that skill set, which is a quarterback that likes to throw the RPOs, doesn't like to throw over the middle, and likes to throw to the sideline.
Yeah, I guess that's probably just Brazil then.
Yeah, that's where I'd probably lean.
Right. I'm gonna give him Brazil. Okay. Chargers have gone. Okay, Chargers have picked 33 and 44. They have 55, but their next pick is 204. So they absolutely need to find somebody that wants to trade with them here. Their next pick is in 150 picks. So I'm just going to look at this trade thing and see who wants this pick.
The Bears think that AJ Hockley. Make sure this fits.
I'm not very familiar with AJ Halsey, honestly.
I'll see.
I know a lot of these mid-round guys. AJ Halsey is not really one of them.
So this is the thing, is like I did a lot of my mocks before free agency, and I think the safety that I mocked probably the most in this range, which would have been a third round mock, would have been where is the guy? God damn. Genesis Smith.
I have given this Genesis Smith a lot.
And I think that still fits, considering the fact that we're putting what's his name, man, at free safety, right?
Yeah, in name, yeah.
So yeah, Genesis Smith still fits, I think, what I was looking for. And I don't know shit about AJ Halsey. Let me get to the beast. Safeties, because I guess what I'm asking is, do we see a safety coming off the board beforehand? Would the Bears trade up from 57 just a couple spots just to get that safety?
I don't think so, because again, trading Stukes is another safety, but they both seem like free safeties to me, basically.
Yeah.
I don't think this is where they're going if they go safety here. That's kind of my read on it.
If they go corner,
I think it's an underrated first round possibility, honestly.
yeah. I mean, I'm trying to think of everything the Bears would need, because I'm trying to think of other teams right now. Let me switch up my mindset a little bit. You think the Patriots would be a sleeper team to trade up?
I'm trying to think of who has a lot of picks, or I'm trying to look up who has the most picks, who would want to get up in here and take a faller.
So they're recommending either KC or the Bears to trade up. When I look for offers on my side.
Yours is?
Yeah.
Okay, so the Bears would be trying to get Kristen Miller, I think, in their mind. To be honest, I have a hard time thinking that they'd go edge and DI. I think they're going to take one of them and be happy, to be honest. I don't think they're really trying to do both.
Oh, I had them doing both.
I just feel like they have too many guys. Unless
well, that's where you trade.
If they do it, then they trade Dexter, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. I think you have to cut ties with the Dexter project and send them over to a team who could use them as a as more of a over.
I'm good with it, but I think the Chargers are looking to get like a real bounty of picks here. It's boring, but I'm really trying to. So Miller's kind of the prize here. I feel like the Steelers might be a good possibility. Okay, so the Steelers can give 76, 121, and 135 for 55.
Say that again. Sorry, I was looking at something on my iPad.
The Steelers can give up 76, 121, and 135. and come up and take Kristen Miller.
Alphabetical order, Adam. The way that I've got it is 76, 85, but getting a 5th round back is what it's giving me. You want me to do it the other way?
Sorry, 76, 85.
And then also so their Chargers are receiving 76 and 85, but they're getting back next year 5th. I can do it your way instead.
I think the Chargers are open to that because they can. Yeah, let's just do that. I just think the Chargers would absolutely need to try it out of here in this situation.
All right. And you're saying Kristen Miller?
Yeah.
All right. Going on to the Jags.
Wait, did I screw something up? Okay, so Jags, I mean, linebacker probably makes the most sense here.
We get the Jags earlier that it's not showing. The Jags.
No, they haven't picked. This is Travis Hunter.
Right.
That was the Travis Hunter mistake.
Yeah. Love Travis Hunter. Not that trade was fucking insane.
I think Anthony
Especially
Hill
considered usage.
makes a lot of sense there.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and give him Hill, which means the Bears probably don't have the linebackers that you typically, I think, fans would want to pigeonhole anymore. I think that went with Rodriguez probably. Honestly,
so let's think about Halsey because I like his scouting report. I don't know anything about him, but compared to Xavier Watts, sorry, one sec. What is it that you think DA wants out of his safeties?
Well, funny enough, that DA also does run a lot of cover too, even though I don't think that's talked about as much. He still needs somebody who can cover half a field, right? But at the same time, he likes to shift his coverages, so he'll do like bless you. He'll do his blitzes with like a cover 1 behind it, where you got a middle field and potentially even like a robber look if you can get 2 safeties freed off. And then he'll do a lot of obviously 3. As a lot of people know, he'll run a ton of cover 3. So we're talking about depending on if we're doing like an inverted 3 or if we're doing a normal 3 or sorry, an inverted 2. Or if we're doing like a cover 3 with like he doesn't do a lot of rules, I don't think. So we're looking at like a typical 3, which would mean that he wants his safety to be able his free safety to be able to come down and cover as like a slot, and then his strong his strong safety to come down and cover like a slot, and his free safety to be able to cover the middle of the field, right? And so you're looking at a guy who needs to be versatile. He needs to be, and I'm trying to think real quick. We are looking at it for a strong safety, right? In this case. So you need a guy who's quick to the trigger on run help. You need a guy who's going to be able to cover a tight end or a running back out of it. Probably most likely a tight end or even a slot, right? And you need a guy who's going to be able to cover half a field at any point when he asks them to. So you're looking for like a hybrid between, and I think this is what we're getting with what's his name when we signed him. You're looking for a guy who's a hybrid of a free safety, strong safety, more than just one specific type, because he needs both his guys to be able to do these kind of things.
So is the idea to have just 2 Kobe Bryants then? Essentially,
yeah. Guys who are quick to the trigger to help with the run defense, but also can cover, right? It's and that's why I think that Kobe fits it so well. And probably why, in my mind, I lean him more towards strong safety, but they'll still keep him at free.
Well, so if they're kind of interchangeable, I mean, Halsey is a good run defender. Let's say what Halsey's bad at. Below average recovery speed and burst to close. Short arms create smaller margin for errors as a tackler. Who cares? Loses some of his effectiveness when playing downhill. Will have speed mismatches to contend with in Madden coverage, average change of direction, and reactive agility as an open field tackler. The good stuff is compact, muscly frame, built like a pro, and plays with the poise, eyes of a pro, outstanding instincts and route recognition, fuel and ball production. 12 pass breakups and 8 interceptions over the last 2 seasons. Operates with good eye balance and is decisive at breaking into pass lanes. Closes downhill with good balance and body control. Enforcer in the middle who hits like a bag of concrete.
All those things sound like things that if he overcommits, he's fucked, but he commits, which are things that I think that they would value, in the sense that one thing that I think they talked about last year, DA specifically, with what they've been doing with changes, is guys weren't moving fast enough. They weren't committing quick enough. They were, for instance, one of the reasons why we've made the changes we've made is to get guys who are going to make decisions faster and react to what they're seeing quicker. And that sounds like he's up there, would be up their alley based off of what you're saying.
Yeah, I know really nothing about him, but
the average speed would be my one turnoff.
Yeah,
I think
he ran a 4.52. It's not average speed. It's fine.
Yep. I'm trying to
look
think
really quick at where zero line how he ranks the safeties. Okay, as I suspected, he has Jalen Kilgore a little ahead of what's his face, Halsey here. I just want to look at him really quick because Kilgore is the one. Kilgore is the one who I think has a little more versatility to him. Kilgore, big defensive back with long arms and explosive lowers. Posted 8 interceptions and 21 pass breakups in his 3 college seasons. Can stall tight ends and big slot receivers from press. Rangy zone cover man with good vision anticipation. Closes quickly and lands.
I'm reading through it. I agree with you. I think I'm reading through it. I think Kilgore matches more.
This feels like DA to me.
Yep. Where is Kilgore?
And it sucks because I think whoever drafts Halsey is going to get a good player based on that scouting report.
Yep.
Like just an instinctive good safety. And honestly, my style of guy. And also Kilgore is down here at 97 on the consensus board.
I mean, I look at third round for safety.
I don't really think that matters, though.
Yeah. I mean,
we could go elsewhere and trade down and do Kilgore. I think that's something they could do. We don't have to force it. But also, then I'm kind of thinking maybe I want a center here.
I would be fine with going center. I would also be fine with looking at corner. Specifically a long, lengthy corner with speed, which we have in abundance, I think, and I've got one open right now. With trading Stukes.
I think he's a safety.
Is he a safety convert?
I think most people are. Yeah, most people are projecting him to safety. I think he played mostly safety as a senior. I'm not really sure why he is. Every site has most of the safety basically besides this one.
Then,
which is a bit unfortunate, but I think if you want a corner, then you're kind of moving your way down to like Davis and Igbenelson.
All right, well that throws a wrench. That throws a little bit of a wrench in what I was thinking.
Good, for every other team, we are a little afraid to go too reachy, but if the Bears took Jalen Kilgore with this pick, we would not be shocked. I don't think. Like, we're reading the scouting report. This sounds like exactly what we want there.
True. I worry that we're reachy because we're not thinking about what else they could get. Because the other thing the Bears do a good job of is figuring out what they have to get. Even if they pick a guy that they liked better later, they typically try to play the board as the board is going to fall in their mind. And a lot of teams do this. A lot of teams don't. Some teams don't. Most teams do. Where they will try to play the board and try to get it to fall the way that they want to, knowing that you're going to have safety choices at the end of the third, right? I would think that they would wait for that. But you're right in the sense that they probably have to go and pick a center then.
Right.
Like,
and just for the record, Zerline has Kilgore as a round 2 safety. So the consensus board is one thing, but Kilgore is highly thought of by many.
I mean, that's fair. He's got him as a 3rd round on the Beast.
Brewer does?
Yep, Kilgore. Overall rankings 88. So if we picked him at like 70, I'd get it. I think Connor Liu might be the play here.
My favorite is Hecht. I like Hecht and Logan Jones the best, personally.
Hecht. So I'm fine with a reach, but maybe consider center over. Where the fuck are they?
Hecht is 81.
Thank you. If you want to go Hecht, I'd go Hecht over that, and then consider it. So like, be the first one to get a center. Get your center because we probably need a center, and then we also need a safety. But you have like, I'll be honest with you, I don't know how big the drop off is that those guys are ranked that high, but I do really like a lot of the safeties later on. Whereas I know center, once we get to like 80, the centers go.
Yeah.
Like at that point, I think Slaughter ends up being your only choice, and you got to get him at the end of the 3rd, not in the beginning of the 4th.
Right. Lou might be okay, but he's coming off an injury, which might discount him because you do have Bradbury in the meantime. But I just really like Hecht's profile. I like Jones's too.
All right, if you want to go Hecht, we could go Hecht. I'm fine with that. You know more about these guys than I do.
Yeah, let's go Hecht here.
So we're gonna go ahead and grab Sam Hecht. Who's the smarter of the centers? Let me ask that.
You know, I'm looking at their schools, and
Hecht is highly valued for his high football IQ. Done.
Hell yeah.
Go Hecht. All right.
This looks nothing like what I usually do here, but it works.
With the beauty of this is, Bears have another pick in this round. We can always still grab a safety. Grab them early. We can also grab a defensive lineman if there's one still left. I don't think there is.
I mean, I think the move would be to try to trade back a little bit if we can, and then simulate to it and see what happens. But
yep.
All right, Niners. What do we give the Niners? We gave them Cade McDonald. So now here is more of a tier where I think, or more of the area where they look at offensive tackles slash guards, whatever. But it's pretty barren looking.
Yeah, once the tackles go. From what I understand, I know that there's some good like day 3 guys that are good projects. Like if I remember correctly, when I looked through this, when I was doing mocks, there are some good day 3 prospects that I would consider for both tackle and edge as like a developmental, that I would take shots on, even though I typically wouldn't take shots on edge in day 3.
How about just like a gadgety wide receiver like Zachariah Branch? That feels like the type of thing that might entice Shanny.
Second, I want to look at something with them. They need a.
He's a corner, I think.
Did they go safety?
We gave them a defensive tackle.
Wait, would they go safety is what I'm saying.
Oh, they could, yeah. Yeah. Both guys got injured a lot, and I think Jair Brown is pretty good. There's always or no. Mustafa gets injured a lot. Jair Brown, I think, only has a year left on his contract, so they can go safety for sure. Yeah. I kind of like Stooks for them, actually.
All right, then let's give him Stooks.
Okay.
Also, we're at the point in the draft where I think reaching just makes sense. A lot of these guys are going to start popping a ton.
Yeah, the sport doesn't matter as much.
Yeah.
All right, Texans. Texans had a good time, but now it's time to give them an offensive lineman, and that's going to be Connor Lew, I think.
For Connor Lew?
Yeah, the center is the one spot where they actually don't have much depth.
All right, let's look at what they're offering to the Bears, because I agree with you. We'd probably trade back. Bengals want to come up. Bengals want to come up for 72, 110, and 226. I wouldn't mind that. Raiders want to come up for 67, 134, and 208. So a few earlier in the third round, but you're going way back in the fourth and the sixth.
I've got Raiders doing 67 and 117.
I like that more.
Yeah.
You want to do that?
Let me actually be sure that the Raiders actually would want to do that. I think they want a safety, maybe. I think I'd be a little nervous to do that. Let me take a quick look at the Raiders.
We can also just pick our safety. We can consider the defensive linemen that are available as well.
I mean, clearly the Raiders just tell the Bears what they want to do with the pick, right? You're not going to make the – they want a free safety. The Raiders are telling us we're coming up and we're taking Halsey. That's what the Raiders are doing. I think we're okay with that, right?
Yeah, if they're doing that.
Yeah, let's do that. 67 and 117. AJ Halsey.
This guy's having me forced to trade.
All right. Let's get through. I'm going to get through to 67. We're going to make the Bears pick, and then we're going to sim the rest of the Bears.
Got it.
Draft and make the picks together. Okay.
Okay, so they're taking AJ Halsey. We are now on to the Rams.
Rams taking Josiah Trotter. Everybody keeps mocking it. It sounds good to me.
Broncos.
Broncos, they're the final team that we have not covered yet.
Nope.
So I would say they're very set at receiver, perhaps overly so. Could definitely use a tight end. Would take Stowers if he was there. Corner, they're set. Safety, they could use a safety. Linebacker, sure. They're really just kind of BPA mode besides receiver. You know, I think the picks. I find there. I think a D lineman makes sense. I want to give him Dominic Orange. Big citrus. Oh, wait. Hang on. Max Clare. I want to give him Max Clare, actually. $70 overall.
There we go.
Pats took a tackle. Let's give him an edge here. Derek Moore has a lot of fans. R. Mason, I could see falling because he's only 240 pounds. Let's give him Derek Moore. Seahawks, that's easy. Mike Washington, running back. Check the Bills. What do we give them? Receiver. All right, let's give the Bills Dominic Orange. The Tennessee Titans. Let's give the Titans Malachi Fields, I think.
So we're back to the Bears.
All right, so I think right here we take Kilgore, right?
Yeah, I agree. I'm not thinking much of it, which means we have addressed safety, center, and edge. And we still probably need to address, I would say, DL eventually. Maybe take some dart throws. Kilgore.
Yeah.
Change team.
All right. Yeah, I think we send to our next pick now. So mine's gonna look much different than yours once my thing shows up, but hopefully not too much different. Change that time to 0 seconds.
Yep. And now it is. Now it is doing its thing. We're back to the Bears. Your thing is going to be different from mine. So if you want to.
Yeah, let's enlarge your guy here. Let's see what you got going. Boy, Skylar Bell really stands out to me right off the bat. And so does Devin Moore, the corner.
Do you want to look at more?
Yeah, those are the two that stand out to me personally.
98, decent arm length.
I mean, DA loves his lengthy corners.
Yes, he does. He likes his tall, lengthy corners who have good, 4.5 speed isn't typically his, but he still does work with them.
I mean, Nahshon Wright, slower than that.
Yeah, I know. He still does work with them. What's the point there? But
right. Length
was a guy
who's take big priority over.
Who's the guy out of USC? The Adabu was more like 4.4s, wasn't he? And then the guy we drafted last year in the day 3 was a little bit of a faster guy. It was more my
Zah Frazier, he's still around. Okay. Then again, Skylar Moore.
Skylar Bell. Skylar Moore is the
Skylar Bell. Yeah.
Was Skylar Moore the dude from was that Western Michigan?
Yeah, he scored a touchdown in the Super Bowl.
Probably, I don't know how many times he scored touchdowns, but probably one of a handful since he's gotten drafted.
He scored one in the Super Bowl, and that's gonna be his entire career.
Called a 2024 season. Are you looking at him as a X? Or just as like a rotational, can play all over?
I think so. One thing that really stood out to me that Ben Johnson has said before is he does not value a jump ball. He would rather throw to a receiver that simply gets open.
Yes.
And I'm so with that. So I don't think he cares so much about the traditional X as much as the ability to beat press coverage.
He also likes the fact that he can move people around, to be fair. So I just was trying to get into your mindset.
Feels like he can move inside, outside for sure. He's fast. I don't know. I feel like once you pass up on him, then we get into a lot of guys who are not really worth taking.
Yeah. I'm gonna lean Bell, I think. Specifically because over
okay. Is there anybody else? Anybody else? Like any other positions you want to check on here?
That's what I'm trying to think through. We should be good on interior offensive line now. Tackle. Is there any tackle worth taking? This is where they would probably reach for a tackle that fits what they would want.
Is Caleb Proctor still there for you? 112?
12. Caleb Proctor is still there for me.
Yeah, take a look at that RAS.
Could fit. Do they? No,
maybe that's more of a target for the next pick that we just acquired.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. I'm more so thinking, is there an offensive tackle that they could mold into a better offensive tackle, right? He logged 750 snaps, Pro Football Focus block rate 82.5. He was co-SEC Offensive Lineman of the Week honors in 2024.
You're looking at Austin Barber?
Yeah, I'm looking at Barber, and I'm also looking at Bowery just because they're next to each other. Leadership and consistent play.
I think Barber's a really good choice here too. I don't mind Barber at all.
Yeah, I was thinking about reaching on an offensive tackle at this point, over what feels like a luxury pick with Skylar Bell.
See, I take issue with the fact that people considering receiver not as much of a need as it is. We don't think Roma Dunze is necessarily that good. Luther Burden, we do think is good.
You have to tie
Our
up
third receiver is Khalif Raymond.
Oh, John A. Walker. But you
Sure.
have to tie in Loveland there, right? We're talking about playmakers all around.
Yeah, but you want to have the ability to do different things. Like it's not always gonna be an ideal world.
You can put Loveland out in the X though. That's a thing. That's the beauty of him. And what I'm trying to say is we're at least too deep on playmakers that we both like a lot, with Rome needing to then ascend a bit for us to consider him a solid third, right? I agree with you. I probably am leaning towards Skylar Bell, but I'm trying to think of what the Bears are going to do. Would they rather wait and try to find something of value in day 3 at wide receiver and then reach on an offensive tackle like they have, say, before, on pulling a guy in that many might not see as the offensive tackle of the future here, but could very well be if you just, work with him. So I'm looking at also like Jude Bowery, started every game at left tackle for Boston College, BC, fantastic offensive line. What's it called? Factory.
Yeah, but they always break the fucking patellar tendons the second you think they might be good.
Well, okay, fair. Lowest sack totals in the conference. Highlight his impressive footwork, pass protection, and his natural ability to move in space during his own blocking schemes. Like, I think that fits where they might go. My thing would be we could get him next instead because he is 124. Maybe they don't reach that high. That's a massive reach.
It's looking like a lot of offensive tackles could be there, and also Caden Proctor could be there, and who's least likely to be there is somebody of Skylar Bell's caliber. Is how I would think about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Skylar Bell. I'm gonna say that they're thinking of it as like a what's left on the board, and where the tiers are. So,
okay,
they're thinking like I would think, which is not the way that I should be treating this. Cool. So moving through.
I have Skylar Bell available to me, so I'm going to take Elijah Surratt to maintain the illusion of stuff here.
And so now, who was the other person that you had that you wanted to think about?
I liked Proctor. I liked Barber. I liked Bowery.
Proctor go.
Proctor's a 112. He might be gone for you.
He is gone for me.
Damn, he's not gone for me.
Down for Bowery. Bowery feels like he's BC too. I mean, you can't not go to it pulls his alumni.
Sure, truly, that is true. If a BC guy is there, yeah.
BC offensive lineman. Oh, they're gonna absolutely eat that.
Yeah. Let's go with Bowery.
All right. Now we're looking at not lengthy corner. No, go away. We do need a blocking tight end. I could see us doing something like that. We could always sign one off the street.
I'll say this: we don't pick again after this pick for another 110 picks. Feels like they would absolutely look to trade down here.
Fair. The other thing that I want to look for is a home run hitting running back, by the way. If we could find one.
Yeah.
Yep. But let's trade back. Right now I've got the Giants, the Cowboys, and I wouldn't even consider the Bengals. So Giants and Cowboys to move back either 145 or 152.
Are both offering 2 picks in this draft?
Yeah, either the 5th and 6th, 145, 193, or 2 fifths, one in the back end, 152 and 180.
I don't know, whichever one looks better to you. I can't say that well.
Considering where we're trading back from, I think I'd rather get the 145 because I feel like if we stay in the top 150, it's probably better than getting a 180 because 180 versus 192 isn't that big of a deal. I feel like, right? I'd rather be up up 7 picks earlier.
Yeah, that makes
So
sense.
I'm gonna go with the Giants.
So it's 145 and 192
with the Giants. Yep.
Okay.
193, 145, 193 for 129. All right.
This actually feels like running back if we
That's what I was thinking. What do we know about Harold before I go there? What about Harold Perkins real quick as like a linebacker?
Boy, he is tough to quantify. He was a first round mocked guy for like 2 years and he kept getting like he was an edge rusher, I think as a freshman, and then he's like an okay linebacker. I can't say too much about him. I don't know.
Let's pass it up then.
What do you got for running back?
So we've got Nick Singleton. I'm trying to figure out his
feels very much like what we would do right off the bat.
Game breaking. Yep, long speed. And receiving ability.
Claiborne, and then I really like Roman Hemby later in the draft, but
Singleton, I think, is the lock.
Singleton's there. We got to take Singleton.
All right, cool. So that's that. Singleton gives you both the pass catching ability and long speed on both ends of it. So I like that move. And now we are looking at new setup. This is where I would have said earlier with like the Iowa. So one, if we hadn't taken a tackle already, this is where I would be looking at like tackles. This is also where I'd be looking at like depth, interior offensive line, and where I'd be looking at additional depth safeties, and other stuff. So
I think genuinely right here, you're probably looking for guys who could just make the team.
Yeah, you're looking for like what's it called? Help. Whoever the hell is going to be willing to play special teams.
Yeah.
You could also consider another tight end that you could start developing.
So I think the tight end we'd be after would be Will Kazmarek from Ohio State because he's more of a blocking guy. I think 178.
He's still there.
Yeah, that's a blocker right there. But there could be an interesting defensive interior guy.
Oh, I just feel like we're just gonna sign somebody off the street to do the blocking. It's like, why would you develop that?
Right.
I would look to double up on like offensive tackle versatility too, right? Like now we're looking for guys who might also be our swing interior offensive linemen, more so than our swing tackle, but could do tackle if we're in like a pinch, right?
I mean, we've already taken 2 offensive linemen. I don't think we really have enough roster space for another one, to be honest.
No, you're right.
I'd maybe take a shot on another lengthy corner to compete with what's his face, or maybe even somebody who can play nickel.
That's a good call out. You know about Jalen Husky. The 704 Raz already tells me everything I probably need to know. Just so people are aware, if anybody is listening, once you're under 8 Raz, we're talking about like of the 300 picks in an NFL draft, maybe like 100 of them end up being under 8. So like when we talk about like, oh, he picks all 8s, yeah, most teams pick all 8s.
Look at hang on. I gotta bring your screen up here. What are we looking at? Oh, you're just looking at everything. Look at 220. Look at 227.
Let's see, wide receiver at Notre Dame, where he totaled 54 receptions, 6 secondary styles is. Oh wow. Yeah, that fits the. Yeah, I'm with you. You want to
That
go
guy
that?
goes. That guy goes earlier in real life. They're not letting a 9.99 res stay that long.
No, he
But
probably goes. He probably goes before this pick.
yeah,
So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do it. Especially considering his background is, hey, there's a lot to develop here.
all right. Now we're getting into the real nitty gritty.
I would say another safety is definitely needed because I think most safeties are going to make the roster that we have. And then from there, it's whatever the hell is going to fit. Wide receiver, for instance, because they'll probably make it just sheerly off of special teams need. Corners,
Yeah.
safeties, wide receiver, linebackers, wherever the hell we have a roster spot that would also fit a what's it called? Special teams need.
Yeah. Or if I don't know if Kazmarek still there for you, but
What's his number?
178. Yeah, I just saw him.
Yeah.
There he is.
Yeah, there is. Okay, let's go ahead and grab
Grab
that. And now we got one more.
I would say big. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, right. Then I am gonna go with another. Let's see what the hell Mikhail. Oh God, no.
I mean, to fit a need and also be I mean, need doesn't matter at this point, but to try to grab something that might matter and also contribute on special teams and maybe make the roster would be probably a linebacker or a safety.
Or safety.
I take Wisniewski all the time. I'd be good with Wisniewski.
Let's go Wisniewski.
Yeah.
Let me say PDF. Me.
Well, I had to make two different picks than you made because my board fell differently, but
Can't. It needs me to stop sharing so I can actually see what the fuck it did. Please tell me it downloaded.
just take a screenshot of your monitor right now just to be safe.
It downloaded the JPEG, so we're good.
Okay.
But it downloaded the JPEG of every fucking pick, which yay. That's fucking fun. And then when I hit F11 to get out of the.
Well, the point was not really to just do the Bears, so that's good.
Yeah, I know, but it did every pick, even the ones we didn't even pick.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, I wanted to do a Bears fucking screenshot. Save results. Nope, I can't hit that because now it no longer does it. Oh fuck. I hit F5 instead of F11. God damn it.
I'm saving. No, not doing that.
Why did it open up this fucking blank tab?
All teams. Save text.
Yeah, you got the team picks. Can you just save your team picks since you've oh no, because you had to pick people that weren't. God damn it.
Yeah, mine are all different. Oh, we have a whole 5-hour long video to save
Reference back to.
I'll remember what we did.
We're good. We're good.
I
do have the picture of all of the picks that ended up being made in this mock. I can definitely crop it so that it only fits with the picks that we had, and then we'll just figure out what we can run a Bears mock that has all the picks we did for the Bears, or do something else for the Bears part. But it just fucked me. So
we got it. We got it.
Cool. I think that's
pretty realistic. Not really what I want the Bears to do necessarily, but like the totality, I'm pretty happy.
Yeah. No, I agree. Let me send you the results that I got. Thank God it saved the JPEG. You'll see what I mean when I say it's really long, because it did a 2-column for it. But Yeah. And I could also just really quickly run through it and redo our picks and then go from there. But yeah, pretty good. Now that we're twiddling our thumbs to end this, let's just end it real quick. Let's end the recording. So yeah,
Yes.
that's the what 60? We did 67 or something like that. Predictive mock, which turned into really 32 dueling, and then you running with it with me just giving sign offs on shit for the last whatever many, and then we did Bears picks from there for the rest of it.
Yeah,
So
I'm sorry it wasn't longer, guys. I'm sorry. We should have gone longer.
we're at 5 hours and 4 minutes. We could have done a full 8-hour stream.
I really wish it would have been 8.
It could have been 8.
Full work day.
Yeah, we could have gotten you through. We could have gotten you through a full work day on this shit. Awesome. Yeah. Well, I'm Adam. That's Kev. Thank you for sliding into Virginia's DMs.
Bye.